Hello, it's midnight. I'm Jonathan Samuels with a Sky News Vote 2025 special programme. Up for grabs, the parliamentary seat of Runcorn and Helsby after its Labour MP was jailed for assault. Also being contested, 23 councils across England, plus 6 mayoralties. Pressure then on the Prime Minister as he faces his first real test at the polls since winning power. For Nigel Farage, a challenge to turn Reform UK's lead in the polls into electoral success. And by her own admission, a difficult night in prospect for Kemi Badenoch and the Conservatives. With us to help interpret the results, our expert panel. We're joined by the Labour peer, Baroness Hazarika, and the Tory peer, Lord Brady. Also guiding us through the twists and turns of the night, our deputy political editor, Sam Coates. We'll be with you right through until 6 a.m. as we bring you all the results as they come in. Hello there, a very good morning. Thanks for joining us for what promises to be a fascinating night of elections in England. A by-election, 23 local council elections plus half a dozen mayoral elections are in prospect. The big question, can Reform UK translate its lead in the opinion polls into electoral success? It is a headache for the Prime Minister as he faces his first real test at the ballots since the general election. Now, no election special programme is complete without a parliamentary by-election, and tonight is no different. Counting is underway in Runcorn and Helsby, up for grabs after the former Labour MP Mike Amesbury resigned after being found guilty of assault for repeatedly punching a man late at night. We're also live at counts across the country as we wait for those local election results and for the winners in those mayoral races. We will, of course, bring you all the results live as they come into us, and you'll see them all instantly at the bottom of your screen. We'll speak to our correspondents on the ground and to our expert panel in a moment. But first of all, let's get a sense of what we can expect with our deputy political editor, Sam Coates. Sam.
It's an important night, Jonathan. There's absolutely no doubt about that. It's a night of firsts. It's the first time that Keir Starmer has been tested at the ballot box since he became Prime Minister. It's the first time that Kemi Badenoch has had to really face the voters in any substantial way. But it's also the first time that we could, by the end of the night and tomorrow, see Reform UK, that challenger party set up by Nigel Farage, actually getting a toehold of power. A huge impact in last year's general election. But right now, it looks, talking to the parties, as if all sides expect that by the end of the next 18 hours, and we'll be with you all the way through it, there could be Reform UK politicians running things. So Reform UK's performance, can it turn votes into seats and seats into power, is the question of the evening. We've got 2 results for you already, Jonathan. A result in a council by-election in Hartlepool, where we have seen a big, over 30% swing from Labour to Reform UK. They've won that seat. And also down in Harlow, where there has also been a Reform UK victory, taking a seat off the Labour Party. Is that the trend of the night? Can Reform UK take seats off Labour as well as the Tories? We're going to find out in the next 18 to 20 hours.
OK, results coming in already. Sam, thank you very much for the moment. We shall speak again shortly. Right now, though, let's go to Widnes, where the count is underway for the Runcorn and Helsby by-election. Our chief political correspondent, John Craig. Who else is there for us tonight? Hi, John. Reform, then, believe they can do it. Which way is the wind blowing, do you think?
Oh, the wind is blowing very much in Reform's favour. They're pretty buoyant here. I was just talking to Zia Youssef, the Reform UK chairman, a moment or so ago. He says he's not going to call it until the result's declared. But I have to say he's got a smile on his face, and the Reform UK team here look pretty buoyant. Now, compare their body language with some of the Labour officials further down the room. A lot of puffing of cheeks, not very happy. A short time ago, some Reform sources were suggesting perhaps a majority of 1,000 or so, a very slender majority. I have heard in the last few minutes, actually, some evidence which suggests that Reform are on course for victory here. Now, I have covered loads of these by-elections where I listened to Richard Tice, former leader, say, oh, Labour have won it on postal votes. Well, I'm hearing tonight that here in this by-election, the Reform UK party have, in the words of one person who mentioned it to me, smashed it on the postal votes. So, if that is the case, and people who voted early on in the campaign have cast their votes for Reform UK when Reform UK were doing well, and before Labour mounted a fight back towards the latter stages of the campaign, Reform appear to be on their way to victory here. Now, in this constituency, Jonathan, years ago when he was a young lad, he still is a young lad, Luke Littler, the teenage darts sensation, lived in Runcorn. Incidentally, he's won again tonight. Well, Nigel Farage is hoping for a bullseye here tonight in Runcorn and Helsby. And it's been the hottest day of the year, May the 1st. Well, the heat is on Labour tonight because it looks as though they are going to suffer a humiliating defeat here in a seat which they held at the general election by 14,600. And you've described, Jonathan, the reasons why we're here tonight, the assault conviction of Mike Amesbury, the former MP. A safe seat, but Reform was second last time. Tories, I'm not sure I can see a Tory in the room. They certainly haven't campaigned much here. Mr Farage has been here 4 times, including today. Sir Keir Starmer has not been once. I can't see any Labour MPs here, whereas the Reform UK chairman is here. And if Reform do well, well, I'm sure we'll see Nigel Farage later on for a victory lap. All the signs are, at the moment, that Reform are going to win here. And the question is, will it be a slender result, a slender majority, as some in the party are forecasting, or perhaps will those postal votes, which I'm told have gone very well for Reform, help them have perhaps a more comfortable victory? We'll know, we're told, about 3 a.m, so long way to go yet. And as Mr Youssef's just said to me, he's not calling it until we get the result, but he looks pretty chipper.
OK, as you say, a long way to go. But for the moment, John, thank you very much. We're going to head to Grimsby now, where counting is underway in the race to become the first mayor of Greater Lincolnshire. Reform UK's Andrea Jenkins is the front runner there. Let's bring in our political correspondent, Serena Barker-Singh. So a new mayoralty then, Serena. What's the feeling you're getting on the ground?
Exactly. There are 2 fights essentially on the ground today, local council seats, but also, as you say, that very new mayoralty post that will be created for the very first time. But both will be a very tough contest for the Tories in what should be and what should look like their heartlands. Now, Grantham, the birthplace of Margaret Thatcher, where that famous statue of her is only about an hour down the road. But in 2021, the votes for the local elections were also looking pretty good for the Conservatives. They did their best vote share, over half the votes in 3 counties, and Lincolnshire was one of them. They might not win that many seats tonight. Now, there are other things that have happened recently within the area that could cause some complication within that. So Scunthorpe is just down the road, where the government had taken control recently of British Steel. Whether Labour does get any kind of compensation or any kind of recognition of that will be unlikely. But Reform are really the players here. They've made a big play, not just on British Steel, which they've said they want to nationalise. You know, this is the party of free markets and deregulation. But they know who their voters are. Now, they're seizing on momentum. They won a seat in the general election here. Richard Tice won the seat of Boston and Skegness. And they think this is a good patch for them. But the big prize, as you say, is that mayoralty race tonight, which their candidate is Andrea Jenkins. Now, she's a former Conservative MP, but pretty well known, has good voter recognition. On the ground here, Reform are pretty confident. They basically are happy to say they've won it. They've said they're trying to call it, which is very, very confident. Whatever happens, that will be a huge prize for them, not only as representation of women in the party, but also real power, real governing power for Reform.
OK, Serena, thank you very much. Next, let's talk about Doncaster. It is the only Labour-held council of the 23 up for grabs this morning. It also has a Labour mayor trying to defend their position. We can head to Doncaster, join our political correspondent Liz Bates. Good to see you, Liz. A lot at stake then.
There certainly is, and as you say, this is a slightly different story from the other councils and mayoralties because this is Labour territory, much more here, if you like the Runcorn by-election, because this is pretty much a straight fight between Labour and, you guessed it, Reform. This is a Metropolitan Borough Council election, as you said, a directly elected mayor. Just to give you a sense of how deeply entrenched the Labour Party here, this is a mayor in Ros Jones that has been elected since 2013. When it comes to representation on the council, 55 seats, 42 of those are held by the Labour Party, 11 Conservatives, no Liberal Democrats, no Greens, no Reform, a smattering of independents. So, as I say, a straight fight here between the Labour Party and Reform, who are on the rise here, even though they have no representation as of yet. Quite an interesting area of the country, especially the city of Doncaster, because we have seen some of that sentiment, that anti-establishment, anti-immigration, anti-European Union sentiment before here. Way back in 2009, there was an elected mayor here that was representing the English Democrat Party. That was essentially a splinter group of UKIP, essentially one of the first incarnations of Reform, and that party got an elected mayor here back in 2009. So we've seen that feeling here before. This, of course, was an area of the country as well that during Brexit and under Boris Johnson, we saw a huge drift away from the Labour Party. They won a Conservative MP here in Nick Fletcher. He did then lose his seat at the last general election. He's standing here for the mayoralty as the Conservative candidate. But as I say, it's Reform that are the ones to watch here. Reform representatives here, very positive. Labour feeling very down in the dumps. Worst case scenario for them, they lose the mayoralty, they lose control of the council. Best case scenario, they hang on, and we will find out about the mayoralty at some point during the course of this morning, and we will of course bring that to you as soon as we get it.
OK, Liz, thank you very much indeed. We'll speak to you a little bit later. So let's take a closer look at what is at stake then with our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. So much is happening. Can you put it into context for us and explain why it matters?
There's a lot going on tonight, Jonathan. The easiest thing we could do is just take you through all of the things that we're going to see over the next few hours. Let's start with what's going on in the council elections. 23 of the councils are up for election at the moment. Now, you can see here from this map, here are all the ones that are up for election tonight. And you can see that what I think once upon a time we would have called the Tory Shires, not so much after last year's general election, but lots and lots of blue, with Doncaster there is the only Labour council that's being defended. Then let's look at this. It's the map of where the mayoral elections are. Now, there are 4 mayoral elections that are metro mayors up for grabs. They're the newish, powerful city mayors, so they are there. And then there are 2 borough mayors, directly elected borough mayors as well. And then thirdly, and perhaps the most important thing tonight, there's the Runcorn by-election. And that was triggered by the resignation of Mike Amesbury after he pleaded guilty for punching a man in an altercation late at night on a street. So that's where the elections are taking place. Now, you can see the numbers at the bottom of your screen, just on the panel, all zeros at the moment because we're only just started getting going with the counting. But it's important to understand what we are counting against. This is, in many ways, the baseline. Now, the set of council elections that we're analysing tonight were last up in 2021. And back then, Boris Johnson was the Tory Prime Minister and he was riding high. And in those seats that are inclined sometimes to go Tory, you can see the Tories won quite a lot of them. The Tories are defending tonight 996 seats compared to much less for Labour, Lib Dems. Reform UK barely existed back then. And that's the baseline against which everything will be assessed and everyone will be... So the Tories effectively have the most to lose tonight. And you can see that's also true, not just with seats, but with council control as well. 17 councils are currently Conservative control compared to just one, Doncaster, for Labour. That's why Kemi Badenoch is saying perhaps the Tories could lose every single one of them. That would be an absolutely disastrous night, but that's what she said at the start of the campaign. You can see here's the number of candidates that every party is putting up. And really, I'm showing you this simply to draw attention that Reform UK are putting up more candidates than anyone else. 99%. They're putting a huge effort into this set of elections. But parties run by Nigel Farage haven't always been hugely successful at turning votes into seat success. This is from 2013, when these sets of elections were up. Back then in that year, Labour won 21% of the vote and got 21% of the seats. But Nigel Farage's party back then, UKIP, different party, different circumstances, but I think it's quite an interesting comparison, got 21% of the vote, but only 8% of the seats. Now, that's because the votes are in the wrong place and because of the way that our electoral system works. But I know that Reform UK have been putting a huge effort into trying to make sure they're getting the votes in the right places to actually get power. So here you can see the list of mayoralties, the combined authorities, the metro mayors. Some of them are actually taking place, Greater Lincolnshire and in Hull. They're actually having elections for the first time. Reform pretty confident, I'm hearing, about there. And now look at this. This is the big moment of the night, will be probably after 3 a.m, the Runcorn by-election. Now, last year, at the general election, the Labour Party won it with a huge margin. Reform did come second, but that was, by quite a margin. It was a majority of 34.8%. If John Craig is right and Reform do manage to get above there, it will be a seismic moment. It will prove that Reform UK is not just a party that eats into the right, into the Conservatives, but also is cannibalising Labour voters as well. That's the significance of what this by-election might tell us for this seat in the North West. So it's going to be a fascinating few hours as we go through these results. Small number of councils overnight, small number of metro mayors, but our programme, Jonathan, before 6 a.m, will tell us the result of the Runcorn by-election, which is possibly the biggest moment of all.
Yeah, around 3 a.m. I hope your iPad is fully charged, Sam. It's going to be a long night.
The iPad's charged, I'm charged. We'll be here all the way.
Fully charged. Brilliant. Well, let's bring in our expert panel for their analysis. They're going to be with us throughout the night. I'm delighted to say I'm joined by the Labour peer, Baroness Hazarika, and also the Conservative peer, Lord Brady. Nice to see you both. Fantastic that you're here. Hazarika, perhaps I can come to you first. What do you think the headlines might say on Saturday morning once all the counting is done?
I think there's a lot of consensus around the fact that Reform is going to have a good evening. And as Sam said, it's going to be catastrophic for the Conservatives. And I think this is the first time Kemi Badenoch will be tested at the ballot box since becoming Conservative leader. And of course, we know the Conservatives had a very difficult time at the last general election. I think tonight's results will show that the country has still not forgiven the Conservative Party for the last 14 years. But I think it will also be lots of questions for Labour as well, because what's quite clear is that Reform have absolutely set their sights on the Conservatives. They will also be turning their attention to those Labour voters as well. I think something we shouldn't forget as well as the Liberal Democrats. I think, just because of the way these seats are coming in and so much of the media oxygen is taken up by Reform, I think we shouldn't forget about the Liberal Democrats. I think they will actually solidify some of the success that they had at the last general election. Normally, the Liberal Democrats do it the other way around. They bed in at a local level and then they try and get a parliamentary seat. This time round, they got parliamentary seats, and I think they'll be developing their local government infrastructure around this. But I think this is going to be an important moment for politics. You can't extrapolate the results from this to a general election, but this is an important... First of all, it's going to test those opinion polls that we all see. This will be a kind of stress testing of that. It will set a political narrative, and it will, of course, pitch roll towards more important elections next year, particularly in Scotland and in Wales.
Thank you, Aisha. I might drop the Baroness because it's going to be a long
Of course, absolutely,
Excellent.
absolutely.
All right. Graham, you were famously very tight-lipped when you were in charge of those letters of no confidence. It feels like a long time ago now, doesn't it? I'm hoping you're going to be a lot more forthcoming tonight. Where do you think things are heading?
I think it's going to be a very interesting night, and I think one of the most important things to see is obviously the Conservative Party was riding high, as Sam said, when these seats were last fought, so we were doing improbably well. It was a night when we won the Hartlepool by-election, and that was something of an anomaly all those years ago. So I think we are expecting a difficult night for the Conservative Party, but looking at Reform's performance, I think a lot of people in the past have assumed that Reform is a problem mostly for the Conservative Party. And I think Reform as a protest party can be a big problem for everybody. And I think it's very likely they're going to be a serious problem for the Labour Party tonight. And the other thing we may well see, if Reform performs as well as the polls suggest, is in the next few years, Reform actually running some things. And that's a particular challenge when you've got a party which is trying to face both left and right. And if you're trying to win in Runcorn and trying to win in Tory shires, then that's a problem. And I think that's going to be one of the things that, if tonight works out as the polls suggest, that's going to be a really interesting stress test for them in the coming years.
Yeah, we've got so much to talk about through the night, but for the moment, thank you both. We're going to take a break in a minute, but first, Sam's got an update for us.
I want to tell you just the overview, the big picture with one slide, if I may. Graham was talking about how politics has changed since the last set of elections was up. That was in 2021. Look, you can see then, as he was saying, the Conservatives did really well, particularly for a party of government, but Labour did OK. They had a difficult night, but 30% was sort of OK at the time. But look, since then, the latest polls show us that Reform have gone from nowhere to top. Labour have dropped 7 percentage points, and the Tories are the ones that have dropped the most. The Tory vote, since last time, has halved. That's why you're going to see so many seats and councils being lost by the Tories right now. It's this change from 2021 to today, which you can see in comparison to the votes then and the polls now, which explain some of the trends that we're going to see over the next few hours.
OK, Sam, thank you very much for the moment. You're watching the Sky News Vote 2025 special programme. Plenty more still to come as we await that vote in the Runcorn and Helsby by-election. Voting underway, as you can see in Widnes. Do stay with us.
We arrive. A secret hospital hidden in the Myanmar jungle, treating the victims of this bloody war. This is Myanmar today. Its military rulers don't want the world to see, but we have.
I fight for my own future. I fight for my generation's future.
This is an actual crime.
They don't care for that.
Myanmar army is only a couple of kilometers away.
So this is a major humanitarian disaster.
Hello again, welcome back. Aisha and Graham still with us, and also joining us in the studio is Labour's Peter Carl, the Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology. Great to see you. Thanks for joining us at this early hour. We're already hearing from the ground in Widnes that Reform are very confident of winning this by-election tonight, and if they do win, it will be seismic.
I'll leave the sort of commentary to the world-class analysts that you have all around me at the moment. You know, I'm here on behalf of the government to say that the fundamentals of the last general election, they're there in place. You know, we were given a huge mandate for change last year, and we will get on with delivering it. By-elections, and I've had my share of running by-elections, they are outlier moments. They are moments where you can change the norms of politics and you can do one singular, very big thing. They are always challenges, they are always opportunities. We've thrown our heart into this one. We've always known that it's a challenge simply because of the circumstances of the by-election in the first place, plus the big, broad context where we have a country which voted for change last year, which is hungry for change. No one is more hungry for change than the Prime Minister and myself and this government.
The Prime Minister hasn't been up there,
though,
has he? He hasn't been to Runcorn and Helsby.
Yes, but he has been negotiating trade deals with India, with America, with the EU. He's been dealing with crises here and at home. He's been trying to get on with the business of getting our economy running, getting our public services fixed, and he's been doing that day in and day out. I think everybody understands why he's performed to the norms of these moments and actually got on with running the country rather than out there on the doorsteps.
It's not cutting through, though, is it? Things are going badly for Labour. If you look at the national polls and Reform are ahead, that is a sign that voters are unhappy and that you've been in power for nearly a year, and some of the change that you're talking about, they don't feel is going at fast enough pace.
But we've been in power for 10 months. I think everyone, including most of your viewers, would recognise that what we inherited was unprecedented in the post-war period in terms of the challenge we had economically to get the finances in place, to fill that black hole that we inherited, the 22 billion from the outset so we could stabilise, to start working on our public services. So we have made big strides forward. We've created 3.5 million. We've given a pay rise to 3.5 million workers in Britain. We've created 3 million new appointments in the NHS. We've got breakfast clubs for kids so they're not going to school hungry. We're getting to grips with...
Are the public happy with the government?
We're getting to grips with the fundamentals, and on those fundamentals we will build and we will deliver the radical change that they voted for last year. But the fundamentals of that general election are still in place. Don't forget that we only hold one of the local authorities, of the 23 local authorities that are up for grabs tonight. So this will not change those fundamentals of the general election last year, but for the Tory party, it is an existential moment in time because they are the ones that should be capitalising tonight. They are the ones that are likely to suffer the most. And that is a fundamental question for our politics going forward.
It's early days. We're still waiting for the result, of course. It might be around 3 o'clock. But Tony Blair enjoyed 6 years as Prime Minister before he lost his first by-election. You could lose your first one in 10 months.
We have to look at the circumstances of this by-election and we have to look at the circumstances of what we inherited. We've got 40-odd bills going through Parliament at the moment. It takes time to deliver the planning reform, the regulatory reform, to get the investment into parts of the economy that are going to get it going. We've said from the outset that we do not accept that the only way forward for our country is more tax or more cuts. There is a third way forward, which is to get growth. But it'll only happen if we can change fundamentally regulation, planning, the way we structure our economy, the way we invest in parts of the workforce, the way we get skills developed and into the right parts of the country, the way we're on the side of those people who are spinning out innovations, creating wealth and jobs and new businesses for our country. You can't do all of that in 10 months, and people recognise that.
What do you think about that? They've had 10 months.
I mean, Labour in 10 months has cut growth, increased borrowing and destroyed business confidence. So if Keir Starmer has been spending all of his time in the day job achieving that, it'd have been far better off if he'd been in Runcorn on the doorstep, because the country would be thriving then.
I mean, the only thing I'd say to that is I take Graham's point, but it's a bit rich because the Tories have literally been missing in action in Runcorn. I mean, the Tories have pretty much given up. And what's been fascinating about watching how the Conservatives and Reform have interacted at Runcorn is that there almost has been like a kind of unofficial pact where the Tories have kind of stood back to let reform do quite well. And I think that's quite interesting, particularly when lots of people are in the background. We had Ben Houchen, there was a recording from Robert Jenrick just a week or so ago saying that actually at some point there might have to be some kind of deal between reform and the Conservatives.
But we were in third place last year at the general election in Runcorn. You won the seat with a huge majority.
Sure, but it is interesting.
So us being missing in action isn't quite the same as the Prime Minister being
But
missing.
it is interesting that the Conservatives have not tried at all to win that seat, given everything you've just said.
We weren't going to win that seat. It would have been remarkable. I mean, in the way it was remarkable 4 years ago we won Hartlepool, but that was in quite unique circumstances.
But it is telling to sort of not turn up at all. And also, I mean,
Keir Starmer hasn't turned up at all.
Well, he's been quite busy doing lots of other things.
Busy reducing growth, increasing borrowing.
The truth, Peter Card, is as we know, it was a loveless landslide, wasn't it, for your party at the general election, the lowest voter share of any government since World War II. You've had the opportunity to try and engage the public, and the public want to believe in their government, of course they do, but at the moment they're desperately disillusioned to the point where we're now getting fragmented party politics, and the rules are changing rapidly and you're not keeping up with it.
I have been out on so many doorsteps. The great thing about elections, and people like me love elections because you can get the excuse to get out there and start really connecting with people on doorsteps in their communities. I don't recognise anything that you have just described from the conversations that I've had with Tories, Reform voters, Green voters and, yes, loads of Labour voters too. They're all saying, yes, that things have to change. People are smart. They know you cannot turn around a country of our size and complexity really fast. So people were worn out after Brexit and after Boris Johnson, the Truss mini-budget and the chaos and confusion and the sort of downgrading of our country that happened in that period. People were exhausted. They voted for change. They knew it would be a hard slog, but they also recognise that doing so will be tough. It'll be tough in government, it'll be tough on the whole country, but we're taking those very difficult decisions at the start and they're giving us credit for it, but they do also know that they want to sort of have their voice at moments like this, and these are weird moments in times when you can vote for county councils and you can vote in a by-election, you can send very strident messages. We know these moments are tough, everyone knows these moments are tough, but we're staying very focused on what the end goal is. And
well, I can tell you what Runcorn residents have been telling us.
The long term.
This is what they've been telling us. They've been saying that they no longer see Labour as a patriotic, pro-worker party, and there are other options out there where they do feel they're more at home.
Well, when you come to patriotism, I think that actually what Keir Starmer has done in standing side by side with President Zelensky, putting Britain onto the world stage in the modern era, in the 2020s, where there are so many more challenges than there were in past times. People have respected that and they've recognised his contribution, and I think they recognise his deep love of country and the patriotism that goes with it. When it comes to connecting with workers, you will see that we have already in 10 months given 3.5 workers a pay rise. We have given people the kind of rights and the security in work that they were lacking under the previous 14 years. Now, there are specific issues, and see how quickly we've acted when it came to the steelworks. Incidentally, that's what Keir Starmer's been working on in the last few days, rather than going gallivanting around the country, knocking on doors, sorting out things like the steelworks and making sure that they're still operating in these really difficult global times. So all of these things people do recognise. We know it's really a really difficult time, and I'm not underplaying how difficult it is. Communities up and down the country are facing really difficult times in very different ways in different parts of the community, but we broadened our appeal at the last election. We understand that some people have new concerns since then. We will be listening very intently to what we hear tonight, and we will act on it because that's what the Labour Party under Keir Starmer does.
I just want to pick up on something that you said, Peter. You talked about having to look at the result tonight to find out exactly what the story is that it tells us. Well, I'm going to suggest a bit of a story that we might have by the end of the evening by looking at this graph. Let me explain what you're looking at. This is what's been happening in Runcorn and Helsby in the 2019 general election that Boris Johnson won, of course, in 2024. And I think it does tell a story of disillusion in two successive general elections. Back in 2019, you could see that was the year that the Red Wall, of course, fell. The Tories ran actually Labour relatively close. You could see that there was a small margin of victory for Labour and the Tories did well. But by the time of the election last year, actually, the Tory vote had collapsed, disillusion, I would suggest, with the Conservative Party, the Labour Party overtaking it. Now, if it is true, John Craig is right, and Reform have taken that, is it the case that those voters who are very happy to hop at election time are hopping not back to the Tories, but away from Labour because they are unhappy, and it's Reform UK, it's the light blue that pick it up. There is a story of disillusion in politics that goes across many, many years. Could the answer to the question of why what happens tonight be voters are unhappy and are searching for change, but just not finding they're getting it? You talked about a lot of change. It seems tonight as if voters don't yet believe you.
Peter, I'll let you come back in with that before we move on.
Yeah, look, firstly, I wouldn't criticise John Craig's analysis at any point in time, but I would also say that, I have run by-elections. I ran the Mid-Bedfordshire by-election. We overturned a 25,000 Tory majority. We did so by very strong messaging about sending a message to government in this one singular way, on a one singular night. We knew that wasn't actually representative of every community in the whole country. We knew that community knew that it had a particular voice on that particular moment in time. And these are very, very unusual things. But look at the broad picture. There is 23 councils up for election tonight. Labour holds one of them. So what happens in a very unusual by-election, where the circumstances that led to it, of course, are quite shocking, and the opportunity that people have to send a message and to do things and to act in a very, very different way on this one night of the year, I understand. But people would be foolish to read too much into it when it comes to what could happen in the next general election or what it means overall. But having said that, people like me are in politics to listen and to adapt. You don't overreact, but you listen very calmly to what actually people are saying. And they are saying that they want change. They are saying that they want voice. They are saying that they want change to be sped up because they want to feel it in their pockets. They want to feel it when they need the NHS and to get a doctor. They want to feel it in their kids' education. We are hungry for those things too, and we accept that people are frustrated because they voted for turning their back on the 14 years of the Tory misrule. They wanted something better, and they want to feel it every day, day after day, going into the future, and that's what we're striving to do. OK, we will leave it there. Peter Carl, Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology, thank you very much for joining us this evening. You talked about John Craig's analysis. Why don't we go to John now? He's in Widnes, where the count is underway for the Runcorn and Helsby by-election. Hi, John. How are things looking?
Well, I can bring you some news, Jonathan, because we have the turnout figure now, and it's pretty high. It's 46.33. That is higher than most recent by-elections, where it's been in the low to mid-30s, 30%. So that's probably good news for Reform, bearing in mind what I was told earlier about the Reform doing well with postal votes. Certainly, I mean, if I could just challenge something Peter Carl said. He talked about Labour listening. One of the things we've heard, as soon as we arrived here in the Runcorn constituency earlier today, was one of the things that was massively unpopular that the Labour Party did was the axing of winter fuel payments for a lot of pensioners. So when Labour holds its inquest, they might wish to consider that very unpopular move, which, of course, was made by Rachel Reeves back in the end of July, not long after the general election. So that's one thing that's cost Labour votes here. One other thing that was mentioned, of course, was the conduct of Mike Amesbury, although there are some who are less critical of Mr Amesbury here in the constituency. But certainly winter fuel payments has been a factor here, certainly amongst older voters. Now, they've started counting. They've done all the separating of the ballot papers and so on. You can see a lot of activity behind me now that the verification's all been done. The returning officer is Stephen Young, and he has reported that to try and speed things up here, because there are 15 candidates, which is pretty high for a by-election, they're going to separate the top three parties last time, which were Labour in first place, Reform second, Conservatives third, from the votes for the smaller parties. Lib Dems might not be very happy about that, but that's what they're planning to do. So anyway, we're underway properly here, but 46.33%. That is a very decent turnout, good turnout for a by-election. Probably is good news for Reform, unless Labour have done well in postal votes. But what we're hearing is that Reform UK, who for many years have complained about the other parties doing well with postal votes, appear to have got their act together and be doing quite well themselves with postal votes.
Yeah, that is a decent turnout. You're right, John. Thank you very much. John in Widnes, we'll return to him a little later. But right now, let's go to Doncaster, join our political correspondent Liz Bates, who's there for us. And Liz, the current mayor, Labour, has been in post, I think, since about 2013. Are they hoping to get re-elected tonight?
Yes, and can I just stop for 1 second, because we are getting an announcement behind us, and I think it is on Turnout. I'll carry on for now. You might be able to hear some noise behind me because we are getting an announcement. We are keeping an eye, as John is in Runcorn, on Turnout here, because it's a very similar picture here, even though we are looking at an elected mayor and council elections to the Runcorn by-election, because here, pretty much, it is a straight fight between Labour and Reform. The elected mayor here, as you say, has been in, Ros Jones, since 2013. When you look at the council here, it is very Labour. 55 seats here, 42 of them Labour, 11 Conservative. There are no Greens, there are no Liberal Democrats. There are no Reform councillors as yet. But as I say, from everything we're hearing on the ground, there is a real possibility of a huge Reform surge here. That's what both of the parties are talking to us about. Reform, as you might expect, feeling very positive, very upbeat tonight, expecting a big breakthrough here. They could, on a very good night for them, take the mayoralty and take the council. Labour, very down in the dumps. Everybody that I speak to is feeling gloomy about the city of Doncaster and what could happen here overnight. People that I speak to talking about similar things to what John Craig was talking about in Runcorn, that winter fuel payment, cuts to welfare, rising taxation, things that they feel are broken promises made by a Labour Party that they just elected, brought back into power during the last general election. So real disillusionment here for the establishment party, the Labour Party. As with lots of other areas of the country tonight, Reform are the party that we have got our eyes on, and it will be the mayoralty. That will be the result that we get first. That will happen overnight. The council elections tomorrow, in the early hours of the morning, we will know whether Reform have finally broken through here.
OK, good stuff. Thank you for listening in as well, Liz. That was great. And we'll perhaps wait a little later for those turnout figures. Let's also bring in our political correspondent, Serena Barker-Singh. She's in Grimsby for us. Serena, the Greater Lincolnshire mayoralty is up, and it's a big test, isn't it, for Tories against Reform in what is a new position?
Exactly, this will be the first mayoralship of its kind, so not only a symbolic prize, but this should really be the Tory heartland. You know, just only an hour down the road is Grantham, the birthplace of Margaret Thatcher. If they lose some of the strongholds here, that is a real bad sign for Kemi Badenoch's party. Now, as we're expecting in a lot of other places tonight, this is all for reforms to play for. Just going down on the floor, there are very few Labour activists, a lot of Conservative party members looking very worried, but buoyant Reform voters and supporters almost celebrating already, discussing what they will do when they say Andrea Jenkyns will win. Now, she is their candidate for the mayoralship. She is a former Conservative MP, very well known in Westminster, but that will be a huge win for Reform if they do win it. Currently, all of their MPs are men. So although she won't be an MP, she'll be a mayor. If she does win, there'll be good representation for the party, but also is the first time Reform get real governing power, not just being a minority party, not just speaking up in debates, but having real governing power. Now, Reform really know who their voters are. So there are a couple of things that are happening in the region. Scunthorpe is just down the road with the steelworks that have recently just been under government control. Speaking to people here, they don't think that will make much of an impact. What is making much more of an impact is Reform's call for it to be nationalised. Now, this is a very shrewd tactic. They know exactly who their voters are, but they think they can also seize on the momentum. Richard Tice, who is going to be arriving any minute, he tells us he won a seat in this county. He won the seat of Boston and Skegness, and he'll be here spinning for the party. But this, as I said, really should be Tory heartland. This should be flooded with Tory activists. This should be something they should be defending. And if they don't win this mayoralty, if they do very badly tonight here, that will be very, very bad news for the party.
OK, Serena, fascinating stuff. Thank you very much for the moment. Let's return to our panel, and also joining us is Kevin Hollinrake, MP, Shadow Housing, Communities and Local Government. Great to see you.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. What would a bad set of results look like, do you think, for the Tories?
Well, I think if we lost half our seats, which I think we probably will do, it's going to be a bad night for us. We've known that for some time, and we've got an awful lot of work to do to rebuild from where we were in July last year. So we make no bones about that. We know where we are, but we know that we're rebuilding. And we've had a party, the activists that we've seen around the country, delivered record amounts of leaflets, record amount of voter intentions and Conservative pledges. That's the good news, but it's a long road. We've got a number of years before we can get back to where we need to get to. But we're not oblivious to the challenges we've got on the evening we might have this evening. But what we are going to see as well, I think, is a very, very difficult night for Labour, which is surprising when you see a party win in the style they won last July. Normally, the year after local elections, you see a continued bounce. You saw gains for Labour in 1998. You saw gains for Conservatives in 2011. We're not going to see any gains for Labour this evening. We're going to see a very bad night, which is reflective, I think, of a terrible first few months in office. So I think much as we are going to have a difficult night, there's a lot we can build on here. What Reform have got now, of course, they're a party of protest right now. They're shortly going to be a party of governance, and they've got to demonstrate it's much more difficult when you're actually standing on the sidelines is the easiest job. Actually, it's much more difficult when you're in there having to make the tough decisions and deliver on the ground, and I think they're going to be tested.
Well, they might need some help, mightn't they, from Conservative councillors?
Well, let's see what happens in terms of the particular results we see. I mean, it's not our position that we want to see any pacts with the Reforms, any coalitions with Reform, but clearly local councillors on the ground have got to make the tough choices and how they deliver for local people. I think we give them a certain amount of freedom to do that, because what's most important here is not who wins the election. What's most important is services delivered on the ground, and we respect the responsibility that councillors who are elected on the ground to do that.
Do you think if voters had a bit more faith in Kemi Badenoch, then things may go better than they're predicted?
Yes, I think that's right.
Why don't they have faith?
Because it takes time. You don't build trust overnight, especially when you've had such a devastating loss last July. And we made mistakes. There's no sour grapes from me about what happened last July. We deserved to lose. But I think, so from that position, it's going to take time. So when people do start to see what Kemi's like...
She's had a really lacklustre start, hasn't she?
I don't accept that.
What are her main achievements?
Main achievements such as calling for the rape gangs inquiry, which Labour's under huge pressure now to deliver on that, making sure we drew attention to some of the terrible choices Labour's made in terms of things like winter fuel allowance, in terms of like family farm tax. We're putting Labour under huge pressure, which is part of the reason you're going to see a very, very difficult night for Labour tonight.
Do you think she'll lead the party into the next general election?
Yes, I do.
And you'd like her to?
I absolutely would. I mean, two things you've got to do. What we need to do is simple. Well, simple and easy are two different things. The simple stuff we need to do is get the policies right that people expect us to put in place on things like tackling immigration, but also in terms of making sure we deliver good public services and a strong economy. Those are policies we need, but also they need to trust us to deliver on those promises. That takes time. You don't build trust by flicking a switch. It's hard yards of building that trust, but I think over time they will like what they see when they see Kem. They'll like her policies, they're true blue policies, but also I think they'll begin to trust her, start to trust her to deliver on the...
Well, they're not trusting her at the moment because a recent poll on the Conservative Home website found 55% of Tory members think she's moving too slowly on developing those policies that you're talking about.
Yeah, I understand why people are impatient. I speak to Conservative members all the time. I speak to people who are voting for many different parties all the time. I understand there's a frustration. They want to see those policies delivered. I mean, I think she'll deliver those policies pretty quickly compared to what you saw from previous governments. If you saw Labour, for example, Keir Starmer hardly had any policies until a few months before the election. So, but we'll see those policies in far better time than that. There are different situations right now, particularly with the reform. Certainly, you know, they are taking some of our voters. There's no question about it, and those voters won't come back to us until they see the red meat of those policies. But they will, and they'll like them. But it's going to take a long time for us to be able to convince those people it's safe to vote Conservative again.
Kem, I think you would agree, if we're going to look at another chart here, you've just got such a big mountain to climb as the Conservatives. Look at this. In 2021, they had 40% of the vote in that set of elections. Right now, you've halved it, 20%. Reform 5 or 6 percentage points ahead of you. So I suppose my question for you is, I think voters don't really know what the ideological difference between Kemi Badenoch's Conservatives and Nigel Farage's Reform is. What are the differences? What do you look at them and say they're doing it wrong? Because I'm not quite sure.
Well, our policies will be deliverable. Will be realistic.
No. I asked about ideology. Ideology. What ideological differences do you have as a Conservative with Reform UK?
Well, I mean, the ideology is not dissimilar, you know, in terms of low taxation, low regulation, controlling our borders, safer streets. I can see why people think it's the same.
So it's that you've got the same set of promises, and yet you're 6
that's not true.
6 percentage points behind.
The promises are not the same. Reform are currently they're in their manifesto.
In their manifesto, what do you think they are doing wrong? What do you think they do wrong? What do you think their policies are that are wrong? Where do you think that ideology is different? So I'm hearing it's pretty similar.
Well, we didn't make £150 billion of spending promises in our manifesto without any means of recouping that cost of those spending promises. That's what I mean. That's entirely different. That's not sound money. And we've seen this happen before here, of course, when you made spending promises you can't deliver, and we made those mistakes, and that cost us a lot of trust with the electorate. We've also seen it happen in the US. You know, you've got to make sure you take the markets with you. Reform aren't doing that. They're making these kind of incredible pledges to cut taxes and massively increase spending. How do you deliver that? We will not make those irresponsible promises. We'll make sensible policies that we can fund. And of course, there are some things we both agree on, as I say, in terms of how we control migration. But simply saying policies like you're going to return the boats to France, when that's not possible, why would France take those people back? It's easy you stand on the sidelines. We're going to fix all this stuff. The reason it's not working is because all the other politicians, they lie, they cheat, all this nonsense. Every single politician I know who goes into politics does it for the right reasons, because they want to fix stuff. But simply saying you stand on the sidelines, everybody else is corrupt, we're great, we'll change everything.
But if you are right, why are voters still drifting away from your Conservative Party?
I don't agree they're drifting away. Let's see what happens tonight.
That Conservative figure is below where you were in the general election. It's half what you were in 2021. That's not moving towards you.
Listen, there's no doubt we have a lot of work to do. But I don't think they're drifting away. Some people have gone to reform already. I understand that.
Fairly clear.
But we will, over time, those people will come back to us. But it's going to take time. Nothing worth doing ever comes easy. We've got an awful lot of work to do. And that's about, as I say, there's two things. Policies that people believe we will deliver upon. And the trust in our leadership and the rest of the cabinet that these people think that these people are the right kind of people and the right calibre of people to actually put those things into practice.
OK, we're approaching the end of the hour. Let me just get a quick thought from each of you. Aisha, first of all.
Well, it's just, you know, interesting seeing how reform are becoming a big force in British politics. I think they're obviously still taking a huge amount of support away from the Conservatives. They're very much solidifying the damage they did to the Conservative Party at this set of general elections. But they're also, I mean, a few results are sort of popping up. They're also a threat to Labour as well. And I think what we are seeing is a real sense of dissatisfaction from the public with mainstream politics. And I think all the parties are going to have to really take that seriously.
I mean, that's right, Graham, isn't it? The voters seem particularly miserable and fed up.
I think that's true, but I think we've got very difficult times, it's not just in this country, difficult times across the world, and it's not unnatural that people are quite unhappy with the circumstances that are being faced. But I'm old enough to remember the SDP polling at 50% and then bombing at the general election that came afterwards, not breaking through, not breaking the mould of British politics. There's nothing new in this, and I think people also have to remember the worst job in British politics is being leader of the opposition.
Of course.
All you can do is keep on...
To be leader of the opposition in Scotland, that's actually the worst job.
Aisha, Graham and all...
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story. I'm ready. Are you? Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
Hello there, it's 1 o'clock. I'm Jonathan Samuels with the Sky News Vote 2025 special programme. Up for grabs, the parliamentary seat of Runcorn and Helsby after its Labour MP was jailed for assault. Also being contested, 23 councils across England plus 6 mayoralties. Pressure then on the Prime Minister as he faces his first real test at the polls since winning power. For Nigel Farage, a challenge to turn Reform UK's lead in the polls into electoral success. And by her own admission, a difficult night in prospect for Kemi Badenoch and the Conservatives. With us to help interpret the results, our expert panel. We're joined by the Labour peer Baroness Hazarika and the Tory peer Lord Brady. Also guiding us through the twists and turns of the night, our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. We'll be with you right through until 6 a.m. as we bring you all the results as they come in. Hello there, a very good morning. Thanks for joining us for this special programme. A by-election, 23 local council elections plus half a dozen mayoral elections are in prospect. And the big question, can Reform UK translate its lead in the opinion polls into electoral success? It is a headache for the Prime Minister as he faces his first real test at the ballots since the general election. Now, no election special programme is complete without a parliamentary by-election, and tonight is no different. Counting, as you can see, well underway now in Runcorn and Helsby. Up for grabs after the former Labour MP Mike Amesbury resigned after being found guilty of assault for repeatedly punching a man late at night. We're also live at counts across the country as we wait for those local election results and for the winners in those mayoral races. And we will, of course, bring you all the results live as they come in. You'll see them all instantly at the bottom of your screen. We'll speak to our correspondents on the ground, also to our expert panel in a moment. But first of all, let's get a sense of what we can expect with our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. And Sam, it really is going to be a night of firsts, isn't it?
And every indication, Jonathan, that we've had from our correspondents, from the intelligence that I'm gathering, is that the things that might make tonight dramatic look like they could happen. There's a by-election in Runcorn in the northwest. That could, we are hearing, go from Labour control, big Labour majority, to Reform. There are mayoralties that could fall to Reform for the first time, giving Reform UK, Nigel Farage's party, the first executive power, the first control. They'll be running things for the first time ever as a result of tonight. And then there are council elections, and we're going to be going into quite a lot of detail, looking at what those council elections tell us about British politics. Now, Jonathan, in just the first hour since we've been on air, actually there are 6 by-elections, council by-elections, the results of which we've got. So we've got already a little bit of results to show you. So I'm just going to talk you through this graph. We've got some kind of some of the by-elections were last up in 2022. Some of the by-elections were up in the councils were last contested in 2023. But I want you to look at one big thing. Whatever the type of seat, what you can see is that the light blue line is up. That's Reform UK up massively in the seats that were last contested in 2023, up quite a lot in 2022. And look at this. It's at the expense, it really is at the expense of both Labour and the Conservatives over there, more the Labour Party. And you can just see that we really do have this sense that at the last general election, Jonathan, what happened was Reform UK basically ate the Tories' homework. It ate into a lot of Tory votes, and that meant that Labour won a huge number of seats and got really a supermajority. But what's happening now, in just these 6 results, is we can see that Reform is up, but it's up at the expense of the Labour Party. And that means that Reform UK is doing, as of these very, very early results, something quite special. And that is why tonight is important. I would say the significance of this set of council elections and the by-election and the mayoralties is that it is showing indications, hard evidence that Reform UK can do what Nigel Farage has wanted to do for 2 decades and eat into the support for both of the main parties, providing a challenge that neither of the two biggest parties want to face.
Yeah, he said he wants to smash both parties, doesn't he? And early days, as you say, but perhaps we are getting that early indication of how things might play out. Talking of which, let's go to Widnes now, where the count is well underway for the Runcorn and Helsby by-election. Our chief political correspondent, of course, who else? John Craig is there for us. John, Labour had a huge majority, didn't they, in the general election? I think I'm right in saying the 49th safest seat for Labour, but as Sam was saying, all eyes now very much on Reform UK.
Well, a Labour source has just told us a few moments ago that the Labour piles and the Reform UK piles are not that different. I have to say, I've just been turning around and looking. There are some piles behind me that are noticeably quite high and quite a lot that are not so high. Now, whether those high ones are Reform and there's another high-ish pile that way, that might be the Labour pile. Anyway, it's a guessing game. It's always interesting to look at the piles, and certainly it looks as though it is very much two parties with high piles and others with very few. But we also heard earlier on that, first of all, we heard that the turnout here has been very high, 46.33%. That's the best turnout in a by-election since Tiverton and Honiton, or was it Honiton and Tiverton? I think it was Tiverton and Honiton, down in Devon anyway. When Neil Parish, you'll recall, got into a spot of bother over looking at some videos which he claims were a tractor catalogue or something like that. Anyway, he had to go. Lib Dems won that seat. Here, of course, another MP who had to go in disgrace, Mike Amesbury, convicted of assault, is the reason we are here tonight. And it is very much a battle between Nigel Farage's Reform UK and the Labour Party desperately trying to cling on. Now, another thing we've been told, not confirmed, but been told, is that Reform UK, which so often in by-elections have complained about the two big parties, Labour and the Conservatives, doing well with postal votes. We've heard that this time Reform UK's done well in the postal votes. They're often people cast their votes often 2, 3, 4 weeks before polling day. Now, the significance of that is probably because early on Reform had real momentum here. It's more recently that Labour have been mounting something of a fight back. But the betting here is that Reform UK will take this seat, but it could be close. I mean, one Reform UK source said to me a little earlier on this evening that it could be anything, perhaps 1,000 one way or the other. We'll get a better idea when we can see, when we can see that is not either the Labour candidate or the Reform UK candidate, I can tell you.
No, this is the most Labour Party candidate. No,
yes,
no.
all right. Go and tell me who's got the biggest piles over there, please. No, he's not going to. He's not going to. See, we ask anyone for help at these things. I've forgotten where I was now, but I was talking about turnout, I was talking about postal votes, and, of course, who's got the bigger piles. We think that Reform UK look as though they're going to win. You look at the body language of the Reform UK team, including their chairman, Mr. Zia Youssef, and then you look at some of they're all smiles, and then you look at some of the what, quite frankly, look quite dejected Labour figures. So. And it's also significant, of course, Mr Farage has been here 4 times, including today. Sir Keir Starmer has not been at all. There's no... we're told that the Labour whip, Sam Dixon, the Chester MP who's been running this campaign, is here. I have to say, I have not seen her. We are expecting Mr Farage, of course, if his candidate wins, to do a victory lap here. You could argue, of course, that this by-election, given the circumstances, was Reform's to lose. Well, the feeling here is that Reform are not going to lose. And as for the reasons, well, there was a high turnout in the by-election at Boris Johnson's old seat in Ruislip and Ruislip in West London, Uxbridge and Ruislip. That was the by-election when Labour were thwarted by the unpopularity of the ULEZ scheme, taxing diesel cars and so on. The Runcorn ULEZ, if I can call it that, I think has probably been the winter fuel payment cuts announced by Rachel Reeves last July, at the end of July, because people we've talked to here, especially older voters, furious about that. That has cost Labour dear, among other issues. All the signs are that Reform is going to do very well here. Mr Farage has predicted a very narrow victory, we're told, by a phrase that I'm not allowed to use on TV, but part of a gnat's anatomy, put it that way, a close victory. But we'll get it when we see the piles a bit more detail, when the large gentleman from the monster raving loony party is not blocking our vision of the ballot slip piles. We'll have a better idea who's going to win. But my hunch is it's going to be victory for you, for Reform UK. You talked about a headache, Jonathan, for Sir Keir Starmer. Well, defeat here will give Sir Keir a migraine, never mind a headache.
John, your friend's moved now, so you can have a look at those piles for us.
Ah. Yes, the guy in the red cap is from a party called, what's it called? The Constitutional Party.
It's the solution.
Yeah, OK. Yeah. One of the minor parties, let's say. I must admit, when I first saw those red caps towards the other end of the hall, I thought perhaps they were Donald Trump-style caps, Make America Great. But they're obviously modelled on that, just a different message, as you can see. 15 candidates here. But it's a two-horse race. It's either Labour or Reform UK. Tories out of it. Tories very thin on the ground, not done much campaigning according to the other parties here. I haven't seen a Conservative MP here. There are a few Tory activists here, but they're out of it. It's going to be a bad night for them as well. But I think at the end of the evening here, the story is going to be success for Reform UK. And obviously a lot of thinking for Labour to do, and I would say they need to think hard about that winter fuel allowance cut, because that has proved to be very damaging. You could argue that a lot of Labour's problems in the past 9-10 months are measures taken by Rachel Reeves, some of her other budget measures as well. So that's perhaps where Labour need to start their rethink of why they're doing so badly.
OK, John in Widnes, thank you very much. Very interesting, isn't it, this time of night where you're looking at the ballot papers, seeing who's got the biggest pile, looking at the body language as well. It's also fascinating. But one thing is for sure, it's a two-horse race in that by-election. We can go to Grimsby now, counting also underway there in the race to become the first mayor of Greater Lincolnshire. Reform UK's Andrea Jenkins is the front runner. Let's bring in our political correspondent, Serena Barker Singh, who's there for us. Serena, I'm right in thinking Andrea Jenkins used to be a Tory MP, didn't she, and defected?
Yes, she did, and that has been some of the criticism for some of the Reform candidates this time being former Conservatives. But no doubt that they are a big political force in UK politics and taking votes away from Tory voters now. But she also was a MP, as you say, so has huge voter recognition. What's been happening in the room recently, actually, there's just been a flurry of votes because we're getting some turnout of some of the areas in this race, some as low as 23% of people turning out, which is quite concerning, but that will trickle in through the night. But it's harder to see which piles are stacking up because it's just started. What is easier to see is to kind of take the temperature is really the mood in the room. You've got the Conservatives who say it's all to play for, but in hushed tones, having conversations. Reform, meanwhile, basically declaring that they've won this race already, very jubilant, celebrating already. It does seem like it's a straight fight between the Conservatives and the Reform Party, but this should be the Tory heartlands. This is where they did the best in 2021 in terms of council elections last time. They got over 50% of the vote share in 3 counties. Lincolnshire was one. So here, this should be really where they're doing well. That doesn't seem to be the case tonight. And speaking to the activists, they say there's tapping into this sense of disillusionment in politics, which sounds like it's happening all over the country. This idea of the winter fuel payments, welfare cuts, the big platform of change that Labour said they were bringing, whilst Grimsby does now have a Labour MP who is here tonight, Melanie On, she's in the back of the room. That platform of change doesn't seem to be resonating with voters, and now they're voting for another party, another change already, only a couple of months after the general election. For Reform, though, if they do win tonight, not only is that this big figure, Andrea Jenkins, as you mentioned, but it will not just be a symbolic win for them. It will also be the first chance they have of governing. They'll have a multi-million-pound budget as the mayor. They'll actually start to be able to govern, and voters will then be able to decide how to judge them, not just on what they say, but on what they do.
OK, fascinating stuff. Serena, for now, thank you very much. Let's turn our attention to Doncaster next. It's the only Labour-held council of the 23 that are up for grabs this morning, and it also has a Labour mayor trying to defend their position. We can go to Doncaster now, join our political correspondent Liz Bates. How are things looking where you are, Liz?
Well, we're still waiting for results to come in. We're still in the verification stage here, so quite a way off. But we have got a candidate to speak to us. Now, Nick Fletcher is the Conservative candidate here. He has a pretty good idea of how it feels to break through the Labour stronghold here, because he won as the MP in 2019 here, during that period under Boris Johnson and Brexit, when we saw the red wall fall. But he then did lose his seat at the general election as some of that Labour support came back. Let's speak to him now, because he has a really good sense, I think, of what's going on here tonight. Now, I know, Nick, that you are still hopeful that you could do well here tonight. It does seem like, from everything that people are telling us here, that this is a Labour Reform 2-horse race. Things have changed so much since 2019, and you made a breakthrough here. What's happened to the Conservative Party?
I mean, it's been a difficult time for it. Obviously, we lost in 2024. Labour come in and have been the most abysmal government that I believe this country's seen for such a long time. So people have lost faith in the two main parties at this moment. I think the Conservative Party has definitely got a lot of work to do, and maybe this was just a little bit too soon after the general election. But it's not over yet. I've had a fantastic time campaigning across my hometown, now home city, and yes, we'll see what happens when the results are announced.
And what about across the country? Because it does look tonight like there's going to be a bit of a collapse in the Conservative vote, in Conservative support. It is very soon after that general election campaign, but give us a bit of an assessment on what you think is going wrong with the Conservative Party. I
think in Doncaster, it's mainly been a collapse of the Labour Party that we've seen. In fact, what I've been witnessing tonight, that's what's been happening. But
why has Reform overtaken you here?
It's immigration. I'd say right from the start, it's immigration. People are upset with what happened, and I think our leader, she's taken that on board. She's admitted that there was failings there, and as I say, it's probably a little bit too soon for people to think, hang on, yes, maybe we want to put trust in the Conservative Party, but maybe not just yet. And we've obviously got quite a figure like Nigel Farage, who's obviously taken over the airwaves. I don't think he's done Doncaster any favours at all. I'm really, really deeply disappointed in Nigel Farage. Their choice of candidate is very, very inexperienced. And if he does win, that's going to be, it's not going to be a good for Doncaster at all. But same again, if the incumbent Labour mayor wins, Doncaster's been in decline now for the last 50 years really, but especially over the last 12 years. And I was hoping that with a fair wind that I might be able to put Doncaster back on the map again and turn its fortune around. But we shall see. I'm still hopeful.
OK. Can I ask you, we were just talking about Andrea Jenkins. She was a colleague of yours in the Conservative Party, chose to defect to Reform.
Yes.
Look, you have a real significant personal following here. Have you ever been approached by Reform? Did you ever think about it?
No, not officially. And obviously thinking about these things.
Unofficially? Few nudges, few winks?
Well, nothing there, no. I mean, I shared an office with Lee Anderson for 3 years, and obviously it was a friend of mine, but no, nothing like that. And in all fairness, it's not what I do. I'm a Conservative Party started me off in business 30 years ago. A Conservative Party gave me the opportunity to represent Doncaster in 2019, and I genuinely believe that I've made a huge influence in Doncaster. Labour have taken the vote for granted here for the last 50 years. They've had MPs who have not come from the area, who've taken the vote, gone and got themselves wonderful careers down in Westminster and left the people of Doncaster wanting. And sadly, I think if it does go that way, maybe the Reform candidate does win, unfortunately, we're just going to get the same again. Nigel Farage, in promising the earth, not been delivering, he'll be going straight back down to Westminster again, and Doncaster will be left with a mayor that's not really capable of doing the job, or is not really interested in doing the job. So hopefully I've managed to get through to the people of Doncaster. We've had a fantastic campaign. There's an awful lot of people doing an awful lot of hard work for me, and it has been a pleasure going around the place that I love, the place that I've lived, and seeing all the great people, and we have had a wonderful time. So just let's hope we break through.
OK, hanging on to a bit of hope. Do you think you can outperform expectations here?
Yes, I do.
You might split that vote, actually, with Reform and keep the Labour Party in here. How would you feel about that?
Well, I always think it's the other way around. I think it's always Reform that are splitting that vote. I mean, you've just got to remember that down in Westminster, Reform have got 4 MPs and Conservatives have got 121 MPs. So if I do end up winning, then it's going to be a lot better for me as a mayor candidate, having 121 MPs down in Westminster to battle away for me against this terrible government. And it is a terrible government. That's why you're seeing the collapse of Labour here tonight.
Nick Fletcher, thank you very much
Thank
for speaking to us tonight. Nick Fletcher still feeling hopeful. He does have a lot of personal support here, I think it's fair to say, but it does feel, speaking to everybody here, and they have been doing quite a lot of sampling now, looking at the votes as they've been coming in. So it's going to be a very, very close race, I think, between Labour and Reform here. Some of the activists here are already talking about a recount. That is how close it is, and we will bring you the results as soon as we get them.
A recount, wow. OK, Liz, thank you very much for the moment for that update. Of course, we're not going to know the full picture until probably around tea time tonight. It's a long process and many councils don't even start counting until around breakfast time. So it is a slow burn, but we can take a look at what we know so far. Our Deputy Political Editor Sam Coates is here in the studio. Hi, Sam.
So these are the councils, Jonathan, that we are looking at tonight. You can see them off, and many of them are in areas that we once called Tory shires, apart from Doncaster. This is the results show. So we've got some early results. Now, they're council by-elections, so they're not part of many of the big counts. They're dotted around the place, and they tell us quite a complicated story in some ways, but a very simple one in others. So these are the places, and I'll go through them in a second. This is who had the seat, and this is who's won the seat. So I'm going to start over here. Look, all sorts of seats that previously were controlled by Labour, the Conservatives, and you can see, look at them. Lots of the early council by-elections are going to Reform. So let's look at the places where that's happening. Come back over here. Now, the writing's quite small, so I'll go through it. Hartlepool. Now, that is a place that has historically caused neurosis for the Labour Party. 2021, they lost a by-election there. Keir Starmer nearly resigned. And that is a place where you see, as you can see over the other side, the Labour seat has gone to Reform. Harlow, one of those key swing areas in the UK. If we just pull out a bit so we can see the whole screen. There, Harlow, again, the Labour vote is going to Reform. So it's sort of a key heartland. Rochdale, you remember the explosive politics of Rochdale. Reform UK campaigning particularly on grooming gangs. Again, a Labour-controlled seat goes to Reform. What's interesting, actually, is you can see here, if we look at this list, there are more Labour seats that have gone Reform than Conservatives. Thurrock in Essex. Now, that is one where the Conservatives have lost to reform. But you can see the pattern. So actually, we've got a sense here from this list that Labour are facing a challenge from reform. Labour are also, if you look here, now this is in Lambeth, so in South London, the Labour seat has been taken by the Greens. So we've got a challenge, some would say, on the right of politics to the Labour Party, but you've also got a challenge on the left. So there are some interesting questions. Now, I want to sort of bring that all together, because you've got these by-election seats from all over the country, but let's turn it into a graph. Now, all the by-elections that we've had the results for that we can compare since 2023 are summarised here, and you could just see the overall picture. And frankly, it's a really simple graph to understand. You can see that the light blue line, which is reform in, I don't know, it's roughly half a dozen council by-elections, you can see the reform percentage of the vote, nearly 30%. 30% up, 30 percentage point up. And it's at the expense of the Conservatives and it's at the expense of the Labour Party. But look, we've been talking for ages about how the Tories lose out to reform. And indeed, this is a night where there are a lot of council seats in Tory areas. But it's Labour that actually are losing more of their vote, apparently, it would seem, going to reform. So I think there are actually some interesting questions for the Labour Party. You've seen a pivot in our politics this year, Downing Street trying to start to do things to appeal more to reform-leaning Labour voters. This suggests that actually that's quite a good strategy, because they are losing votes. It would appear, you never quite know, but it would appear from these numbers that Labour voters are starting to head towards reform. So there's the inkling of a really interesting pattern, Jonathan. And I think that what that tells us is that, yes, the Tories face pretty existential questions, but actually, Reform UK isn't just a party that appeals to voters on the right of British politics. They have a way of making inroads with the left. That's why tonight might actually tell us a lot about British politics and cause nervousness all across the political spectrum.
Yeah, really interesting. Thank you very much, Sam. Well, let's dive into that in a bit more detail with our expert panel, get their analysis. I'm delighted to say we're still joined by the Labour peer, Baroness Hazarika, and the Conservative peer, Lord Brady. Good to see you both. Good that you've got more coffee on the go. That's excellent. Aisha, what do you make of what Sam was saying there? It's interesting, isn't it, that council by-elections, the grassroots of politics, Labour seats are going to reform. Why is that happening? Why are voters going from one end of the spectrum to the other?
It's really interesting. I mean, I think a lot of people are very disillusioned with mainstream politics. They're very, very disillusioned with the Conservative Party. And I think a lot of people are wanting to see more change happen at a faster rate than it is with the Labour government. And you discussed that with Peter Kyle. But the one by-election result that I was really interested in as well, that Sam picked up, very close to where I live, actually, in South London, was the fact that the Labour Party, in a very die-hard Labour area, has lost a seat to the Greens. And I think we should keep an eye on that, because I think Labour are going to be fighting on a number of fronts. I think Sam is absolutely right to point out that right now reform is very, very significant for the Labour Party. Next year, when there are more elections, there'll be lots of council seats up in London. I know that many Labour activists are already thinking about the threats from the Green Party. Labour will be also facing the SNP in Scotland, Plaid Cymru in Wales as well. So Labour is going to have to, yes, think about these reform voters, but Labour can't sort of just forget about other voters from other parties as well, because this coalition that Labour won last year is quite a broad coalition as well. Yeah, it's interesting talking about the Greens. They're certainly riding a wave, aren't they, following on from their success in the general election. We're speaking to Carla Denyer in a few minutes. She's coming in, Green co-leader, so it'll be good to get her thoughts on all of that. Would you agree with what Aisha is saying, Graham, about voters simply thinking that change isn't happening quickly enough? They perhaps voted Labour because they were fed up with the Tories. They voted Labour because they felt that at least they were offering something new, even if there wasn't much detail there at the time. Now they're fed up and they're going to the latest new thing.
Of course, and there was a lot of frustration last year. I, of course, think one of the sad things about it is, and Peter Kyle was talking about 14 years of Tory chaos, actually, what the Labour Party tends to mean when they say that was the 49 days of Liz Truss's tenure as Prime Minister. And actually, when Rishi Sunak and Jeremy Hunt were in charge, things were stabilised, things were moving in the right direction. We had economic growth restored, we had inflation coming down strongly. All those things have gone backwards since Labour came in. So people were hoping, of course, for something better, but actually they've seen things get worse. And I think Aisha's obviously right that for Labour it's a challenge to face the threat from reform and a threat from quite hard left Greens, and where do they go to tackle both of those threats? It's also a very big challenge for reform, because if they start to see, and looking at the figures that Sam was bringing up on the chart there, if they start to see that the opportunities can come in far bigger numbers by going for Labour, what does that say about where they position themselves and what kind of messaging they put out? And we might just see another very interesting realignment in British politics as reform starts to gun more for the party that's in government than for the opposition.
I think the other thing as well is, look, I think there's no question that the story of these elections is going to be reform, but it is a slight double-edged sword, as Kevin was saying earlier. One of the sort of sweet spots that reform has been in is that they can be this, brilliant protest party. They can be the armchair general. They can say a plague on all your houses. They are going to win power for the first time, and that is going. And local government is hard at the moment. Local government budgets have been squeezed, and the test for reform is, can they be an anti-politics vote? And can they also show people that they can actually deliver when they have some kind of power?
OK. All right, listen, we'll leave it there for the moment. Thank you both very much. We are still waiting for the results of the by-election, of course. Counting still very much underway in Widnes. 46.3% the turnout in the Runcorn and Helsby by-election, as you can see on the bottom of your screen there. Our chief political correspondent, John Craig, is there. We'll be returning to him shortly, but right now we're going to take a break. Don't go away.
we've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story.
I'm ready. Are you?
Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
Hello again, you're with Sky News. You're watching our Vote 2025 election special. 23 councils, 6 mayoral elections, 1 by-election. There's plenty going on throughout the night. With us here in the studio throughout the night is our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. Good to see you, Sam. And there's lots of results coming in.
Yes, there are council by-elections, and they're telling a story that we didn't quite expect, that we weren't quite braced for tonight. Yes, Reform has been doing very, very well tonight. They seem to be eating the lunch of the 2 main parties. You can see, in fact, they even, you'll be interested to know, Jonathan won a couple of seats off the Liberal Democrats. And it's but mainly at the expense of the Labour Party and the Conservative Party. But the surprise so far is that the Labour Party are actually suffering more at the hands of Reform than Tories so far. Let's see whether that trend continues. It's quite an unusual spread of results that we've got so far. But the big question that I think that is now going to dominate Labour politics is, have they got the right strategy? Because I want you to just have a look at this. Here is where Reform is winning, and here and the Greens are winning, and Liberal Democrats, and here is where they're taking seats from. And what you can see is that just from these early results, there is quite clearly all over the country places where Labour is losing to Reform. So losing to a right-wing party. And if we're being honest, the Labour Party, number 10, have been trying to stem that flow for a lot of the years, with a lot of this year with the cuts to international development aid and other moves to try and appease Reform voters. Hasn't worked in some areas. But this is the interesting thing. At another part of the political spectrum, you can see Labour seats actually going to the Greens. Now, really crudely, that means that there is a challenge from people who perhaps are more to the left of British politics, abandoning the Labour Party and finding a political home somewhere else in the Green Party. And so the big challenge, what this tells us, is that Labour have a fundamental, arguably even an ideological problem that they're going to have to work through, which is they've got a challenge from voters who perhaps don't think that the Labour Party is they think is probably too progressive. And then there is a challenge from some voters who think that the Labour Party is not progressive enough and wanting something a bit more to the left, and they're turning to the Green Party for that. So you can see an attack on the Labour Party from both sides, people who don't think it's left-wing enough and think that it's too left-wing. And that is a really difficult challenge, I think, for the Labour Party to deal with, because if they move to just tackle Reform, then they'll lose voters to the Greens. If they try and hold that coalition that delivered them a landslide last time, Jonathan, then they're going to suffer at the hands of Reform. It's a really difficult question.
It is, but it's a good question, Sam, and luckily we have a Labour MP here to answer it.
Almost as if we planned it.
James Murray is with us in the studio, joining our panel. He's the Exchequer Secretary to the Treasury. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in at this early hour. What do you make of that, then, that basically Labour has an ideological problem, potentially, too progressive for some, not progressive enough for others, and they're turning to Reform?
Well, these are obviously very early results, so let's not draw too much into a few results at this early stage. And I think, you know, if you look at what happens historically in terms of local elections, particularly early in a new government, opposition parties, you know, tend to benefit at the expense of the government. You know, that's not a new phenomenon. I think what was quite interesting in that lineup that we just saw there from Sam is that there were no Conservative victories there. And actually, whilst the opposition, typically you'd expect opposition parties to benefit at the expense of the government, the Conservative Party are not capitalising on that. Again, these very early results, but in terms of the more general polling that we've heard and more general feelings that we've heard from people, people are focusing on the fact that Conservatives, you know, the leader may be a problem. They haven't really moved on since the general election.
They're very high base, though, aren't they? A really high base.
Well, but let's look at what the Conservatives have been doing in office, in opposition in the last few months. You know, they haven't really been offering a coherent narrative from Kemi Badenoch. There's been a lot of infighting and so on. And so if you would expect them to be capitalising on the natural kind of fact that opposition tends to do well in local elections, again, at the expense of the government, that's not what we're seeing here. And I would also add that, you know, personally, from my experience of knocking on doors today and in recent weeks and months, I definitely got the sense that people really want to see and feel that change that we talked about in the general election. And, you know, I've been explaining to people, you know, look, let me talk about what we've been doing in the first 9 months. And people say, yep, I hear you about the NHS waiting lists, the national minimum wage and the triple lock and so on, but I want more. And actually I say, yes, I do too. You know, we want to deliver more. We want to get on with it as well. We want to go further and faster to make sure people can feel that change. And that's the real feeling that a lot of us have through this election.
But in Runcorn, 49th safest seat, it looks like you could well lose that in an hour's time or so. And people there are saying the winter fuel allowance was a terrible decision. The cost of living crisis hasn't been solved. Immigration, they don't see any movement there in terms of fixing that.
Well, we want to see immigration come down. You know, we want to make sure we've got more money in people's pockets. We can point to what we've done in the first 9 months in terms of increasing the national minimum wage, in terms of what we're starting to do in terms of the boats, all the stuff we're starting now in the first 9 months. But I think there is a really big feeling amongst people I've been speaking to that, you know, yes, we can see evidence of what you've been doing the first 9 months, but we want more. And actually, that's where we as politicians and voters have the same feeling, because we both want more. You know, we want to deliver more as well, and we want to get on and meet those manifesto pledges that we were elected on last year.
What do you make of that, Graham?
Well, I have to say, illegal immigration has gone up, not down, since the last general election. So I think that's one of the reasons, this huge disappointment. Of course, my party failed in government to tackle that problem. There's no question about that. The Labour Party was promising something radically different and promising they were going to tackle this very quickly. It was a little bit like Donald Trump saying he'd end the Ukraine war in his first day. Actually, the delivery hasn't been there. It's gone backwards, as it has with inflation, as it has with unemployment and the number of jobs available in the economy. Business confidence has suffered. People are feeling that things are getting worse rather than better. So, you know, I think...
I can't agree with a lot of...
Seems to be what the results are.
You know, what's just been said there. And I think you've got to remember the context in which we took office, where, you know, we inherited the public finances in a mess. We inherited public services on their knees. We had to take action to fix the public finances and to make sure that we can invest in public services to lay the foundations for growth.
The economy is not in a great place.
Well, if you look at what happened at the spring statement, so the most recent statement the Chancellor made in March, the Office of Budget Responsibility, the independent OBR, said that the reforms that we've been making to planning, for instance, are now going to create growth. They are going to build out hundreds of thousands of homes. They are going to boost the economy. They're saying, look, our plan, what we're doing in terms of reforming the way the economy is working, is going in the right direction. And, you know, I just don't think, and actually this is something that came up several times for me on the doorstep today when I was talking to people, when I said to people, so did you think that we were going to make all the changes we promised in the first 9 months? And they said, of course not. You know, you need time to make change. I understand that. And actually, that's where I think we are politically. We've got to start in the first 9 months, but we have a lot more to do over the course of this Parliament.
Well, look, I think we shouldn't have collective amnesia about what happened at the last general election. I mean, the country was clearly very, very disappointed at the way things were going, having had 14 years of God. I'm sure, you know, Graham would agree, and we heard from Kevin and others. So Labour, it is absolutely true that Labour inherited a very, very difficult set of circumstances. It's very difficult to turn that around in a short period of time. But I think, you know, time is ticking on for the Labour Party. You know, we've got these important elections next year. There will be big elections in Scotland and Wales. As a Scot, it's very important. You know, Labour will be hoping that Anna Sarwar will become the First Minister. Labour will be hoping to retain power in Wales. We are pitch rolling towards the next general election. I know a lot can happen between now and then, but I think what these elections, no party should just learn the wrong set of lessons from what you can't extrapolate from one round of local elections like the big lesson for the next general election. But the one thing I would say is that this has got to be a wake-up call for the threat of reform. And I think for the new Labour government, they really have to crack on with delivery and the communication of so people start to feel it. But I'm sure you...
Well, I mean, James Murray, that's probably a good question, isn't it? Are you now more worried about reform than you are about the Conservatives?
Well, I think what's occupying all of my thoughts is about delivery. You know, and that's actually, you know, as we've been talking about here, it is about making that difference to people's lives that they can actually feel, and they can say, yes, I've got more money in my pockets, you know, I feel confident immigration is coming down, I feel better when I go to the doctor in the NHS. And we can point to stuff that we've done the first 9 months, which is making, you know, really important moves in that direction. National minimum wage going up, NHS waiting list down 6 months in a row, triple lock, putting more money in pensioners' pockets. You know, all good stuff that's moving in exactly the right direction. But we need to be really straight up with people and say, look, there's a lot more to do. And actually, that's where I said, you know, I had this, you know, very clear kind of almost connection with people on doorstep when they say, we just want more. And I'm like, yeah, we do too.
OK, all right, we will leave it there. James Murray, thank you very much for coming in. I appreciate your time. Thank you to our panellists. We'll speak to you again shortly. You can see on screen, counting still very much underway at the Doncaster, we can see there, also at Grimsby as well. We're keeping an eye across the country as those results start to trickle in. You're watching the Sky News Vote 2025 special. Coming up, I'll be speaking to Carla Denyer, Green co-leader, and also we'll be returning to Widnes there, as you can see, where the Helsby and Runcorn by-election is taking place. Probably going to get a result from there at around about 3 o'clock this morning. Do stay with us.
Gives you the very best of Sky News wherever you are. Breaking news, videos, analysis, up at 6%. Podcasts, watching us live.
Joins us live.
All in one place, and all at just the touch of a screen. The Sky News app. Get the full story first.
Mayhem in the Middle East, rippling in America's West.
Get back! Get back!
The resolve of these protesters is now being seriously tested. I saw police being forced or pushing young men and women to the ground as they made almost 100 arrests.
None of this is a peaceful protest.
I'm Martha Kellner and I'm Sky's US correspondent based here in Los Angeles. How are you feeling?
I am angry. It is an anti-woman agenda.
Will the cold affect your voters?
Well, we have a lot of tremendous support, but it's nasty out there.
Anybody else?
Should the Defence Secretary and the Vice...
Wait, what country are you
from? From the UK.
Okay, we don't give a crap about your opinion and your reporting. Why don't you go back to your country where you have a major migrant problem?
President Biden, do you trust President Xi? President Biden says that this meeting went well. He said real progress was made on a whole host of issues. Will your candidates win?
I hope so. I think they will. I think they're great candidates.
There's no doubt that Kamala Harris and her team are harnessing the power of social media. Do you think Kamala is brat?
Kamala's brat.
Are you scared?
Yeah, we were scared. It was terrible. Strong wind, building tearing down.
As them say, God works, so we can't do nothing.
The people here know that worse storms may well be on their way. Sky News, get the full story first. Free wherever you get your news. Ghislaine Maxwell has pleaded not guilty to all 6 charges against her. Mum, how are you feeling today?
Jeffrey said, you answer to Ghislaine, you just don't cross her.
A show of military might and menace. Why should the West trust you?
Frankly, I don't care whether the West trusts us or not.
Sky News. Get the full story first. Have a quick word for Sky News. Is the West right? Are you fueling Russia's war machine? American journalist Evan Gershkovich is on trial here, but was first on display. I'm Ivor Bennett, Sky's Moscow correspondent.
We arrive. A secret hospital hidden in the Myanmar jungle, treating the victims of this bloody war. This is Myanmar today. Its military rulers don't want the world to see, but we have.
I fight for my own future. I fight for my generation's futures.
This is an actual crime.
They don't care for that.
Myanmar army is only a couple of kilometers away. So this is a major humanitarian disaster.
Hello there, a very good morning. Thanks very much for joining us for this local election special. We're waiting for the results of the by-election, also for the results of those mayoral contests as well. But some results are trickling in from council elections, and we can take a look at what we know so far with our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. Sam.
Thank you, Jonathan. Yeah, it's not many. It's only a handful of council by-elections around the country, so you can't take these things too seriously, but everyone's tuned in for a results show, so we might as well give it a go. Let's look at the big picture of what's going on here. And you can see a pretty straightforward story, if we're being honest. Reform up a large amount. This is the Greens are in this, in others. They're sort of pretty static. But let's look at who's losing out here. It is both of the two main parties. The Conservatives are down 10 points, but look at this: Labour down 16. Labour down 16 percentage points, and let me just stop them calling me. Down 60%. So Labour actually losing out more to Reform than the Conservative Party. Now, it's a weird spread of by-elections that we've got the results for so far. So look at this. In all sorts of parts of the country, Labour are losing directly to Reform. So places like Hartlepool, so that's up in the northeast. Labour had a shocker there in 2021 with the by-election. Now they're losing to Reform. In Harlow, so this is home counties territory, so they're also losing to Reform. And in Rochdale, they are losing to Reform as well, where there was a big campaign about grooming gangs. Tories losing in Essex, and then quite a lot in Norfolk. So clearly a big challenge for Reform, for Labour from Reform there. But look at this. You've also got the Greens keeping seats in Norfolk and Norwich, but also picking up a seat in Lambeth, South London place. It's one of the great bastions of Labour politics, this Lambeth. Long time, I think it was Steve Reed, the cabinet member, who was the head of Lambeth Council. Now, what's happened to the Herne Hill ward in Lambeth? It's gone green. And what does that tell us? That tells us that there is a threat. There's a threat to Labour. Now, a lot of people would say, and it'd be interesting to see whether the Green Party co-leader, Carla Denny, who we'll talk to in a moment, agrees with this, that what Reform represents for Labour is a challenge from the left. So Reform is challenging Labour from the right, but the Greens are challenging them from the left. How does Labour cope having to face two ways, Jonathan? I think that's the big question that we are starting to get a sense is what voters are telling us tonight. OK,
Sam, thank you very much. And as Sam was saying, we do have the co-leader of the Green Party, Carla Denny, here in the studio with us. Nice to see you. What do you make of what Sam was saying?
Well, I think Sam's right. And unfortunately, it seems that the Labour Party think that the best way of hanging on to voters who are feeling very disappointed with the Labour government's performance so far is to ape Reform, which is clearly not working for hanging on to those voters, and it's losing them voters that have progressive values, who are realising that it's the Green Party who is sticking consistently with our progressive values, and so voters in places like Lambeth, and we saw this last year in Bristol, where Bristolians elected their first Green MP in me, and also elected for Greens to run the council. And that's a pattern that we've been seeing. It's, to be honest, it's not new. You know, it's over the last few years we've seen a lot of lifelong Labour voters voting Green for the first time and getting Greens elected, being pleased with the results, and then voting for more of the same.
What are you hoping to see then over the next 24 hours? I mean, do you think you'll take the West of England mayor, for example?
That one is far too close to call. That is a five-way race. I've seen, I don't know how many polls there have been now, but they've predicted pretty much virtually all the orders that could exist. So I'm definitely not calling that one. But yeah, if that covers much more than just my city of Bristol. It covers Bath, North East Somerset and South Gloucestershire as well. So quite a politically diverse area. But if the Greens get a respectable runner-up slot, I think that even that'll show a huge amount of progress in terms of level of support for the Greens across the country. The context for these local elections for us is that the Greens are already the only party in the UK to have increased our number of councillors every single year for the last 7 years. Every other party's wavered. And I'm pretty confident that by the end of this weekend, it'll be 8 in a row.
How do you keep the momentum going from that election, general election success? How do you make sure that you really forge ahead now?
Well, we we were quite public about our number of targets in the general election. We said we were aiming to get 4 MPs elected, and we achieved that. What we didn't expect, to be perfectly honest with you, is that we would come second in an additional 40 constituencies. That is much better than I could have dreamt of, and it shows that that there is a lot more enthusiasm for getting more Greens elected at all levels of government. So I certainly don't see the level we're at now as the ceiling on our ambition. And I think that there's a lot of people who are feeling angry with the Conservatives after the last 14 years, but let down by the Labour Party, who stood on a platform of change, but since they got in, have been really tinkering around the edges a bit.
Well, they're certainly backtracking, aren't they, on elements of net zero, for example, and the public seems to agree with that. How worried are you about that, and how damaging could that be to your vote?
Well, that's interesting that you've said the public agree with that. What are you basing that on? Because I've seen polling that says quite the opposite.
Well, the public, I think, are more worried about the economy, they're worried about the cost of living, than they are about having electric cars that are too expensive or solar panels. They need the cash in their pocket sorted out before anything else. They're worried about immigration.
Well, that's an interesting framing, because there was research out last week that showed both globally and in the UK, an enormous majority of people that wanted the government to go faster on climate. Globally, the number was 89%, and it was a very high majority in virtually every country in the world. And I think most Brits are very concerned about climate change, and they understand that many of the measures that will reduce our carbon emissions will also reduce our costs, because, for example, if you insulate your home, then you're spending less on your heating bills. So there are so many of those policies that are a win-win-win. You talked about electric vehicles. The government delayed its timetable for electric vehicle rollout. That isn't good for either our local economy or for people's cost of living.
Okay.
Because the faster the rollout, the more affordable they become.
We've got to go to a break. It's the end of the hour, but we appreciate you coming in. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story.
I'm ready. Are you?
Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
Hello, very good morning. Welcome back to the Sky News Vote 2025 special programme. A by-election, 23 local council elections, plus half a dozen mayoral elections are in prospect. The big question this morning, can Reform UK translate its lead in the opinion polls into electoral success? It is a headache for the Prime Minister as he faces his first real test at the ballots since the general election. Well, let's bring in our political correspondent, Serena Barker-Singh, who is in Grimsby for us, a new mayoralty then. And as I can see, you've got Richard Tice from the Reform Party with you.
Yeah, we're still at the count. We're with the Deputy Leader of Reform UK, Richard Tice. How's it looking tonight?
Very good evening or good morning. And yes, for Reform, this is looking like a very, very encouraging night. Across the board, actually, we're hearing some outstanding results. We're taking by-elections up and down the country, including in Hartlepool, a traditional Labour heartland, a great favourite of mine. Amazing results. And so far, I think we've taken more seats from Labour than we have from the Conservatives. But here in Lincolnshire, Reform is absolutely smashing it. We are parking the Reform tanks on the traditional Tory lawns of Lincolnshire. I'm absolutely confident that Andrew Jenkins has convincingly won the mayoral, and things are looking very, very good on the county council results from everything we're seeing so far and hearing, and from some fairly gloomy faces from the other side. So, yeah, at the moment, this looks very encouraging indeed. And it's fascinating that we're taking so many votes from Labour in their traditional heartlands, as well as taking votes from the Conservatives here in Lincolnshire.
So you're essentially calling the seat tonight to Andrea Jenkins. You think she will win this race?
There's no doubt in my mind. I think Andrea Jenkins has won this race in Lincolnshire and in Greater Lincolnshire for the mayoral. And I think we're going to have a very, very good night in terms of the county council. When you think we're coming literally from a standing start, and we are, yeah.
But that means that you can only go up in terms of seats. That means,
Yes, but I don't think anybody thought that we could do as well as we're potentially doing. So, look, so far so good. There's still some more counting to go, but everything we're hearing from all over Lincolnshire and indeed elsewhere, obviously we've got the parliamentary by-election. I think that's very, very close, nip and tuck, way too close to call. But even that. I mean, just if we won Runcorn, that's the equivalent of winning Hackney South, currently occupied by Diane Abbott in terms of majority. So the seismic shift going on tonight in British politics, where Reform is taking huge chunks of votes and seats from both the two main parties.
Yeah, you said from Labour, but this is also, the Greater County is also a Tory heartland. You're essentially taking massive votes, big chunks out of the Conservatives.
Absolutely.
What should be safe?
I think we're taking big chunks out of both of them, and big chunks out of Labour. The idea that we could win potentially Runcorn or get very close, I mean, it sort of just shouldn't feature on the map, the 16th safest Labour seat. Equally, the idea that we could potentially control the council here in Lincolnshire from a standing start in an absolute heartland of traditional Tory shires is remarkable.
Traditional Tory shires, though, because your candidate is a former Conservative, right? So essentially, is that you're just transferring votes?
Well, at the end of the day, that's the joy of democracy, isn't it? If people let voters down, if you make people poorer, if you ignore them, if you betray them on things like immigration, if you come up with daft policies like net stupid zero, then don't be surprised when voters get poorer and they see their quality of life reduced, they say, actually, I'm going for these new guys who've been around the block, and they tell it as it is. So I think there is a seismic shift, and it's very exciting.
But do you think that's all it is? Do you think it's a protest vote? They just want change. They want something different, and you are that party.
We're the party of common sense, and we've got.
But you also have never governed. You're ungovernable. You don't have. Sorry.
No, but isn't that the point?
You've never governed before, so you don't have a record for people to vote to judge you on.
Which is why it's even more remarkable that people are placing their trust, their faith, their goodwill, and their hopes in us. And yes, obviously we're going to have a lot to live up to, but my goodness me, we're up for the challenge, and sometimes we're just going to tell it as it is, and some of it will be difficult. And do you know what? The some of the main parties in the establishment, they're not going to like what we tell them when we lift the lid on some of the spending, the waste, the incompetence, the dodgy contracts that have gone on up and down the country. We're going to expose it, we're going to call it out, and if it's unsustainable, we're just going to have to let people know. We cannot, as a nation, in our councils or across the country, keep spending more than we're earning and think this is going to end well. It's not.
You say about cutting waste. One of the things Andrew Jenkins said she wants to set up is a Doge, a similar style to Trump's administration. But if you're setting up a new authority, what are you going to cut?
Well, I mean, obviously, a mayoral, it's a new mayoral. It comes with a budget, but...
So where's the waste?
Well, hang on. The waste that she's referring to is the waste of spending across the whole county council. The joy of potentially winning the mayoral, the potentially control of the council and having a well-known MP in this county means that we can really get to grips with what we think is significant wasteful spending. And we've just got to do that because it's what I call almost the sort of the SAS approach to things. We've got to save a load of money, we've got to audit the finances, and then we've got to sort things out. And I do think that across the country, we're going to have to tell some uncomfortable truths to the British people about where money's being wasted. And some of this stuff is just unsustainable. And there's no doubt in my mind that governments over the last 15 to 20 years have put increasing obligations on councils without essentially properly funding them. Waste has gone everywhere, and you've got dozens and dozens of councils on the brink of bankruptcy.
Well, it looks like you're going to have a fairly good night tonight just from the results that are coming in. What's more rewarding for reform, taking seats from Labour or the Conservatives?
Oh, I think taking seats from Labour. We're the party of the workers now. You look at what we did nearby in Scunthorpe, saving British Steel. That was thanks to Nigel and I, literally calling it.
How is it related to you? Wasn't the government stepping in?
No, the government, they were for it because we stood there on that Tuesday. We said there's 3 days to save British Steel. And sure enough, they recalled Parliament on the third day, and we sat on the Saturday. And we said, you've got to nationalise British Steel. We've got to create a long-term investment plan. And look, if they do it properly, and I'm here to help, I've got my own expert advising me. If we do these things properly, then actually we can get the best of all worlds. And
how does nationalisation fit with sort of free markets, deregulation?
Hey, maybe actually you can get the best of both worlds. Maybe you could have part public ownership, part long-term patient capital from British pension funds on behalf of British pensioners, and some top-quality private sector management, some of the best in the business from around the world, and you can get a win-win, whether it's in steel, whether it's in water. This is the new way that I think we've got to do things.
Is it consistent policy? Is it coherent?
Hey, listen, we know everything else has failed. The country is nearly bankrupt. Because you've got smart business people coming in and saying we've got new ideas, and actually, do you know what? Joint ventures where you've got part public ownership, part private sector management, part long-term patient capital. I think that's the sort of new way that we need to look at. I was calling for this in British Steel 6 years ago with Nigel. We said, don't sell it to the Chinese. But the Tories ignored our excellent advice, and sure enough, the Chinese trashed it. And we think there's the opportunity to restore it. Well,
back to local.
But this is local because Scunthorpe is literally just down the road here in North Lincolnshire, and it's critical. We've got gas fields that have been discovered in Lincolnshire. Shale gas, drill Lincolnshire, drill in the same way that we should drill, baby, drill. You know, it's madness. We've got one of the bosses in Norway saying they would never abandon all their oil and gas fields like the UK has under Ed Miliband's ludicrous net zero plans, which of course were started by the Tories. So this is the opportunity. If we want to create some wealth, make people better off, we've got to change course rapidly.
And what about, just bringing it back to tonight, obviously the by-election for a different kind of seat to be an MP in Runcorn. Do you think you'll win that?
I think it's really, really close. Obviously I'm hearing some encouraging noises, but I've been here before. I've lost a by-election in Peterborough by about 650 votes, I think it was, back in 2019. So these things can get very close, and votes, suddenly there's another pile that suddenly pops up, and oh no. So let's wait and see. I think that's very close. But I mean, we've run an amazing campaign, and I just repeat the point. The fact that we are even close in a two-horse race in one of the safest Labour seats in the country shows what a terrible job this Labour government has done in just the 9 or 10 months that they've been in charge.
Right, well, we'll see the results later tonight. And we'll get those results, I think, coming in a couple of hours' time for the Greater Lincolnshire mayoral race.
OK, Serena, thank you very much. Well, counting is still underway where Serena is in Grimsby, as you can see. We're expecting a result probably around 3:30, but you heard him first on Sky News. Richard Tice, Deputy Leader of Reform, you can see it at the bottom of your screen there, saying he is confident we have won Greater Lincolnshire, one of 2 new mayoral positions that are being contested for the first time this year. A huge test for the Tories against Reform. But he is saying Reform is smashing it. We're parking our tanks on Tory lawns. And he is calling it for Reform's Andrea Jenkins, who, of course, used to be a Tory MP until she defected. A 2-horse race there for the Greater Lincolnshire mayor. He was also asked by Serena about the by-election in Runcorn. Not quite as confident, saying at the moment that is too close to call. We'll get the thoughts of Sam Coates on that in a moment. But first, Sam, you've got some breaking news about the by-election.
Yeah, no, I can tell you, Jonathan, why Richard Tice's tone is just a little bit less confident than some of those I was hearing from Reform earlier in the evening. And that's because I'm getting very senior Labour sources who are messaging me, and I'm just going to read it to you. They say it's tight but encouraging. So for the first time this evening, we've actually got a little bit of shift where Labour are starting to sound just a little bit more optimistic that by-election, that huge majority that they have, maybe they're going to hang on against that Reform threat.
OK, all right. Well, why don't we see if we can go to... I'll tell you what, Sam, just before we do that, just tell me about that news from Richard Tice. I just want to get your thoughts on that as well, because that's quite a big call to make, isn't it, this early on?
It is. Look, Andrea Jenkins is actually a very prominent figure in our politics. And what Richard Tice, the Deputy Leader of Reform, has just done is effectively say she's on course to win this new Metro Mayor. Now, you'll know Andy Burnham, you know figures like all over the country, these new powerful mayoralties. They've basically created another one in that part of the country. And we have essentially Reform calling it for Andrea Jenkins. Now, the politics of that is it was a straight fight, really, between the Conservatives and Reform UK. At the general election, Reform UK won some seats, but the Tories did well in that area. They were roughly 5 percentage points all across the area ahead of Labour. So this should be a Tory stronghold. It looks as if Reform have eaten into their vote. So it'll be an area that suggests that the Tory threat from Reform is still strong. So a big problem for Kevin Badenoch.
Brilliant. Sam, thank you very much. As promised, let's go to John Craig then, who's in Widnes, where the count is taking place for the Runcorn and Helsby by-election. Lots happening, isn't there? It's worth staying up for. I'm sure you will agree. John, we're hearing from Sam. His sources in Downing Street are saying that they are... Well, they're feeling a little bit more confident, perhaps, than they were, that they've held on. I mean, is that the sense you're getting on the ground?
Yes, that is reflected here too. Our Reform UK, who were confident a few hours ago, starting to have a wobble. We were hoping to talk to Zia Youssef, the chairman of Reform UK. I can't see him in the room now. Perhaps he is here. But if I just step aside slightly, behind me now you can see all the piles, which are pretty well established now, and most of the counting on these tables just behind me is done now. And I can tell you, the table immediately behind me, there's a big pile on the left, which is Sarah Pochin, the Reform UK candidate. But just behind one of the ladies in the orange jackets is a big, looks like a big pile too, for Karen Shaw, the Labour candidate. And the same is true, the table just that side of me. So, yes, I mean, Labour have been saying that the piles are fairly similar in size, but the signs are... I mean, I've been at by-elections before where at midnight one party looks as though they're going to win and then it changes. I remember the most dramatic of those was when George Galloway won in Bradford, when Labour thought they were home and dry, and George Galloway won, as it turned out. But yes, it's getting very tense here. I said it was tense early on, but it now does look as though perhaps Reform are not may not have the result, the victory that they hoped for, because certainly the piles look pretty similar in size, the Labour piles and the Reform UK piles. And the fact that Mr Yousaf has gone all shy on us in the last 20 minutes, half an hour or so, suggests that perhaps there are some wobbles in the Reform UK camp. Now, to be fair, they have said that they're not going to call it, that it would be close, perhaps 1,000 votes. But some Reform UK sources were telling Sky News earlier on this evening they were confident they were going to edge it, as they put it. Now, that may well still happen, but it's not looking quite so likely as it was. Who knows, we might be in for some of those recounts we enjoy so much at by-election counts. But at the moment it's very tense. We're not sure who's won. Reform obviously started this by-election as favourites. Labour have fought back. We did hear that Reform UK had done well in postal votes. Obviously they were all cast a few weeks ago. But just looking at the piles, unscientific I know, but they look pretty even. So we could be in for a nail-biter here.
OK, John, I'm not sure we all agree recounts, perhaps as much as you do, but we shall see. John, thank you very much for the moment. Let's talk about Doncaster now. It's the only Labour-held council of the 23 up for grabs this morning. It also has a Labour mayor trying to defend their position, been in post since 2013. Let's go to Doncaster, join our political correspondent, Liz Bates. Liz, a huge amount at stake, and we are hearing this news that perhaps Labour not as hopeful, not as concerned as they were about Reform taking that by-election in Runcorn. What's the situation where you are?
Well, there's still a lot of concern here, but we are slightly behind when it comes to counting. We have now got to that place where we can see some of the ballot papers piling up, so we'll be keeping a close eye on them. We've also had news of the turnout here, 32%. That is a little higher, I think, than we were expecting. That could be good news for Reform. We do have a Labour representative here to speak to us, a Labour MP from here in Doncaster, Lee Pitcher. Now, he was elected, you were elected, Lee, I should say, you're standing right in front of me, in this time round, 2024, correct. The last general election. You just came in on that big wave of Labour support. What has changed in just 10 months that we're now in traditional Labour territory and you just don't know whether you're going to win or not tonight?
Well, we absolutely don't know what the result is yet, but it is very, very tight. And yes, there's been a change nationally, but, you know, it's been a challenging time. We were a new government. There's been 14 years of lots of, to be honest, dismay, and we've had to come in, we've had to grab it, and we've had to start to make that change, and that means we've had to make some really difficult decisions. So, yeah, of course, at the moment, it can feel really difficult. I've been on the doors today, you know, and there's a real mixture. There's a mixture. Lots of very, very positive people, fully behind Labour, but of course there are people that are still a little bit concerned as well, and I suppose we're seeing that in that tightness today.
Why is there so much disillusionment among Labour voters, people who voted for you just 10 months ago and now are staying at home or maybe switching their vote in this area to Reform and in lots of other areas of the country? What's happened?
So, as I say, lots of hard decisions. You have to make that when you first come in as a government. We need to make sure that our country
and some bad decisions, do you think, on the winter fuel payment, things like that?
Well, you know, I've heard about winter fuel quite a number of times when I've been on the doorstep, and of course that is a concern to people. But at the same time, we do need to make sure that we set that financial stability that we need so desperately in this country to be able to do all those amazing things that we want to do. You know, I'm seeing when I'm out, you know, I've probably seen a dozen or so schools since I've been a member of Parliament. Those schools, you know, many of them are just like absolutely crumbling. I've been to the hospital, the ceilings are falling down. We cannot go on like that. So we have to make those tough decisions. And that is hard. I know people are feeling that. I've heard people are feeling that, but at the same time, people have put their faith in Labour, and they've put their faith in Labour because they know that we'll make those tough decisions, but they know that those decisions will come good for them in the future.
Why are people moving towards reform? What is it? Can you learn anything from reform? Because they are having a real moment in British politics, aren't they? And they seem to have a broad appeal. What is it that you think is appealing to voters?
Do you know what? I can't answer that from a Labour Party point of view. All I can say is that...
Is it immigration, though? Is that
so
what you hear?
When immigration comes up, of course it comes up. But at the same time, what I don't hear a lot is what Labour are doing about immigration on the TV. So when I watch the TV, I know for a fact when I sit in Parliament, I've heard what Yvette's doing. I know that from a legal immigration point of view, which is what we really need to focus on, 26,000 people, illegal immigrants, have already been deported since Labour's been in power. That's significant more than, you know, in the last sort of like decade or so. We've put the border control in place. We are starting to tackle those gangs. We are talking to countries that at the moment some of those people who are moving across the channel are actually moving through their countries, and we're halting that by working with the countries that we need to do that with. So yes, it comes up, but actually we're doing so much about it, and I just want to get that message across that we know it's important, we know that we want to do something about it, and we absolutely are.
Okay. And what about your leader? Because I think even coming up to the general election, I think there were some questions over whether Keir Starmer had a kind of an appeal to voters. A lot of messages from the people on the doorstep and campaigners. People are saying to me, he's still unpopular, maybe even more unpopular, even among Labour supporters. What do you think about that?
So I've seen Keir in action.
You must hear it, though.
I do hear it. You know, I've heard, well, do I hear that? No. I hear a lot more about the airport than I do about Keir Starmer.
That's a big issue here as well, isn't it?
It's a massive issue. And, you know, getting that airport back open for all of those, I reckon 99% of people that I talk to, and the airport sits in my constituency, so of course I'm going to be massively excited about getting it open. They want that airport open. They want it open because it has a historic kind of, I guess, feel to it. It has a place in people's hearts locally. You know, their fathers, their mothers, their grandfathers have worked at that place when it was RAF Finningley. You know, there's 5,000 jobs at stake when for that airport. That's why we need it open. 6,500 additional jobs indirectly, and it brings around about £5 billion to our economy locally. And my word, do we want to make sure that our areas where we've got children, some of those children living in poverty because of what's happened over the last 14 years, a lot of children actually, we want to give them hope and aspiration, and there's jobs there for them at that airport. So we absolutely need to get it open. And the Labour government, you know, working with Mayor Ros, who we're here for today, and the counts are going on behind us, you know, we absolutely need her back in leading that council and making sure that airport gets back open.
OK. And your prediction for tonight, is it a bit of a nail-biter here? It's going to be close?
Do you know what? At any count, I'm biting my nails. I don't think they've gone back from the last time, actually. So, but yeah, it's going to be close. But Ros, I have absolute faith in her.
Okay.
Yep.
Lee Pitcher, thank you
very
much for speaking to us. It is going to be close here. I think that is pretty much nailed on at this point. The question is, who is going to hang on here? It would be a really good night for reform if they could take the mayoralty and take control of the Labour Council here. It would be a good night for Labour, to be perfectly honest, if they just hang on here. And we are starting to see the counts. We're starting to see those ballot papers piling up. So we're going to get a really good sense in the next half an hour, the next few hours, of what is happening here in Doncaster and what it means for British politics.
OK, lots to play for. Liz in Doncaster, thank you very much. Well, at the bottom of your screen, you can see that North Tyneside mayoral result is due shortly. A Labour heartland, of course, in the North East. The party's candidate, Karen Clark, favourite to win there. And Sam Coates has an update for us. Sam.
I can tell you now, having talked to both Labour and Reform, that this is going to stay a Labour mayoralty. Reform say that they have lost by 444 votes. Labour say that they have clung on. So we can tell you that, I think, for pretty much high degree of certainty that Labour have won. The Reform UK say that it was the sixth of their six mayoralty target, so they're playing down this, but I think that's an important moment. We've got a lot of results for you, Jonathan. If I could take you through where we are at this hour. It's a selection of council by-elections around the country. And look at this. What you're seeing, one of the big patterns, the first big pattern we're seeing is that Labour seats from the northeast, also that we've just been talking about, to Harlow, to Rochdale, are all going Reform. Interesting fact from Graham Brady, Lord Brady, who's with us here tonight, that in Harlow, in that by-election, Labour went from first to third. So a big challenge and Reform the beneficiaries. But also, you can see here in Labour strongholds like Lambeth in South London, challenge from the left, from the Greens. They've taken that seat as well. Look at the overall picture that we know about at this point. Reform are the big winners, almost 30% change in the share of the vote, 30 percentage points at the expense of the Tory party, which is the same as we saw in the general election, but also even more at the expense of the Labour Party. So one of the big themes that we're talking about tonight is just how much Reform UK are hurting the Labour Party. And there's just a little bit of a sense, Jonathan, and this is really interesting, we're just starting to do the analysis, the demographic analysis, the kind of who is voting, where are they voting, and actually in areas with lower graduates, you can see that Reform do better. So where there are over 25% of the population has over 25% graduate population, then Reform UK goes up by 16%. But where there's under 25% of the population of graduates, actually Reform...
OK. Sam, I'm going to interrupt because we can bring you the details now of North Tyneside. As Sam told us a couple of minutes ago, Labour hold on to the North Tyneside mayoralty. And you can see the final figures there. Karen Clark, Labour remains... she is now the mayor of North Tyneside and holds on to that decisively. Norma Redfern had been the Labour mayor there since 2013. She wasn't standing this time, so Karen Clark is the new mayor. Reform only just behind, 15,786, followed by Liam Bones for the Conservatives and then the Greens in fourth place. So Karen Clark for Labour is the North Tyneside mayor. Let's bring in Aisha Hazarika and Graham Brady, our panellists this evening. So, finally, lots happening. Why don't we start with that then? The North Tyneside mayor, staying with Labour.
Well, look, I think that's a really good result for the Labour Party. I think the Labour is going to be very pleased with that. I had actually spoke with colleagues who'd been quite nervous about what they were picking up on the doorstep. They were feeling that this could be a pretty tight race. I spoke to some colleagues last week who were saying there was a chance that Reform could edge it. So I think Labour will be very, very pleased. Of course, we're now looking very much ahead to Runcorn. We're hearing signals that things might be looking slightly more encouraging for Labour. And I don't say this with any complacency, because I think Labour does have to look very seriously at Reform and take Reform seriously.
Well, there are only 400 or so votes, aren't they, behind?
Sure, but listen, a win's a win, right? Look, there are seats tonight being held on by one vote. There are 2 Labour seats which Labour have held on to by one vote.
A win is a win, but...
A win's a win, and hang on a minute, Jonathan, right? If Reform had won by 400 votes, you wouldn't be saying that. You'd be like, oh, my goodness, it's amazing that Reform's on. So, listen, I think we have to be fair to Labour. Where Labour have won, let's give them the victory. But that doesn't mean there's any complacency.
I'm going to get your thoughts in a moment. Sam, you're going to talk to us about share.
Yes, I can talk to you about what Aisha was just talking to. It's incredible. Look at this. So in Redbridge, you can see there that Labour won by one vote. Look, there's a right-wing challenger, independent right-wing challenger. They got 834. Labour got 835, held on to that seat. And then over in Norwich, in the east, again, Labour ahead just on 689. Reform UK on 688. And that brings us to the point that Aisha was also making, which is a win is a win. And that's true up to a point, Jonathan, because, yes, I think that Labour will claim that rightly. But look at this. The Reform share of the vote is up. And I don't need to remind you what happened at last year's general election. There were over 100 seats where the Reform number of votes was higher than the margin by which the Conservative Party lost. You don't have to change politics only by winning. If the Reform UK vote is eating into the Labour Party vote, like it ate into the Tory Party vote, then it doesn't really matter. You can claim you win, but you'll know that there is a significant challenge come the next election, just like there was at the last election for the Conservatives, potentially now undermining and hobbling the Labour Party's ability to win seats because the Reform Party is going in and eating their support, eating away at their support. So, yes, there will be victories that Labour is able to claim, and they will be pleased with themselves for that result in North Tyneside. And if they hang on to Runcorn, which is what we're hearing as well, I think there will be relief all round. And one other thing I'm hearing is we may be in a situation where almost all of those Tory councils are lost. So in terms of control, there's actually quite a good story for the Labour Party to tell. But that, coupled with that, suggests there's still a lot of work for them to do.
Yeah, really interesting, Sam. Thank you. Graham, thank you for waiting patiently. And there is a point there, isn't there, that, say in the by-election, we don't know the result yet, but if Labour hold on to it, but Reform are just nudging by, a handful of votes, then we get into the realms of sort of talking again about pacts, don't we, and deals?
Well, maybe. First of all, I think what you end up with is a lot of very unhappy, very worried Labour MPs. And they may have just clung on in North Tyneside, but Labour MPs who won in North Tyneside last year are going to be terrified of what's going to happen in another general election. So I think there's a big issue for morale and stability and how you deal with that. Sure, it's not a great story for the Conservative Party in those areas.
What did you think of what Richard Tice was saying as well, pretty much calling that mayoralty?
Well, I mean, we'll see what the end result is. I think, as I said earlier, one of the things which we will look at, if you get Reform winning some of those mayoralties or controlling councils, and actually having to make some decisions, actually having to stand by those decisions and being seen in government, then it becomes a lot more difficult for them than just sniping from the sidelines.
OK, all right. Thank you both for the moment. We are going to take a break. Richard Tice, Deputy Leader of Reform, says Reform is smashing it and believes that he is very confident Reform UK have won Greater Lincolnshire. Meanwhile, Labour sources telling our very own Sam Coates that they believe that they have clung on in that by-election in Runcorn and Helsby. No official result there as yet, but lots happening. Do stay with us.
show of military might and menace. Why should the West trust you?
Frankly, I don't care whether the West trusts us or not.
Sky News. Get the full story first.
Have a quick word for Sky News.
Is the West right? Are you fueling Russia's war machine? American journalist Evan Gershkovich is on trial here, but was first on display.
I'm Ivor Bennett, Sky's Moscow correspondent.
Hello there, very good morning. Welcome back to Vote 2025, our local elections special. Quite a lot happening. Reform have told us they're confident of winning in Greater Lincolnshire, the mayoral contest there. Labour say they're hopeful of clinging on in the Runcorn by-election, and also Labour in the last few minutes have held on to the North Tyneside mayoralty, waiting patiently. My wingman, Deputy Political Editor Sam Coates. Bring us up to speed where we are.
Let's go through all the main things that we've got. First of all, you've got that result that you just referred to. This is a mayoralty, one of the 6 different mayoral results, and it's a hold for the Labour Party. They'll be very relieved. It wasn't by a huge margin. As you can see down here, majority of 444. Labour, just 16,000 votes. Reform, just behind. Reform tell me that it was the 6th of the most likely seats, that mayoralties that they might win. So they're not that... they're downplaying the significance of that. But still, it's the first mayoralty that we've had. City mayor, not one of the metro mayors, arguably, so slightly less important in terms of the powers that it have. But still, it's good to have a firm result. But the big one that we're waiting for, this is last year's results. If it comes up, yeah. So this is the by-election. This is the Runcorn by-election. The results from last year. You can see a big Labour majority. The fear for the Labour Party was that Reform might overtake them. We are told by Labour sources that now looks less likely. We've had a smattering of council results from all over the country, and what we can see is that Labour Party have a challenge from the right all over the place, from Hartlepool in the northeast to Harlow in Essex to Rochdale. Voters going all the way from the Labour Party to Reform. But there's also a challenge for the Labour Party from the left. You can see Labour Heartland, Lambeth, going green. I wouldn't want to suggest that it's all bad news for the Labour Party, because the Tories might be on course to lose every single council that they currently hold. These sorts of council elections held last time, Tories did very well. They have the most seats and councils to lose. It looks as if they could, but there's a very, very clear picture tonight. This is the story of the evening. You can see Reform making big gains, 30% percentage points up, and you've got that at the expense of the Tory party, as it was in last year's general election. But the big news story is that Labour are seeing their vote disrupted and taken by Reform. And so you can see there, that is the sort of picture that I think both Tories and the Labour Party are going to have to get to grips with as they mull over what tonight's election results actually are telling them about the state of the nation.
OK, Sam, thank you very much. Well, let's rejoin our panellists. And also joining us is Al Pinkerton, Lib Dem MP, spokesman for Northern Ireland. Nice to see you.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for having me. Or should I say good morning?
Well, it's good morning, good evening. We'll take either way. Either way, it's nice to see you this early hour. Just listening to Sam there, Reform making big gains in these council by-elections. What do you make of that?
I think it's entirely expected. I think maybe just slightly not quite as successful as perhaps they had hoped, I would say, at this particular stage. Maybe the Conservatives and Labour will not experience quite the losses that had been feared. But yeah, I'm seeing an entirely predictable pattern. Of course, my eye was immediately drawn to the yellow column as well, and to see how the Lib Dems are doing. Of course, we've got most of the results that we expect to come out more tomorrow afternoon, between about 2 and 4. But I did have a cheeky look there at Midhurst in Chichester, where somebody I know has just won a council seat. So I'm delighted to see that.
Yeah, it's going to be some time before we can sort of make any huge analysis on your fortunes. But what are you hoping for over the next few hours? What would be a really good result for the Lib Dems?
Well, I mean, our tails are up coming into this election. We've had 1,000 people out in the doors today knocking up and trying to get our vote out. And that's based on tens of thousands of conversations that we've had on the doorstep in recent weeks. So I think this is going to be an election that is going to be won or lost on the kind of basic ground game of elections, and where parties are out talking to residents and talking to communities and representing their needs. I think a good night for us would be something like a 70-seat net gain. And I think that will hopefully come by the time we get to tomorrow. And another fantastic thing would be if we came close to winning something like a mayoralty, which, of course, Hull is a distinct possibility from what I'm hearing, so that's really exciting. Another phenomenon that we're seeing is that seats where we have won Lib Dem MPs for the first time, in Kent, for example, from July of last year, we're seeing the council results potentially looking really positive in those areas. So people have been persuaded that a Lib Dem MP is doing a good job in those first 9 months, and they may reward the party with councillors to follow.
How do you think Ed Davey is doing? Do you think he's still very much the right person to lead the party? He's going very much for the nice guy, isn't he? And that image certainly seems to be working at the moment. But when the electorate is so fed up, and we keep hearing how angry the electorate is and how they want change to happen quickly, is the nice guy, the nice steady Ed Davey, the right way to go?
I don't think he's going for it, because I think that is just genuinely him. He is an incredibly nice person, but he also has great force behind it. I mean, he is the steel fist in the velvet glove, if you like. But also the polls show that he is, I think, the most popular party leader of all. So he's definitely doing something right. And he's making a really important series of points as well. I mean, I think the work that he has done to bring adult social care onto the political agenda, I think, has been absolutely transformative. It's given lots of people hope. We really would encourage the Labour government to get on and do what needs to be done in that area, because I think if they can do it, then so many of the other problems that we have with the NHS can get solved as well. So he may deliver it with a soft voice and occasionally a ride on a roller coaster, but I think the messages are serious and they are transformative for the UK.
Graham, as we're entering this period of fragmented politics, and we've talked about it quite a lot, where do you think it leaves Al's party?
It's very hard to say. I mean, obviously, the Lib Dems have tended to do very well mid-term when another party is in government, and they may well be doing that again. We might be seeing that playing out. But as you say, it is fragmented. We've got so much complication, so many different parties, and even in one of the results that Sam was pointing out earlier, an independent almost winning, coming within one vote of beating a Labour incumbent. So I think it's just become extraordinarily difficult to read and predict. And I suppose we've seen over the last 2 general elections massive volatility. We saw the Labour Party have its worst ever result in its history and then go on 5 years later to win an overall majority, and a big one, albeit with a small percentage of the vote. So I just think we're in a very unstable, very messy stage in our politics.
Yeah, it's true, isn't it, Aisha? And in a way, our political system isn't sort of geared up for this sort of period of well, I keep using that word, fragmentation.
It is interesting. I was having a conversation with somebody last weekend on my radio show, and they said that if come the next election you have, Reform, Labour and the Conservatives all polling at the same sort of level, the next general election essentially becomes like a slot machine in many ways. But one thing that I think is very interesting about the Lib Dems, I think the Lib Dems have been doing very well, and I think what's interesting about looking at reform in the Lib Dems, Nigel Farage has said that the person he has been studying is the late Paddy Ashdown, because what Paddy Ashdown did was that he got the Liberal Democrats in, he got a toehold into local government and built up from there. And that's something that Nigel Farage has wanted to do in these elections. But as Al said, politics is about the air war, but it's also about your ground game as well. And just look at, let's say, Labour holding on to that North Tyneside result. Let's see what happens at Runcorn. What that does show is even if the air war can be very, very strong, if you have a very good get out the vote campaign, if you have a very targeted polling and data, so you know exactly which doors to knock up to get your vote out, that also still counts in politics.
Do you know, it's such an interesting point, isn't it? The Lib Dems have always been so good at targeting winnable seats, really pouring everything into those seats that you can grab hold of. Reform maybe about to sort of do something very similar and steal a march on your seats.
No, I don't think they're going to be stealing a march on our seats. I think the seats that they're contesting are very much Labour or Conservative. I mean, where we are not finding, where we are dug in and have that good ground game, as Aisha calls it, we are not seeing a particularly large rise in Reform at all. And in fact, I think our kind of politics, that grounded, where people genuinely feel listened to, I don't think Reform are going to break through at all. I mean, I think one of the things you asked about Ed Davey before, I think one of the things that we certainly are seeing is that people like Ed Davey and some of the policies that we're pursuing are strong stance on Donald Trump. I think that's very much appealing to kind of one nation Conservatives. So we're finding people are moving to us, both from Labour, but also from the Conservatives. And the Conservatives have actually been remarkably absent, from what I'm hearing, in terms of their ground game. You know, perhaps the volunteer base is drying up to some extent, but unless you can get people out on the doors, putting leaflets through doors and then knocking up on the day, you are really going to struggle, I think, in this new electoral reality.
I'll let you come in a moment, Aisha. I just want to take you back to North Lincolnshire. We've just seen pictures of Andrea Jenkins arriving at the count. Here she comes. It was always going to be a tough battle for her, although the polls did put her out in front, and she used to be a Tory MP, of course. She defected to Reform. She's fully dressed in the Reform colours there, and Reform, Richard Tice, Deputy Leader of Reform, telling us that he believes that she has won the mayoralties. All the main parties fielding candidates there. Given the electoral history of the area, it was always thought that it would be a two-horse race between the Conservatives and Reform. One of two new mayoral positions that are being contested for the first time this year. Those pictures into us in the last few moments of Andrea Jenkins, former Tory MP, now a Reform MP, looking very happy and certainly looking like someone who has won. We'll bring you the figures, we'll bring you the numbers as soon as we get them. Aisha, sorry, you were going to say...
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on Al's point about the ground operation and how important that still is in politics. And I think one of the things that's going to be really difficult for the Conservatives is that often it's local councillors who are the real foot soldiers for any political party. It's the councillors, it's their families, it's the kind of friends of them. They're the people that deliver leaflets, they're the people that knock on doors. And I think one of the things that is going to be hard for the Conservatives, if they're about to have an absolutely catastrophic night of losing hundreds more councillors, that means for the next set of elections, that very much diminishes their sort of, you know, army of foot soldiers who will go out these elections. Whereas I think for the other parties, I mean, yes, Labour is definitely facing challenges, but Labour still has a very strong base of people who will go at that. The Liberal Democrats are very strong at that. I think Reform are organising themselves better. The Greens are organising. I think the Conservative Party are going to be quite hollowed out on a kind of local infrastructure level to do that kind of campaigning. OK,
and just a final word from you before we move on. As you say, early days, and you know, you may have a cause to celebrate later.
I think we'll have a great cause to celebrate later. I think by the time we get to the end of this, we could very well have 270 seats or 70 gained over the course of this election. It could very well put us, the Lib Dems, into being the second party in local government in England, which really would be quite an extraordinary transformation, and potentially with our first sniff at one of the mayoralties as well. And actually, the Andrea Jenkins result, if it comes through, as you've suggested, really would be significant, because, of course, those mayoralties have been a lockout between Conservatives and Labour since their inception. So that would be a big result, and ours would be a big one tomorrow as well.
OK, great. Al Pinkerton, Lib Dem MP, spokesman for Northern Ireland. Thanks very much for joining us.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Just want to let you know that the Runcorn and Helsby by-election result isn't too far away. We are expecting that result soon. Live shots here of Widnes, where that count is taking place. The word that we're getting is that Labour are hopeful that they will cling on to that parliamentary seat. Also, this hour, Reform are confident that Andrea Jenkins will be the first mayor of Greater Lincolnshire, and also that breaking news this hour that Labour have held on to North Tyneside. Plenty more after the break.
Gives you the very best of Sky News wherever you are. Breaking news, videos, analysis up at 6%. Podcasts, watching us live. Joins us live all in one place, and all at just the touch of a screen. The Sky News app. Get the full story first.
Mayhem in the Middle East, rippling in America's West.
Get back! Get back!
The resolve of these protesters is now being seriously tested. I saw police being forced or pushing young men and women to the ground as they made almost 100 arrests.
None of this is a peaceful protest.
I'm Martha Kellner and I'm Sky's US correspondent based here in Los Angeles. How are you feeling?
I am angry. It is an anti-woman agenda.
Will the cold affect your voters?
Well, we have a lot of tremendous support, but it's nasty out there.
Anybody else?
Should the Defence Secretary and the Vice...
Wait, what country are you
from? The UK?
Okay, we don't give a crap about your opinion and your reporting. Why don't you go back to your country where you have a major migrant problem?
President Biden, do you trust President Xi? President Biden says that this meeting went well. He said real progress was made on a whole host of issues. Will your candidates win?
I hope so. I think they will. I think they're great candidates.
There's no doubt that Kamala Harris and her team are harnessing the power of social media. Do you think Kamala is brat?
Kamala's brat.
Are you scared?
Yeah, we were scared. It was terrible. Strong wind, building tearing down.
As them say, God works, so we can't do nothing.
The people here know that worse storms may well be on their way. Sky News, get the full story first. Free wherever you get your news. Ghislaine Maxwell has pleaded not guilty to all 6 charges against her. Mum, how are you feeling today?
Jeffrey said, you answer to Ghislaine, you just don't cross her.
We arrive. A secret hospital hidden in the Myanmar jungle, treating the victims of this bloody war. This is Myanmar today. Its military rulers don't want the world to see, but we have.
I fight for my own future. I fight for my generation's futures.
This is an actual crime.
They don't care for that.
Myanmar army is only a couple of kilometres away. So this is a major humanitarian disaster.
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story.
I'm ready. Are you?
Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
Let's take you straight to Widnes, where counting is almost complete in the Runcorn and Helsby by-election. A by-election, of course, triggered when former Labour MP Mike Amesbury quit after admitting punching a constituent. The results in the 2024 general election suggest it should be a safe Labour seat. He won 53% of the vote, with a majority of almost 14,700. But Reform are hot on the heels. But sources telling Sky News that Labour believe they have held on. Turnout in the seat, 46.3%, 32,740 votes have been cast. So we are keeping an eye on Widnes as we await that result. Our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, can take us up to 3 o'clock with the latest.
We've got some updated information for you, Jonathan. I want you to look at this. This is the graph that we're going to look at all night. It's about how things have changed in the results that we've had so far. I don't know whether we can have a little look at this. It's we've just updated how the parties are doing, how people have changed since the last time the council seats that have been up for election to today, how it's changed. And the big story still, and this number's creeping up, I think. Reform UK now, they've put on almost 30% of votes. You can see parties like the Greens and others down one. The Liberal Democrats so far in the seats that they're defending since 2023 down a little bit. But here we have the big losers tonight. You have the Tories losing at the hands of Reform, down 10 points. But here, Labour now down 16 percentage points. So you can see quite a clear story, I think, Jonathan, of Reform doing well, Labour losing out, Tories losing out, but Labour also losing out. Now, in any set of elections, and we've done several of these, you've effectively got two stories in parallel. You've got who wins, and I think at the moment, Labour will be able to claim that they are winning all over the place and the Tories are losing all over the place and losing to Reform. But you've also got this story, which is how voting is changing. And that matters because become the general election, the change in people's behaviour actually makes an enormous difference. It made an enormous difference at last year's general election. So just because, if, as we expect, Labour hang on in Runcorn, if they continue to hold on to places like North Tyneside, where they didn't have an incumbent, the incumbent stood down, they've got a new candidate there, they held off against the Reform challenge, and they can point to a disastrous set of results in the council elections amongst councils that Tories control. All of that will be plenty of talking points for the Labour cabinet ministers that come on, but still, just the fact of this going up by this much, 30% increase in the Reform vote and the Labour vote going down, sort of basically feeding about half of that, down 16%, means that there are seats all around the country that Labour wouldn't hang on to because there's a new challenger on the block that is eating their breakfast.
OK, all right, Sam, thank you very much for the moment. OK, we're just approaching the end of the hour. Let us take you once more to Widnes, where we are expecting very soon the results in the Runcorn and Helsby by-election. All looks very tense there, doesn't it? People on their phones, scratching their heads, looking around anxiously. Labour believe they can cling on to Runcorn. That is what we are hearing. We will find out whether that is the case in the next few minutes. Turnout in the seat, 46.3%. Not a bad turnout. 32,740 votes cast. Reform's Sarah Pochin is the bookmaker's favourite to secure that by-election victory. Will she be disappointed? Find out shortly.
Jubilation in the streets, while some emotional.
This is a political victory for Prime Minister Modi and his Hindu Nationalist Party.
I'm Neville Lazarus and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi.
Companies like these are helping India in its trajectory to be a serious player in space exploration.
Sky News, get the full story first.
It's 3 o'clock. You're watching the Sky News Vote 2025 special programme. We're expecting the results very soon from the parliamentary by-election in Runcorn and Helsby, Labour and Reform, both vying for the seat. Both parties say it's too close to call. We're also live at counts across the country, including Grimsby, where Reform says it believes its candidate, Andrea Jenkins, has won and will become the new mayor of North Lincolnshire. We'll speak to our correspondents on the ground and to our expert panel in a moment. But first, let's get a sense of what's at stake with our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. And Sam, lots happening.
So much happening. I'm going to spin you through the results so far and then talk a little bit about the by-election. Here we have the one confirmed mayoralty, a Labour victory. They've hung on in their city mayor against a Reform challenge. Labour relieved on that, but that is a big load of votes for Reform. But I think a win is the view of Downing Street right now. Look at this. This is the picture from by-elections, council by-elections around the country. Very clear advantage for Reform in the ones so far, at the expense of Labour as well as the Tories, as we were talking. And you can see here all around the country you've got council seats going to Reform, but you've also got council seats for Labour in Labour heartland going to the Green Party. But I think what we're going to get this hour, Jonathan, and the big thing that is absolutely going to dominate a lot of the discussion for the next hour is what's going on in Runcorn. And if we look at this, you can see the huge changes in... Oh, there we go. Huge changes in voting in Runcorn. Labour have always done pretty well in that constituency, getting around about 50% of the vote. So we'll see whether they've managed to hang on to that. But the big change between Boris Johnson's election in 2019 and when Rishi Sunak was leader last year is there was a huge drop in the support for the Conservatives. Some of it went to Reform, some of it went to the Labour Party. But the question is, have some of those votes then been redistributed elsewhere? And I think this is a really good place to look at. Look at this. We are talking tonight about whether or not Reform can do something spectacular and take this seat. At the moment, it sounds like they can't. But if you look at the kinds of shares of the vote that Reform have been able to achieve in by-elections, the biggest that they've ever done was in Blackpool South with 16.9% of the vote. So if they took this seat, they would have to really do better than they've ever done before. All the other councils that you've done, all the other by-elections that they have fought, they have actually done less good than that. And you can see here, it is possible, there is historical precedent for Labour actually to do very badly at by-election time. You can see the infamous Bermondsey by-election in 1983. You can see the 37.5% drop in the vote. Birmingham Ladywood before then. The most recent one, actually not Brent East in 2003. So you can see the way that goes. And I think Reform's, that journey of the voters, I think is what we're going to be looking at most closely to see who is changing their support and if we can get any clues to where the electorate is starting to evolve how it's thinking about politics in that part of the country.
Interesting. All right, Sam, thank you very much. I want to take you to Widnes, where the count is underway for the Runcorn and Helsby by-election. We are expecting a result any moment now. It's all looking very tense there in Widnes, isn't it? People running backwards and forwards as they wait for the word that the returning officer is about to call the result. Our chief political correspondent, John Craig, is there. John, I'm getting word that maybe Nigel Farage is going to turn up. His number 2 said on Sky News a short time ago the result there is too close to call. Labour believe they may be able to cling on. Is Nigel Farage about to turn up?
Well, I believe you're seeing a shot of the door where we were told a few moments ago that Mr Farage was going to enter along with his candidate, that is Sarah Pochin. On the stage behind me, the returning officer, Stephen Young, has just called the candidates together for a meeting, which normally means a declaration is imminent. Now, it is being suggested, and our colleagues outside about the entrance to this building believe this is correct, that Mr Farage is hanging around near the entrance because he's only going to come in if his candidate has won, and he'll make a hasty retreat if not. But when I was out at the door, there seemed to be what I assume was Mr Farage's fleet of cars was whizzing around, perhaps going around in circles a bit like an aeroplane that's waiting for clearance to land. Well, there is no sign of Mr Farage yet, and there is no doubt that this election is going to be very, very close. It's been very tense. The piles are rough for Sarah Pochin and indeed for the Labour candidate Karen Shaw are virtually identical. And there's no sign of Mr Farage as yet. Our colleague Josh Gaffson is at the door waiting for Mr Farage. There are cameras there and photographers. We believe Mr Farage with his candidate is about to enter. The returning officer, I suspect, might be getting a bit impatient if the Reform UK candidate hasn't turned up yet. As far as we know, she hasn't. So that's what you're seeing. You're seeing a door with it looks like a police officer there and a security man, the guy with the beard. And we think that Mr Farage is about to come through that door. I will naturally lob a question or two at him. But we're coming to the climax of the evening here. If Mr Farage does come in, that suggests he's confident that Reform have pulled off a spectacular victory here. If he doesn't, it looks like Labour have pulled off the great escape and clung on. But we really are uncertain. What may have been announced a moment or two ago is that there's going to be a recount, but we'll know that from the returning officer because he'll no doubt come back on the stage and tell us. But at the moment, we're just at that very tense time when we're waiting to see what's happened. I should say, actually, the Labour candidate, Karen Shaw, she's not here yet either. So the two leading candidates out of the 15 in this by-election, we believe, are not yet in this room, nor is the leader of Reform UK. Now, there's somebody is talking to a police officer. I don't know if that's one of Mr Farage's supporters. Now, the gentleman in the light blue tie who's just come through there, he's a Reform UK official. What's happening, sir? Is Mr Farage coming in? No answer. No answer. So my colleague Josh Gaffson is coming to tell me what's happening. And I can tell you, Mr Farage is not imminent. That is the message from his team. So, at the moment, there's no action on the platform. Yeah, we're just going to try and move the camera around. The only snag is, Jonathan, that we're here to get a good shot of Mr Farage arriving. You can see a lot of people standing around. It's all come to a halt here.
I suppose, John, that if things don't go Reform's way where you are, Mr Farage could reset the sat-nav and head up to Grimsby, where it looks like they are going to win in the Greater Lincolnshire Mayoral race.
Well, that is the suggestion, yes, that is what he is going to do. I mean, I vaguely recall, perhaps Sam Coates will remember this, it was a by-election in Peterborough, as I recall, and I think Richard Tice referred to it, didn't he, when he was interviewed by our colleague Serena a short time ago, when Reform narrowly lost, and Mr Farage was waiting in a room, as I recall. I remember being there with Sophie Ridge, as I think, and he didn't come in because Reform had not won. So he's got form for doing a runner when his candidate has not won. But of course, he loves to milk the applause when he has scored a victory. So far, there are still police officers and security people there suggesting he is going to come, although the latest message we've had from our producer Josh Gaffson, who is out at the door, suggests that it's not imminent. I'm just looking around to see. There's no. The declaration is not imminent either, Jonathan, I'm afraid. But as I say, we're awaiting the arrival of Mr. Farage. My colleague Josh Gaffson is coming into the room. He's not coming our way, unfortunately. A shaking of heads. Is Mr. Farage not coming?
Silent out there.
Silent.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to hand back to you, Jonathan, because normally at this stage when there's a hold-up, I normally say it's VAR. But we haven't quite reached the VAR stage yet. At the moment,
right,
I think you could say that there's a hold-up, I don't know, retired hurt. We'll see. Anyway, I'll hand back to you, Jonathan, and I'll come back when we've got some news.
All right, John, thank you very much. John and Josh in witness, waiting for developments. Thank you both very much for that. The declaration not imminent. We will, of course, bring it to you live the minute it does happen. But let's bring in our expert panel for their analysis. Aisha Hazarika and Graham Brady still with us. It's always a bit of a problem, isn't it, for party leaders? Because you've got to sort of make a calculated guess. And if it goes wrong, it goes really badly wrong.
Absolutely, and obviously you don't want to be associated with what looks like failure. And clearly Keir Starmer took the decision that it was best to avoid the by-election altogether, and as we discussed earlier, he hasn't visited. So you've got Nigel Farage doing perhaps the same thing, just holding fire. But I've got to say it's a very long drive from Runcorn to Grimsby, and if he's resetting the sat-nav, it's going to take him quite a while to get there.
It is going to be quite a long drive, isn't it? What do you make of where we are, Aisha, 3 or so hours in to our election programme?
I think this is proving to be a real night of twists and turns, because when we all gathered here 3 hours ago, just before the sugar kicked in, you know, we were sort of saying, oh, it's definitely just going to be a slam dunk, great night for reform. And I still think it will overall, and Sam's been taking us through the numbers. But I think it's going to be really interesting if they don't get over the line in Runcorn. I've just been looking back at some of those big by-elections like Chesham and Amersham, you know, Honiton and Tiverton. Those, you know, when you do want to make a protest against the government, and there are lots of things that people have wanted to protest against the government about. And when Nigel Farage is so dominant in terms of the airwaves and the air war, I just think it's so interesting if they don't get over the line on Runcorn. I think that's quite something.
OK, all right, listen, we're going to just leave things there for the moment because I want to bring in our political correspondent, Serena Barker-Singh, who is following developments for us in the mayoral race in Greater Lincolnshire. Andrea Jenkins seems to think she's won.
Yes, indeed. In fact, lots of the candidates have arrived early, which is quite unusual, especially now we're hearing that some of the areas in the council are still yet to be verified, so we might not be getting a result till 5 a.m. But yes, the Reform candidate, Andrea Jenkins, has arrived hours early, it seems. She's in a glittery all-blue jumpsuit. And she seems very confident that she was winning. I spoke to the deputy leader of Reform UK a couple of minutes ago, and he confirmed that sentiment too. This is what he said.
Very good evening or good morning, and yes, for Reform, this is looking like a very, very encouraging night. Across the board, actually, we're hearing some outstanding results. We're taking by-elections up and down the country, including in Hartlepool, a traditional Labour heartland, a great favourite of mine. Amazing results. And so far, I think we've taken more seats from Labour than we have from the Conservatives. But here in Lincolnshire, Reform is absolutely smashing it. We are parking the Reform tanks on the traditional Tory lawns of Lincolnshire. I'm absolutely confident that Andrea Jenkins has convincingly won the mayoral, and things are looking very, very good on the county council results from everything we're seeing so far and hearing, and from some fairly gloomy faces from the other side. So, yeah, at the moment, this looks very encouraging indeed. And it's fascinating that we're taking so many votes from Labour in their traditional heartlands, as well as taking votes
from the Conservatives here in Lincolnshire.
So you're essentially calling the seat tonight to Andrea Jenkins. You think she will win this race?
There's no doubt in my mind. I think Andrea Jenkins has won this race in Lincolnshire and in Greater Lincolnshire for the mayoral, and I think we're going to have a very, very good night in terms of the county council. When you think we're coming literally from a standing start, and we are... Yeah,
but that means that you can only go up in terms of seats. That means, you know...
Yes, but I don't think anybody thought that we could do as well as we're potentially doing. So, look, so far so good. There's still some more counting to go, but everything we're hearing from all over Lincolnshire and indeed elsewhere, obviously we've got the parliamentary by-election. I think that's very, very close, nip and tuck, way too close to call, but, you know, that even that, I mean, just if we won Runcorn, that's the equivalent of winning Hackney South, currently occupied by Diane Abbott in terms of majority. So the seismic shift going on tonight in British politics, where Reform is taking huge chunks of votes and seats from both the two main parties.
Yeah, you said from Labour, but this is also, the Greater County is also a Tory heartland. You're essentially taking massive votes, big chunks out of the Conservatives.
Absolutely.
What should be safe?
I think we're taking big chunks out of both of them and big chunks out of Labour. The idea that we could win potentially Runcorn or get very close, I mean, it sort of just shouldn't feature on the map, the 16th safest Labour seat. Equally, the idea that we could potentially control the council here in Lincolnshire from a standing start in an absolute heartland of traditional Tory shires is remarkable.
Traditional Tory shires, though, because your candidate is a former Conservative, right? So essentially, is that you're just transferring votes?
Well, at the end of the day, that's the joy of democracy, isn't it? If people let voters down, if you make people poorer, if you ignore them, if you betray them on things like immigration, if you come up with daft policies like net stupid zero, then don't be surprised when voters get poorer and they see their quality of life reduced, they say, actually, I'm going for these new guys who've been around the block, and they tell it as it is. So I think there is a seismic shift, and it's very exciting.
But do you think that's all it is? Do you think it's a protest vote? They just want change. They want something different, and you are that party.
We're the party of common sense, and we've got...
But you also have never governed. You're ungovernable. You don't have... Sorry.
But isn't that the point?
You've never governed before, so you don't have a record for people to vote, to judge you on.
Which is why it's even more remarkable that people are placing their trust, their faith, their goodwill and their hopes in us. And yes, obviously we're going to have a lot to live up to, but my goodness me, we're up for the challenge, and sometimes we're just going to tell it as it is, and some of it will be difficult. And do you know what? Some of the main parties in the establishment, they're not going to like what we tell them when we lift the lid on some of the spending, the waste, the incompetence, the dodgy contracts that have gone on up and down the country. We're going to expose it, we're going to call it out, and if it's unsustainable, we're just going to have to let people know. We cannot, as a nation, in our councils or across the country, keep spending more than we're earning and think this is going to end well. It's not.
You say about cutting waste. One of the things Andrea Jenkins said she wants to set up is a Doge, a similar style to Trump's administration. But if you're setting up a new authority, what are you going to cut?
Well, I mean, obviously, a mayoral, it's a new mayoral. It comes with a budget, but...
So where's the waste?
Well, hang on. The waste that she's referring to is the waste of spending across the whole county council. The joy of potentially winning the mayoral, the potentially control of the council and having a well-known MP in this county means that we can really get to grips with what we think is significant wasteful spending. And we've just got to do that because it's what I call almost the sort of the SAS approach to things. We've got to save a load of money, we've got to audit the finances, and then we've got to sort things out. And I do think that across the country, we're going to have to tell some uncomfortable truths to the British people about where money's being wasted. And some of this stuff is just unsustainable. And there's no doubt in my mind that governments over the last 15 to 20 years have put increasing obligations on councils without essentially properly funding them. Waste has gone everywhere, and you've got dozens and dozens of councils on the brink of bankruptcy.
Well, it looks like you're going to have a fairly good night tonight just from the results that are coming in. What's more rewarding for Reform, taking seats from Labour or the Conservatives?
I think taking seats from Labour. We're the party of the workers now. You look at what we did nearby in Scunthorpe, saving British Steel. That was thanks to Nigel and I, literally calling it.
How is it related to you? Wasn't the government stepping in?
No, the government, they were for it, because we stood there on that Tuesday. We said there's 3 days to save British Steel, and sure enough, they recalled Parliament on the third day, and we sat on the Saturday, and we said you've got to nationalise British Steel. We've got to create a long-term investment plan, and look, if they do it properly, and I'm here to help. I've got my own expert advising me. If we do these things properly, then actually we can get the best of all worlds. And
how does nationalisation fit with sort of free markets, deregulation?
Hey, maybe actually you can get the best of both worlds. Maybe you could have part public ownership, part long-term patient capital from British pension funds on behalf of British pensioners, and some top-quality private sector management, some of the best in the business from around the world, and you can get a win-win, whether it's in steel, whether it's in water. This is the new way that I think we've got to do things.
Is it consistent policy? Is it coherent?
Hey, listen, we know everything else has failed. The country is nearly bankrupt. Because you've got smart business people coming in and saying we've got new ideas, and actually, do you know what? Joint ventures where you've got part public ownership, part private sector management, part long-term patient capital. I think that's the sort of new way that we need to look at. I was calling for this in British Steel 6 years ago with Nigel. We said, don't sell it to the Chinese. But the Tories ignored our excellent advice, and sure enough, the Chinese trashed it. And we think there's the opportunity to restore it. Well,
back to local.
But this is local because Scunthorpe is literally just down the road here in North Lincolnshire, and it's critical. We've got gas fields that have been discovered in Lincolnshire. Shale gas, drill Lincolnshire, drill. In the same way that we should drill, baby, drill. You know, it's madness. We've got one of the bosses in Norway saying they would never abandon all their oil and gas fields like the UK has under Ed Miliband's ludicrous net zero plans, which of course were started by the Tories. So this is the opportunity. If we want to create some wealth, make people better off, we've got to change course rapidly.
And what about, just bringing it back to tonight, obviously the by-election for a different kind of seat to be an MP in Runcorn. Do you think you'll win that?
I think it's really, really close. Obviously I'm hearing some encouraging noises, but I've been here before. I've lost a by-election in Peterborough by about 650 votes, I think it was, back in 2019. So these things can get very close, and votes, suddenly there's another pile that suddenly pops up, and oh no. So let's wait and see. I think that's very close. But I mean, we've run an amazing campaign, and I just repeat the point. The fact that we are even close in a two-horse race in one of the safest Labour seats in the country shows what a terrible job this Labour government has done in just the 9 or 10 months that they've been in charge.
Right, well, we'll see.
Serena Barker-Singh speaking to Richard Tice, the Deputy Leader of Reform UK. This is the count in Grimsby, still continuing for the Greater Lincolnshire Mayor. Andrea Jenkins used to be a Tory MP, now a Reform candidate for Mayor. Very hopeful that she has won that mayoralty. Richard Tice, you heard him there saying Reform is smashing it. We're confident we have won here in Greater Lincolnshire. He says that in Runcorn, though, it is too close to call. Well, let's bring in our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. Sam, first of all, talk to me about Greater Lincolnshire, because we don't think we're going to get a full result for some time, but we are getting a hint, aren't we, from various boroughs that have completed the count.
Yeah, and let's look at some of the results on the wall. So here we have the Boston Borough results. It's only part of the result that will contribute to what Reform say is going to be an Andrea Jenkins win. And there's a very particular thing I want to show you here. So in the Boston Borough, the sort of famously sort of Brexit-supporting part of the country, Andrea Jenkins comes out top by, 7,285 votes to the Tories, 2,695. That's a really big margin. So they really sort of leapt into first place and done so with a very big margin. And look at this. Labour down at 897, much, so just over a tenth of the vote that Reform have got. So Reform UK first, and Labour slipping into fourth place, which I think is good. That's just for Andrea Jenkins. I think she's got about 54% of the vote, so she's done very well. We do know that there is a second borough that's just reported that also has Andrea Jenkins out on top. So she is clearly on course, I think, to win that mayoralty from the numbers that we're hearing, as we have been hearing from Reform UK.
And Runcorn, I understand that you've got an update for us there.
So two bits of important information. First of all, Reform UK are telling me that there is now a partial recount in Runcorn. Very, very tight. The evening started with Reform UK thinking that they'd probably bagged it. And now it sounds like the Labour Party are a little bit more optimistic, but it's coming down absolutely to the wire, so there's a partial recount. And just a little bit of intelligence there. We've got the turnout figure for Runcorn, for the Runcorn by-election. It's 46.3. Now, the significance of that, Jonathan, is just a little bit higher than you might expect in by-elections. It is down on the general election. They often are. It's 13 points down. But that's a slightly smaller drop than you might otherwise normally get. What's the significance of that? That if the Labour Party managed to cling on, one of the things that they'll have done is to get their people out and vote, actually to get Labour supporters to go to the ballot box. The great big danger for political parties who are a bit disgruntled with the people that they voted for at the last general election is that they stay at home. It looks as if Labour have succeeded in winning this seat, the Labour Party machine is still effective in getting people out to the ballot box. And I think that is significant. It shows a party machine that's effective, Reform, a much newer and sort of start-up that doesn't yet have the kind of political groundwork skills to deliver big events and big moments like this. And I think that will be a relief. In the context, of course, Keir Starmer not even turning up to campaign in the Runcorn by-election. But if Labour have managed to get their people out, that is a significant success that I think that Labour folk at Labour HQ and in Downing Street will be quietly pleased with.
OK, all right. Sam, thank you very much. Well, our panellists are still here. Also joining us, Conservative MP Ben Spencer. Nice to see you. Thank you for getting up early or staying up late, whichever you did.
Late. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, interesting about getting out the vote, isn't it? I mean, this by-election, not one that the Conservatives were keen to chase.
So I was in Runcorn earlier this week and campaigning for our fantastic candidate Sean and working with his team who are superb. And I just want to say firstly, huge, thank you to them for the work they've put in. Let's obviously see what the results are in an hour's time. And I tell you, the message that I heard on the doorsteps in Runcorn was very much people who had voted Labour and were bitterly disappointed with what they'd seen over the past 9 months of Labour being in power. And where people were moving from us to Reform, they weren't doing so with a positive message, Reform stand for this or that. It was very much, we're just so fed up, so disillusioned with what happened certainly in the previous couple of years of Conservative government. While you are working to rebuilding yourselves, we don't have anywhere else to go other than Reform at the moment, but we want to see you back. We want to see you do the work to fix the party and get back to a position where you can get back into power.
How long is that going to take? Because many people are saying that they don't feel that Kemi Badenoch has made much of an impression. She's not making them excited again about your party.
Well, I think there's three parts to answering that. Firstly, the time to be back to win the general election is when the next general election is. That's 4 years away. This point after 2019, Labour were 20 points behind the Conservatives. So Kemi has plenty of time and she needs to use that time wisely. What I think the public don't want us to see, our supporters don't want us to see, is us click our fingers, sort of come up with sort of knee-jerk policies without doing the work, thinking through what didn't work, what the public want us to see, and rebuild the party that way. That's what our membership voted for in Kemi, to see her deliver. They wanted to see renewal, and she's started the work on that already with policy commissions, looking through and dissecting what people want to see in a Conservative Party that's going to win a general election in a few years' time.
But while you're working things through and dissecting things, Reform are jumping into that vacuum, aren't they?
What we're seeing is, I think the story for tonight, and we're going to see throughout tomorrow, is the catastrophic collapse in support for Labour. We're seeing Labour votes moving to Reform. Reform fundamentally are a left-wing party. What we're seeing is the verdict, the first time people got the chance to express their opinion on how Keir Starmer and the Labour government's doing, and it's a resounding no. It's resounding, we are very unhappy with what's been happening over the last 9 months.
Well, is it a resounding no? It looks like they're going to win the Runcorn by-election.
I mean, interestingly enough, this evening I've seen various Labour MPs suggesting that a tight victory for Labour, which is in one of their safest seats, is in somehow resigning victory. You know, this is I think the 49th safest Labour seat. Let's see what the result is. You know what happens in the end. But clearly, people in Runcorn are deeply unhappy, and I think voters across the UK. And you know, frankly, I speak to anyone on the street. You know, do the public feel that this Labour government is making Britain better, is working, and things are going in the right way? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Well, I think that's admirable kind of talking point. So look, there's no doubt that you know, reform is going to be a story of the night, but what we're seeing tonight from the Conservatives is the public really solidifying what happened at the last general election, which was, you know, absolutely turning away from the Conservative Party in droves, and that trajectory is continuing. What's interesting about Runcorn was that when you looked at when there was you know, if Ben is right and this Labour government is as unpopular as he says it is, and if it's anywhere as unpopular as the last Conservative government was, it was possible for these third parties, these smaller parties, to use these by-elections to overturn big majorities. We saw that in Chesham and Amersham. We saw that through a whole spate of by-elections. So what I do, by the way, agree that Labour should be worried about reform, absolutely. But what's going to be very, very telling is that if Labour does hold on at Runcorn, that is a big sign about a lot of things. Also, to Sam's point, that Labour does still have a very good ground operation. But the fact that, you know, North Tyneside has been held by a Labour mayor, the fact that, you know, yes, the kind of share of vote is going everywhere. But if Labour holds on to Runcorn, that is quite something, because if Labour loses Runcorn, then I think you're more into the narrative that you know, disaster-oo for the Labour Party. You're more into that sort of territory. But if Labour does, you know, hang on to Runcorn, then I think they will really breathe a sigh.
There's a long way to go, though, isn't there? You know, we're still waiting for the council results, and we're not going to know all of those until sort of tea time tonight. But if the Conservatives lose all the councils they control, I mean, that could happen. But I mean, that would.
Well, of course, that would be a very bad result for us. But as we've said many times this evening and into the small hours, that these results were at a high watermark. They were on the back of the vaccine bounce during COVID, and we got extraordinarily good results. And Aisha says that what you're seeing is the verdict of last year's general elections on the Conservatives being locked in. If you look even at that North Tyneside result, where Labour clung on to the mayoralty, they did so with half the votes that they got 4 years ago. So there's a massive leakage of support from Labour, and I think you could just as easily say, Aisha, that it's locking in that very low vote share that Labour got.
Is it better to win an election or not win an election?
I think we're all politicians here. We'd all say that we'd rather.
Correct. And I think as well, when you're looking at where the Conservatives are, you know, I mean, as you say, let's wait till, you know, this is done. But you are looking at a massive hollowing out of local government. I mean, many of these seats, I take your point about the high watermark of the vaccine bounce, but many of these councils and are areas where they've had a Conservative council for years and years and years, well ahead of the COVID vaccine bounce. So something, you know, the public is sending a very, very clear signal that they still haven't forgiven the Conservatives. Look, we were in opposition for a long time. We had to learn the lessons. You know, it's horrible being in opposition. There's a long way to go. I've been there. The Labour Party has been there. But let's not kid ourselves that the Conservatives are going to get to the point where they may have an existential question about how they ever, you know, how long it is to come back.
That question might be
a pact with reform.
Do we do a pact with reform? Where do you stand on that?
The number one mission of the Conservative Party is to deliver Conservative policies and to go out and persuade people and get support for our Conservative values and principles and return Conservative candidates. That's, you know, that is not going to change, and that's what we're going to do. That's what we've done going into these elections. We will do going forwards. I mean, I think it's sort of interesting. On the one hand, you said, you know, let's look at individual results. But if you're going to extract from that what's happening national picture, you've got to look at the national aggregate. And what you're seeing is a complete dive of the Labour vote, far more than what's happened with the Conservative vote, and those votes are being transformed to Reform. So, irrespective of what happens in Runcorn in the next hour, and seeing all the Labour councillors losing their seats, I think a lot of Labour MPs are going to wake up tomorrow even more concerned over what's happening with their popularity and what the public feel about all the decisions they've made over the past 9 months, which they didn't tell people they were going to do during the general election.
There's no question that Labour is absolutely going to be thinking about reform because, Reform they've been like a wrecking ball to the Conservative Party and they're absolutely coming after Labour's lunch. There's no kind of question about that. But when you look at the amount of Conservative councillors that are going to lose their seats, and we've just been discussing about how when you're fighting an election, your ground war is really important. And all of us who work in politics and know how politics works, your local councillors, that kind of infrastructure is really, really important in terms of fighting elections. So you are going to see a Conservative Party which is really depleted after this set of elections. And to your point, Jonathan, the big question that a lot of Conservative councillors who've lost their seats, good men and women who've been dedicated their lives to local politics, the big question they're going to be asking is, should there be some deal with Reform? That will be the question.
I think it's just... I'm really glad you mentioned about the candidates who are going to lose their seats this evening. There's going to be lots of all different colours. And I do think it's just worth just, thanking them, irrespective of party, for the service that they do, that they've put in, and all the people who stand for election in this election, because it's a tough gig, either having public office at whatever level and putting themselves forwards. And I'm very sad for the Conservative councillors who are going to lose their seats tonight. And I hope, and I'm sure many of them, and if not, huge amounts will, stay involved and put themselves forwards again in the future.
Yeah, OK. I tell you what, isn't it lovely talking about local politics for once rather than geopolitics, which has sort of dominated the conversation for 100 days?
We haven't mentioned Donald Trump.
No,
once.
we haven't once. Well, you just but talking about sort of grassroots, people out on the streets, it's all good stuff, isn't it? That we should.
Yeah, shoe leather politics, which is really
important.
Really important.
Yeah, great. All right, thank you so much for coming in and chatting to us. We are going to go to Liz Bates, who is in Doncaster for us. Labour trying to hold on to the council there. Let's speak to Liz. Have you got an update for us, Liz?
Yes, I do. And as you say, Labour trying to hold on to the council here. Labour is very much the dominant party in this city and in this area of the country. The council, 55 seats, 42 of them are Labour, 11 Conservatives. I think more interesting over the next few hours, because this is the result that we're going to get, is the mayoral race. Now, there is an incumbent here, a Labour incumbent, Ros Jones. She has been elected since 2013, and this would be her 4th term if she got elected this time round. Now, every bit of information and data that we've been getting from anecdotally, from people telling us what they've heard on the doorstep, what their numbers are saying, suggested to us before the ballot papers came in this evening that it was going to be a close race between Labour and Reform. Now, Reform has no councillors here, as you would expect. They're coming in from a standing start, but the expectation was they could take the council and win the mayoralty. The very interesting twist that we have had here, and we spoke to him on the programme earlier, is there is a Conservative candidate here. He's a former MP here. He came in during that Red Wall collapse in 2019. He got elected as a Doncaster MP, a Conservative Doncaster MP. He lost his seat then in 2024. He's now running to be mayor. The expectation a few hours ago was that he could be written off, that he was not in this race. Well, now the ballots are piling up on the table. In front of the activists and the candidates. They are saying that those piles look pretty equally split 3 ways. So it looks like we have a 3-way race on our hands here in Doncaster. The interesting thing about that is the Conservative vote here may have held up. It may outperform the Conservative vote across the country. So the question is that going to be a trend this evening? Could it be that the Conservative vote is not going to collapse in the way we are expecting it to? Or is this a personal vote for Nick Fletcher, who certainly has made a big impact on this area in the short time that he has been a politician here? It could be that people are backing him personally, but we'll find all of this out as this all unfolds over the next few hours. But a really interesting twist here, the Conservatives, we thought they weren't in the race, they're back in.
Yeah, that's really interesting, Liz. Well, let's ask Graham Brady about that. What do you make of that?
Well, I wish Nick well, and it would be well-deserved. I think it would be a result that he's earned in the previous years of service as a Member of Parliament. But I think increasingly with this, we've talked about the fragmentation of politics, the number of parties, the number of independents. I think you will see some very surprising results and some very different results in different parts of the country. And there are some places, for instance, where reform has an appeal, and there are some places where it doesn't have an appeal. But certainly I think the impression of the Conservative vote holding up, perhaps rather better than some people expected in certain areas, maybe in Doncaster. I thought also interestingly, whilst in third place in North Tyneside, there was still a pretty solid chunk of Conservative votes in an area where historically we haven't been very strong. And that would certainly be in tune with what's happened over the last year or so since the general election in local government by-elections, where we've tended to be picking up seats. We've tended to be doing rather well at getting our vote out and scoring better than our challengers.
Yeah, we certainly seem to be entering an era, don't we, where parties could have success with a much smaller vote share.
Yeah, and I think, look, obviously tonight's conversations are very much dominated by reform, but when we look at the next set of elections and the way local elections are done, it's in thirds and thirds. So we've got, more interesting elections next year and the year after. Next year we've got Scotland and Wales as well.
We're getting a result in Grimsby. Let's listen in.
Horscroft, Sally Ann, the Green Party, 1,225. Jenkins, Andrea Marie, Reform UK, 12,523. Overton, Marianne Jane, Lincolnshire Independents, 980. Stockwood Jason, Labour and Cooperative Party, 6,419. Waltham, Alan Robert, commonly known as Rob Waltham, Local Conservatives, 6,239. Young, Trevor Victor, commonly known as Trevor Young, Liberal Democrats, 1,022. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. Wanted official mark, 0. Voting for more candidates than the voter was entitled for, 14. Writing on mark by which voter could be identified, 0. Unmarked or void for uncertainty, 70. Total rejected ballot papers, 84. The total votes cast were 28,492. Thank you.
So there we have it. Andrea Jenkins has been elected as the Greater Lincolnshire Mayor for the Reform Party. 17,739 votes. Rob Waltham for the Conservatives on 8,955. And Marianne Overton, you can see there, an independent, 2,738, with Labour on just over 2,200, and then the Greens, Sally Horscroft, on 2004. So Andrea Jenkins, as had been predicted quite early in the night, actually, by the Deputy Leader of the Reform UK Party. So that, actually, Sam, talk us through that, because that was one of the boroughs, wasn't it?
Yes. So what you have there is Reform UK. It's pretty much, I think, one of their most high-profile campaigns of this election. And Andrea Jenkins, a very prominent figure, a Conservative in the last Parliament for most of it, and then more recently defecting to Reform, leading the way. And you have some of those areas that most strongly voted for Brexit in this part of the country, and they appear to have handed Andrea Jenkins the mayoralty by really quite a convincing margin. Look, there's more than 4,000 votes over the Tories there. It has been basically a two-horse race, this one. But I think from the Conservative perspective, I think there's a couple of issues. First of all, the fact that you have a prominent Conservative moving across to Reform, but moreover, this is an area where you are seeing the Reform Party going deep in and challenging the Conservative, taking their votes. And I think that this kind of result is the one that will prompt Conservatives, largely privately, to ask why we're in a situation where the Reform Party and the Tory Party are slugging it out and potentially allowing Labour to come through the middle. That's the conversation that it seemed to me that Robert Jenrick's leaked remarks that Sky revealed a week or so ago were hinting at. There are areas of the country where Reform and the Tories are fighting, but those two parties that are principally of the centre-right, when they go at each other and take votes from each other, they do give Labour a greater chance of coming through the middle and winning a seat.
Yeah, it's very interesting, that issue, isn't it? Where you've got those two parties sort of vying against each other, and Reform are going to be the winners out of that.
I mean, I just feel that is where the conversation is going to move to, and I think there'll be a lot of Conservative ex-councillors that will be pondering that question as well after these elections. And I think, look, if you ask any Conservative right now, and I'm sure Graham would say the same thing, would you want to do a deal ahead of the next election? The answer will be no, of course we don't. We don't want to do any sort of stitch up, and that's what all political parties say. But I think there could be a situation a bit like we're seeing it in Runcorn, where the Conservatives step back so that the Reform can sort of try and knock out the Labour candidate. But the other thing I think will be interesting is what happens after an election in the future, because if the way the maths work out, that a coalition could be done between the Conservatives and Reform to keep out a Labour government, surely that's something that they're going to do, surely. Surely,
Graham, surely that's something that they will have to do,
surely.
Isn't it?
Well, I just think one of the things that we're seeing this evening, seeing Reform doing well against Labour in a number of areas where Labour has previously been strong. I think it begs a very big question, is Reform necessarily to be seen as a party of the centre-right? And I don't think that is necessarily the case. I think we'll see Reform tacking more and more to the left. And that isn't necessarily a natural party for...
But take Doncaster. We've just been having a really interesting discussion about how Doncaster could be a sort of three-way race. That is a classic thing where if the Conservatives and Reform got together, that would win.
But of course, Reform is taking votes from Labour in Doncaster, and it looks
sure,
like
but
Nick Fletcher might be holding on to the Conservative vote there.
Well, I mean, let's see what happens there. But it is interesting. I mean, so. But if your whole thing is that you would rather have a Labour government then than do a deal with Reform at any point?
Look, we don't know what the polling figures are going to be like at the time of the next general election, but if they were the same as the polling figures are now, it could make for an extremely messy parliament with 3 or 4 significant party groups and no obvious winner. And I don't think that's necessarily an outcome the British public would wish to see.
All right. Thank you both for a moment. We're going to take a break. We are waiting for the results in the Runcorn and Helsby by-election. You've got time to make a cup of tea, I think. Go make a cup of tea during the break. We'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Gives you the very best of Sky News wherever you are. Breaking news, videos, analysis, up at 6%. Podcasts, watching us live. Joins us live. All in one place. And all at just the touch of a screen. The Sky News app. Get the full story first.
Mayhem in the Middle East, rippling in America's West.
Get back! Get back!
The resolve of these protesters is now being seriously tested. I saw police being forced or pushing young men and women to the ground as they made almost 100 arrests.
None of this is a peaceful protest.
I'm Martha Kellner and I'm Sky's US correspondent based here in Los Angeles. How are you feeling?
I am angry. It is an anti-woman agenda.
Will the cold affect your voters?
Well, we have a lot of tremendous support, but it's nasty out there.
Anybody else?
Should the Defence Secretary and the Vice...
Wait, what country are you
from the UK?
Okay, we don't give a crap about your opinion and your reporting. Why don't you go back to your country where you have a major migrant problem?
President Biden, do you trust President Xi? President Biden says that this meeting went well. He said real progress was made on a whole host of issues. Will your candidates win?
I hope so. I think they will. I think they're great candidates.
There's no doubt that Kamala Harris and her team are harnessing the power of social media. Do you think Kamala is brat?
Kamala's brat.
Were you scared?
Yeah, we were scared. It was terrible. Strong wind, building tearing down.
As them say, our God works, so we can't do nothing.
The people here know that worse storms may well be on their way. Sky News, get the full story first. Free wherever you get your news. Ghislaine Maxwell has pleaded not guilty to all 6 charges against her. Mum, how are you feeling today?
Jeffrey said, you answer to Ghislaine, you just don't cross her.
A show of military might and menace. Why should the West trust you?
Frankly, I don't care whether the West trusts us or not.
Sky News. Get the full story first. Have a quick word for Sky News. Is the West right? Are you fueling Russia's war machine? American journalist Evan Gershkovich is on trial here, but was first on display. I'm Ivor Bennett, Sky's Moscow correspondent.
We arrive. A secret hospital hidden in the Myanmar jungle, treating the victims of this bloody war. This is Myanmar today. Its military rulers don't want the world to see, but we have.
I fight for my own future. I fight for my generation's future.
This is an actual crime.
They don't care for that.
Myanmar army is only a couple of kilometers away. So this is a major humanitarian disaster.
You're watching Sky News. This is the scene in Widnes. Lots of tired faces there. The counting has finished, but breaking news this hour, it looks as if a recount is going to have to take place there in Widnes. Those volunteers, no doubt, about to start all over again. Let's join our chief political correspondent, John Craig, who is there at the Runcorn and Helsby by-election count. To fill us in, John.
Absolute drama here, Jonathan. Zia Youssef, the Reform UK chairman, has just told Sky News that Reform are ahead of Labour by 4 votes, and that's why there is a recount. And so there's been a big hold-up here while all sorts of checks have been made, but now they've got into a full recount. 4 votes. I don't think a by-election has ever been that close. I mean, by my reckoning, you've had results of sort of majorities of 50, 60 or so in very close by-elections. 4 votes. I mean, that's the difference. One household, isn't it, voting? Anyway, absolute drama here. Mr. Youssef has just left the building, we assume, to go and brief Nigel Farage, who we believe is still sitting in his car in the car park, while he weighed up whether to drive off to Lincolnshire to greet Dame Andrea Jenkins. But I have never, ever covered a by-election which has been as close as this. There have been some close ones with just 100 or so and some under 100, but 4 votes. Jonathan, it's amazing, isn't it? 4 votes. I mean, I talked about VAR a short time ago. I mean, this is more exciting than VAR in football. 4 votes. And so, as you say, they are starting again. The tellers there in their orange jackets will not be happy. But, well, there's a lot at stake here. We've been through a roller coaster of an evening here. Early on, Reform UK sources were telling me they'd probably thought they'd win it by perhaps 1,000. And then later on in the evening, Labour grew more confident. And then, I mean, Reform seemed to have a bit of a wobble, but the very latest is that Reform are saying they are ahead by 4 votes. Now, by my reckoning, The closest by-election result in modern times was in Berwick-upon-Tweed in 1973. That was when Alan Beath won for the Liberals, and beat after the Lord Lambton sex scandal. Then there was other really close ones. There was 100 in West Derbyshire when Patrick McLaughlin, who went on to be a Tory cabinet minister, won in West Derbyshire. Batley and Spen, very recently, 2021, when Kim Leadbeater beat George Galloway, 323. 4 votes, Jonathan. I can't believe I'm saying this. Reform say they are 4 votes ahead, and that's why we're into a recount. I think we're in for not just a long night, but a long morning. I remember the result at Hartlepool was 7:10 in the morning. Well, it's 5-4 now. I think we're going to be here for a little while yet, Jonathan.
Yeah, the look of despondency on some of those tellers' faces. As you say, John, the news spreading around the hall there that a recount is inevitable. Sam Coates is here. Sam, just 4 votes in it?
I think there's extreme tension in Downing Street and in Reform UK headquarters from the messages that I'm getting. Look, there'll be all sorts of questions. If this goes against Labour, then there'll be questions about why the Prime Minister didn't go and put his shoulder to the wheel. He could have gone. Nigel Farage went multiple times, but the Prime Minister wasn't there. You've got Labour, which has a sophisticated ground operation, and Reform, which is really building one from scratch. Also just trying to get this extraordinary result over the line if they manage to do it. It's the 49th safest seat for the Labour Party. So the majority that Labour enjoyed at the last election, you know, we're talking about a seat where in the last 2 elections, Labour have had roughly around 50% of the vote. Those are very, very hard seats to take for challenger parties, particularly one that is such a start-up party. And just the fact that they've got this close is a big and important worrying moment. That a lot of the analysis will hinge on who wins, because in politics, the winner takes all. But the truth is that whatever happens, we are seeing a huge sweep of voters turning from Labour and the Conservatives to Reform. And that is a profound change in our politics. And so whoever actually edges it, I do think this is a big moment.
OK, Sam, thank you very much. Well, as we approach 4 o'clock, breaking news this hour, there is going to be a full recount in the Runcorn by-election, a full recount there in Widnes. There are just 4 votes in it between Reform and Labour. We'll have all the latest for you at the top of the hour.
A show of military might and menace. Why should the West trust you?
Frankly, I don't care whether the West trusts us or not.
Sky News. Get the full story first. Have a quick word for Sky News. Is the West right? Are you fueling Russia's war machine? American journalist Evan Gershkovich is on trial here, but was first on display. I'm Ivor Bennett, Sky's Moscow correspondent.
It's 4 o'clock. Welcome back to this Sky News Vote 2025 special programme. I'm Jonathan Samuels, and the big news so far, there's a full recount underway in the parliamentary by-election in Runcorn and Helsby. We understand there were just 4 votes in it between Labour and Reform. Well, let's bring in our chief political correspondent, John Craig, who's at the count in Widnes. John, huge drama. All this while we understand Nigel Farage is outside waiting for a result.
That's what we believe, yes. We understand that Nigel Farage is, as we speak, probably sitting in his car, following, who knows how he's following what's going on. Zia Youssef, the party chairman, has been in and out of the doors here, obviously to brief Mr Farage. But there's drama and mayhem here. Behind me, you can see they've started all over again. I mean, we watched as the counting was taking place earlier on. We saw the big piles for the Reform candidate, Sarah Pochin, and we saw big piles for Labour's Karen Shaw. And at the time, we thought they looked pretty even, actually, the piles. And so it proved, because we heard from Mr Youssef. He told Sky News 4 votes in it. Now, whether Labour have demanded a recount, Mr Youssef was saying Reform are ahead by just 4 votes. Labour earlier on was saying, no, we're not challenging the result. But clearly, the returning officer, that's Stephen Young, a senior council official here, has taken the decision, look, this is so close, we've got to get it right. Because there have been occasions in previous years when a losing party has gone to the courts to challenge a result if they don't believe it's correct or accurate. So clearly, he wants to avoid that. But as you can see, it's back to the counting. All the tellers there with the people with the orange jackets on. There are various supervisors. They've got the blue jackets on. I can see a Labour official over there fanning himself with a notebook. And we just heard that Reform are saying that it was indeed Labour who asked for the recount. No surprise there if they're only 4 votes behind. I mean, a few ballot papers could have fallen on the floor. And as we were saying earlier, it's only 4 votes is 1 household. And as Sam Coates quite rightly said, there will be massive inquest in Labour's High Command. Why did Sir Keir Starmer not come here? Mr Farage has been 4 times, including today. And there will be those who say that the Prime Minister has let his party down, and that will be more criticism of the Prime Minister from perhaps the party grassroots. But as we speak, we're starting all over again. We're going to be here for a while. It has been a seesaw of an evening, a roller coaster. First of all, Reform. When we got here, Reform, when the polls closed, Reform thought they were going to win it perhaps by 1,000. Mr Farage actually used a very colourful and one might say rude phrase to suggest that his party were going to win by an absolutely tiny margin. A part of a gnat's anatomy, he said, would be the margin between the 2 parties. Well, it turns out, actually, Mr Farage was probably right about that. If the margin's only 4, then Labour got more confident as the evening went on, and there seemed to be a bit of a wobble amongst the Reform UK team that was here. And now, of course, when we learned just how close it was, we saw the piles more or less, the same height. And it clearly was very close. But 4 votes, Jonathan, I mean, that is astonishingly close. There's never been a by-election with a result as close as that. And, of course, if Reform have just edged it, then, of course, it's another triumph for Mr Farage's party tonight on what looks like a good night nationally. But meanwhile, here at the Widnes Vikings Rugby League ground, we're starting all over again, and a lot of people here just in the room are just stunned, shocked by what's happened here. I mean, I don't recall a night of drama at a by-election like this. I mean, I remember some by-election shocks when George Galloway won in Bradford, and we have had some shock results over the years. And recently we had the Tories holding on in the by-election in Boris Johnson's seat because of ULEZ. Here, There have been a lot of protests from voters about Labour taking away winter fuel payments. There'll be an inquest about that too from the Labour rank and file, and when it's blatantly obvious now that it is badly damaging the Labour Party. And so it looks as though, if this result stands, it's the narrowest of narrow victories for Mr Farage's party, and a narrow defeat for Labour, and they'll be saying we should have done more, and perhaps the Prime Minister personally should have done more. But we're going to be a while here if they're starting all over again, so stay with us.
Yeah, John, those tellers are going to be very disappointed, aren't they? 4 o'clock in the morning, they thought that it was almost time to go home and go to bed. But as you say, starting all over again. In your experience, and there is a great deal of experience of covering by-elections, as we all know and are grateful for, what happens if the result comes in again and it's desperately close? I mean, how many recounts can you have?
Well, that will be down to the returning officer. I remember a by-election in Manchester a few years ago. I'm trying to think which one it was. It might have been the Wythenshawe one, when in fact the Liberal Democrats, as I recall, wanted a recount because they were worried about losing their deposit. And the returning officer, who was that veteran of local government, Bernstein, I can't remember his, was it Bernstein? I can't remember, who was chief executive of Manchester City Council for years, just said, no, it's late, you're not having a recount, Liberal Democrats, the result is clear. So there will come a point when the returning officer will say, no, we've had one recount, you're not having another. That's not to say he won't say, yes, it's very close, we will have another one, because you do occasionally get 2 or 3 recounts. So and then, of course, I suppose it's possible they might at a certain time, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 a.m. say, we'll all come back later on in the day. Who knows? It's up in the air. It's great excitement, isn't it?
Well, if you say so, John, I'm sure those tellers wouldn't agree with you. But yes, just 4 votes in it, certainly dramatic. Thank you very much for the moment. Let's bring in our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. Sam, what on earth does all this mean? Because you're going to have Labour now pulling their hair out, thinking, what on earth has gone wrong? Red faces there, because earlier in the night they felt that they had clung on to this seat.
I'm old enough to remember when Danny Stewart was quite optimistic about the Runcorn by-election. Look, I think we're in for an amazing few hours, given a 4-seat difference between Reform in this. So the Runcorn by-election triggered by the fact that Mike Amesbury, the Labour MP at the last election, stood down after punching a man being found guilty for that. It is Labour's 49th safest seat. Look at this. This is the Runcorn by-election, last two elections. 2019, Labour got just short of 50% of the vote. 2024, Labour got just over 50% of the vote. And a party that didn't exist in 2019 and was barely on the map in 2024 now is within 4 votes, well, has, according to the first version of the first count, overtaken the Labour Party, got more than the Labour Party, which got over 50% of the vote last time. And that is incredible, because 4 votes, Jonathan, makes it the closest by-election ever, if that stands. Look at this. The next closest was 57 votes, Liberal Democrats, and then Walthamstow West. You have to go back quite a long way before you get anything, but nothing in single figures. Not a single one, and only 2 under 100. So you've got... it really is something extraordinary and historic that's going on. And that in itself, Jonathan, I think is just a marker of a moment. It is a marker of just how impressive Reform UK's performance has been tonight, whether they win or not, that they have challenged the Labour Party on home turf, because you've just got... it's a result... And Reform UK do not have a history of doing particularly well in by-elections. Their most successful one previously was the Blackpool South by-election, and there they only got 16.9%. In order to win this seat, they're going to have to get sort of 40, 45, 50% plus. And then that was the only one. There have only been 2 in double digits. So I think what that tells us is that Reform UK don't have the kind of architecture, the on-the-ground campaigning machine historically to do this, because they're such a new party, because they're building everything from scratch. So that is one part of the story that we've got tonight. Let's have a little bit of an overview. Now, there are council by-elections all over the country, not the ones in the main councils that are up, but individual seats that have been counted. They don't count, you won't see them on the ticker at the bottom of your screen, but what they show you is that in a lot of places, Labour seats in places like Hartlepool and Harlow and Rochdale and since the last time we talked, Essex and Norfolk and Lichfield, in all of those places we have had Labour council seats all going to Reform. And that is a significant result. We've even had Labour seats going to the Greens. So what that tells us is that the Labour Party is being challenged both from the right by Reform, but also, in case Downing Street are thinking about moving to the right, maybe moving onto Reform UK's territory, there is a threat from the Green Party to Labour seats as well. Let's look at the overview. We've done an analysis of how the voting patterns have changed compared to 2023. And the big picture is Reform UK. 30% of the vote going to moving to Reform UK. And, of course, we know that Reform UK poses a challenge to the Conservative Party. They basically, one of the reasons that Labour was able to win a landslide last year because Reform UK ate into the vote of the Tory party. But here's the big and surprising thing that we're seeing here. It's a bit of the pattern that we're seeing in Runcorn, also in some of these council by-elections, which is the Reform UK vote is coming from the Labour Party. That's where you can see it. And maybe even, I think there are a couple of council by-elections where we have seen Liberal Democrat wards go light blue as well. So the whole Reform UK story, I think, is a very important one. And also, the other really important moment, the reason that tonight is proving quite dramatic, is that for the first time, Reform UK are actually running something. They've got the Greater Lincolnshire mayor. Reform UK have claimed that Andrea Jenkins has won that seat and that mayoralty. And you can see just 3 of the areas that have been counted. We haven't got all the results there, but getting around 50% Reform UK in all the different areas, absolutely trouncing mostly the Conservatives, but in one place, Labour coming in second, Labour coming in fourth in some parts of the country. So what you get there is a picture that Reform UK are causing damage to the Tories, like they did in the general election last year. They are causing damage to Labour in places like Runcorn and elsewhere. I think there is going to be a lot to chew on these set of results because politics does feel tonight like we're seeing it changing at the ballot box, just as it has done at the polls. Jonathan.
Yeah, it really does. Record-breaking night indeed. Sam, thank you very much. Well, let's bring in our panellists, Aisha Hazarika and also Graham Brady, who've been with us since midnight. And this is remarkable, isn't it? I mean, Aisha, I'm going to ask you this question first. 4 votes in it. If the Prime Minister had gone up there, he might have swung it for Labour.
Who knows? I mean, that will be the counterfactual question. I mean, that's what people will be asking. Well, I think the big lesson of where we've got to tonight is I'm not speculating anymore on Runcorn
because the door then, because we need more speculation.
But what I mean, it just so shows that every vote does count in these things. But someone's just messaged me who's been watching at home actually saying it reminds them of the last general election in Poole. Apparently, there was a recount that went well into the morning. And there was only 18 votes that separated the candidate. But yeah, this is nail-biting stuff. And what's interesting is clearly Labour were feeling a wee bit more... The sort of journey of this, beginning of the night, clearly Reform's feeling much more confident. We heard from John there. Then throughout the night, we were getting messages from the Labour Party. And now, I've just had a message from someone very senior at Labour just saying it's just too close to call.
Yeah, I mean, we know a win is a win, don't we? And if Labour win it, they win it. But the fact that Reform are so close, nudging there, nudging right at the top, tells a massive story, doesn't it?
It does tell a massive story. Obviously, very bad news for Labour. I can't help but reflect when you ask why didn't Keir Starmer go. Of course, it could have been a worse result for Labour if Keir Starmer had gone. He's not a popular Prime Minister, even less than a year into his government.
Either way, it might have been a bit clearer and they might not have had to have a recount.
It might have been. That would have been a happy outcome for all the poor people at the count.
No, so yeah, it is a very good point. But it does tell that message, doesn't it, as we were saying, that reform are, in such a short amount of time, changing the political landscape.
They are, and I think we have all got to take reform very, very seriously. I think there has been a bit of a tendency in politics from both the establishment parties to slightly kind of mock reform. I think we do need to take them seriously. They, by the way, if they do win these, if they do win power tonight, they're going to have to prove that they're worthy of being taken seriously, because local government is very, very difficult at the moment. You have to really deliver in local government. It's very difficult with the financial settlements. The one thing I just want to slightly challenge you on what you said, though, is that reform will come from nowhere. I think that's not quite true. Nigel Farage is arguably one of the most influential successful politicians of our generation.
Certainly one of the best communicators.
Absolutely, and he did head up the Brexit party, and he was a bit. So I think I don't slightly buy that they're kind of this ragtag of people that have just come out of nowhere. Nigel Farage has had a big influence on British politics for a long time. So I just think that whole thing of they just come out of nowhere is not quite true.
But it also is a vote against Labour, isn't it? It's a massive kick in the teeth for Labour.
Yeah, I mean,
they're angry, especially as we were hearing, voters in Runcorn, in Widnes, in Helsby, angry about things like the winter fuel payment. That's had a big effect.
Yeah. No, I mean, I can remember doing one of these shows on general election night and making the point that I think it's a very dangerous territory to be in when you win a big majority in Parliament with a very small percentage of the popular vote. So the Labour Party wasn't popular at the time of the general election. My party was unpopular. People wanted a change of government. But there was no big surge of support to have Labour in government. And what they've done since has just reminded people that they really didn't like these guys. It's not what they wanted. They just weren't happy with what they already had.
The other guys.
Exactly. And I do think it's one of the dangerous things in politics that the tendency for people to either swing from one of the main parties to the other, and we had Labour going for its worst result ever in 2019 to a big majority in 2024. Conservative Party having a substantial majority in 2019 and a dreadful result in 2024. And, it isn't... I don't think it's the kind of politics that is likely to deliver the best outcomes for people if there are those great big swings every time there's an election. You lose a lot of experience, you lose a lot of quality in the people who are involved in politics. And, I suppose that's the other point, is that reform has got a lot of very inexperienced politicians. To imagine that they're suddenly going to perform brilliantly and they're going to get everything right would be a big mistake. Instead, they're going to be facing a lot of the kind of scrutiny that they haven't had to face before.
That's a really good point, isn't it? That actually, if reform do well, in a funny sort of way, it could work in to Labour's benefit, because suddenly they'll be under huge scrutiny, as you say, and, how are you going to fix those potholes? How are you going to help with the schools? How are you going to run social care? And when they start failing, they'll be picked up on it, and Labour will say, well, we told you so.
Well, look, I mean, I think reform are going to come under more scrutiny. And I think that's right, because I do think that reform have been in this sweet spot where they can be a kind of howl of protest and not really have massive scrutiny in their policies. Like, if you look at some of their policies, for example, they had this idea where they didn't want anybody to pay income tax and, until they hit £20,000. It's a lovely idea in theory. That is a huge amount of money. How on earth is that going to be paid for? You look at some of their, policies on the health service. You've just had Nigel Farage telling Beth Rigby here on Sky News he doesn't want the NHS to be funded from general taxation anymore. All of these are really, really big policy things with profound consequences. So I think reform are going to come under a lot of scrutiny, but I do think that both the parties, including this new Labour government, is going to have to think, and rightly so, carefully about the impact of reform. And certainly for the Labour government, the thing they have to focus on ruthlessly is delivering for people. Look, I take Graham's point in the sense that people, I think in politics, it's quite rare to be like, I really, really want to vote for this person. It's often, I want a change, that is often the reality of politics. And I think it's fair to say that people did want a change after 14 years of a Conservative government. Labour inherited a very difficult set of circumstances, but Labour is now going to have to show that it can be the change that people wanted.
When do Labour stop blaming the Tories, saying we inherited it? Because it's been 10 months now. I mean, that record can't keep going forever.
I'm afraid my dear colleague here his colleagues were like blaming Liam Byrne's letter, like right up until the last general election. They were like pulling out that. So I think that's part of politics. But I take your point.
You can try to do it. It doesn't necessarily work.
That's true. So I mean that is part of the rough and tumble of politics. But I do think Labour has got to, instead of, there'll be a bit of that, but I think Labour must focus on the positive change and it is making some positive. I think the building houses is going to be very important, infrastructure, planning, sorting out the health service. But it's going to have to show it can deliver soon for people and also tell a story about a more hopeful Britain and a better Britain. Because I think what there is agreement on is that Britain has been in decline for quite some time.
And those things that might help to bring growth, like the planning reforms, are going to be longer term in bringing any fruit. And the things which are being done now, like increasing the minimum wage, like the winter fuel allowance, like the new employment regulations which are going to be brought in, which business is terrified of, can hit growth now and reduce the tax take now and push us into bigger debt.
Yeah, we all want instant results, don't we? And,
we do, but that's I think that's been a big look. We have got really big structural problems in our country, and it goes back many decades. We've got low productivity, we've got high taxes, we've got very weak public services. We are in this kind of doom loop. And if we keep doing the kind of easy thing and not doing the sort of more difficult, like I'm sure there's agreement on planning and infrastructure. I mean, sure you would agree with planning reform, and there's many Conservatives who do say, look, we should have done this and we're in government. Someone has to get on and do those long-term things, and they're not easy and sexy and they're not a quick win. But it's really important to do that stuff. If you care about the country and you want to fix the country, you do sometimes have to do stuff which is just going to be a much longer project than the short-term election cycle. But you have to show change and you have to communicate that change as well.
I don't really want to be in a doom loop.
We don't want to be in a... We're not in a doom loop.
We're not in a doom loop.
I'm having a sugar crash, but we're not in a doom loop.
In Widnes, it will feel like being in a doom loop.
In Widnes, why don't we have a look at some of those faces of those poor tellers who've got to start counting all over again. Definitely in a doom loop there. Look, they have started the process. They began at just after 10 o'clock yesterday evening. They've started all over again. Huge breaking news this hour. A full recount in Runcorn and Helsby is underway. There were just 4 votes in it, candidates were told, between Reform and Labour. Stay with us, plenty more after the break.
secret hospital hidden in the Myanmar jungle, treating the victims of this bloody war. This is Myanmar today. Its military rulers don't want the world to see, but we have.
I fight for my own future. I fight for my generation's future.
This is an actual crime.
They don't care for that.
Myanmar army is only a couple of kilometres away.
So this is a major humanitarian disaster.
Jubilation in the streets, while some emotional.
This is a political victory for Prime Minister Modi and his Hindu Nationalist Party.
I'm Neville Lazarus, and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi.
Companies like these are helping India in its trajectory to be a serious player in space exploration. Sky News, get the full story first.
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story. I'm ready. Are you? Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
Hello again, welcome back. A huge breaking news this hour in the Runcorn and Helsby by-election. There is to be a recount, apparently just 4 votes in it between Labour, who won the seat at the last general election, and Reform. This is what Nigel Farage says. He has sent a message out on social media in the last few moments. Reform UK have won the Runcorn and Helsby by-election by 4 votes. Labour have demanded a recount. We are very confident we have won. Now, our correspondent there, John Craig, telling us that Nigel Farage is just outside where the where the count is taking place, actually sat in his car waiting to make, presumably, a victory speech. But he has put out on X in the last few moments, Reform UK have won the Runcorn and Helsby by-election by 4 votes. Labour have demanded a recount. We are very confident we have won. There it is from Nigel Farage, leader of Reform UK. Well, Labour's Emma Reynolds, the Economic Secretary to the Treasury and City, joins our panel here in the studio. Great to see you, and you join us.
Good morning.
In moments of high drama.
Indeed.
What do you make of this, a recount?
Yes, a recount, and I think it is much too close to call, and the only person calling it will be the returning officer, as is the usual way of these things, so we will wait to see what happens.
So Nigel Farage is wrong, is he?
Well, we don't know yet, do we? But I wouldn't personally want to call it either way, given that, as I said, the result is always called by the returning officer. That is the way that we do elections in this country.
It is. But it is incredibly close, isn't it, in a seat where Labour won 53% of the vote last year, a majority of 14,696 votes. Reform did come second, but only with 18%. I mean, they have done remarkably well, haven't they? Even if Labour win by 4 votes or whatever it is after this recount, Reform have made a monumental achievement here.
Well, we'll see what happens when the recount comes in, but we fought for every vote in this campaign, and we had a really great candidate as well. I was up there myself yesterday. It was very hot indeed. We'll see what happens. We went into this by-election in very challenging circumstances, as you know. I don't need to go over those. But by-elections are a strange thing. What's interesting, actually, about this by-election, which is unusual, is that 46% of people went out to vote, which is extremely high, shows the level of activity across the different parties, which is healthy in a democracy, that you should have such a high turnout in a by-election, but unusual.
You went up there, which is great. Do you think the Prime Minister should have gone? And if he had gone, he might have swayed things more in your favour?
Well, look, the Prime Minister has been busy. We've been taking control of British Steel. We've been dealing with a very difficult situation.
Too busy to avoid what could be terrible
headlines. There are no hard and fast rules about whether Prime Ministers attend by-elections. We've had a fantastic team up there fighting the election. We've had a fantastic candidate who has fought in a very difficult set of circumstances. So it remains to be seen what happens. But it is a very tense moment, obviously, if you're at the count. I was just reflecting on another interview. I've actually never been to a count that's gone to a recount. I don't know whether Graham might have, but it must be quite something. And those people that you see on your TV screens, the activists, they've been up all day as well, probably, knocking on doors.
Oh yeah, I mean,
trying to get people out to vote.
Your heart goes out to them, doesn't it? Really, having to start all over again. You talk about the turnout, which is positive, but of course, many of those people could have been going to vote because they are fed up with the lack of progress of this government, and they've been given an alternative who actually are speaking what they want to hear, saying the things that they need addressing, and are moving over to their turf.
We know that people are impatient for change. We've only been in power for 9 months. We came to power on a promise of change, of recovering our public services, of recovering the economy, turning that around. It's been stagnating for quite some time. You were just talking about low levels of productivity. We've also had falling living standards in the last government, which really hit people hard. So we understand that people want change. We have already started to see some of the economic fundamentals start to shift. We've had 3 interest rate cuts since we came to power. We've got wages rising faster than prices, but we've still got a lot more to do, and we understand that people want to see change. Waiting times in the NHS are coming down for the 6th month in a row. 3 million extra additional appointments in the NHS too. So we are starting to see some progress. And Aisha, as ever, is right, and we've got to communicate that. But we've also put in place some long-term reforms, such as the planning reforms, to ensure that people who are in this next generation coming up can afford to buy a house, and families can afford to upsize. We know that there's big challenges that this country faces.
But also, you know, there are some things that haven't gone right. The economy is still incredibly sluggish, and we were speaking to John Craig, our chief political correspondent, who's up there in Widnes, saying he's spoken to lots of the people who voted yesterday, and they say this is actually an inquest about the winter fuel payments. You know, that has massively damaged the party and damaged people in places like Widnes who were relying on it.
Well, it was a very difficult decision, but it is right that in very, very tight fiscal circumstances, you focus your support on those who need it most. There were people who received the winter fuel allowance who used to ask repeatedly, could they return it because they didn't need it, or they gave it to charity. Obviously, you know, we understand that people feel strongly about it, but we have protected the triple lock. The Mel Stride, the Shadow Chancellor, has questioned whether we need the triple lock. That is worth much more to pensioners than the winter fuel allowances. So those on the state pension right now will see an increase of £470, and they'll see over the course of this Parliament their pension increase year on year because of our commitment to the triple lock. So that is worth more than the winter fuel payment.
What do you make of all that argument, Graham? Do you think that's right? Do you think people are seeing enough change when it comes to the government?
I think people see and feel negative change. They see the levels of growth that we had falling backwards. They see more borrowing, more government debt being incurred. And of course, at the same time that the government said it had to get rid of the winter fuel payment, what they were doing was spending a huge amount of additional money on massively above inflation pay rises, particularly on the railways. So there are things that don't add up, but people in their own lives are not feeling the benefits of it. They're seeing things getting more difficult, if anything.
Aisha?
Well, as I said earlier, look, I think we all have to be honest about the fact that Labour did inherit a very, very difficult set of circumstances. When we've been discussing it tonight, the Conservatives were desperately unpopular for a reason, because people really felt that this country had slipped into decline. Now, it's unlikely that Labour can turn that around magically. You can't come into government and just pull a lever that says growth, or wave a magic wand and everything's better. But Labour knows, and Emma as a government minister, particularly at the Treasury, will know more than anyone, that there is a time pressure on Labour. We have the lesson from tonight, perhaps, that we will take is that the public are impatient, they're demanding, they're transactional, they want to see change. So it will be incumbent on Labour to change people's lives for the better, to be able to communicate that story, but most importantly, for people to feel that change in their everyday lives. That's the thing that I'm sure all ministers and advisors and everyone else are thinking about, because that's what this government will be judged at the next general election, the same way that that's what the Conservatives were judged by at the last election, and that's why they lost so badly.
Do you think that is part of the problem, the communication? You know, we've heard a lot over the last few hours that change takes time and the things you want to do take time and we can't have quick fixes. But the public aren't getting that message, are they? But are they? And they're using the ballot paper to show their annoyance.
Sure, I can understand, though, why people are impatient for change. We've had a stagnating growth and declining public services for quite some time. We promised change and we are delivering on that change, but it's going to take some time. As Aisha said, we can't deliver that in 9 short months. But I hope that over the next few years we can absolutely start to deliver on our plan for change, which is about improving public services, in particular the NHS, but not only, and also kick-starting economic growth in order to make people better off. Because under the last Parliament, what we saw was falling living standards. We're determined to ensure that economic growth is kick-started so that we can actually start to see people better off, feeling that in their pay packets and feeling that in their everyday lives.
And I'm curious, whether or not Reform UK win the by-election in the next few hours, there is clearly signs that there will have been a dramatic shift in that constituency to Reform UK. They have clearly won thousands of votes. And that is a message being sent in part to you guys. Do you think that anything this government is doing needs to change as a result of that result and the others that we're seeing today?
I'd say that we need to make sure that we deliver on the plan for change that we've already set out, which was in our manifesto, which is about improving public services, kick-starting economic growth to make people better off.
But the answer I just heard from you is no, you don't think anything needs to change despite what looks like a fairly comprehensive drubbing from the public. Whether or not Reform UK win, there's a message being sent that they want things to be done differently. You're saying to them, no.
Well, we're saying bear with us because change takes time. That's what we're saying. And perhaps we're not delivering that message effectively enough. That's not landing. We've got to make sure that message lands. But if we are to bring down waiting times in the NHS, which is already happening, by the way, but more significantly, that is going to take some more time. If we're going to ensure that we deliver those 1.5 million homes, that's going to take time. The long-term planning
But do you think it's that the public don't believe... You've said what you're going to do, but the public are judging you harshly. Is that because you think that they don't believe you, or that you think that they think that you've got the wrong targets? Why do you think that they don't believe your promise of change?
Well, we'll wait to see what happens in Runcorn. We'll wait to see what happens in the other parts of the country. We are not seeing elections in every part of the country, of course. We're not seeing elections in Wales or in Scotland or in some of the city areas where Labour is traditionally strong. So we've got to have a look across the board at what's happening in this set of elections. And most of the local elections, as they are in my own constituency, which is in Buckinghamshire, are in Tory heartlands. They're not actually in Labour areas. So we'll wait to see what happens tomorrow afternoon.
OK, thank you very much indeed for your thoughts on all of that. Emma Reynolds, you joined us at a very interesting moment in the evening. Good to see you. Thank you very much. We are going to go back to Widnes now, where that recount is underway in the Runcorn and Helsby by-election. Our chief political correspondent, John Craig, is there. John, what did you make of that message from Nigel Farage saying that, yes, Reform have won by 4 votes? It was Labour who have called the recount.
Well, that is true the second time, yes, but of course we have been told by sources that at one point Labour were ahead by 10 votes, and at that point we understand it was Reform who called for a recount. So, first time round, Labour were ahead by 10, we're told. Second time round, Reform ahead by 4. And yes, Mr Farage has publicly claimed victory. Reform have won by 4 votes. Labour have demanded a recount. We are very confident we have won, says Mr Farage. Well, Reform sources were confident at the beginning of the evening. They thought at that point there might be one by, say, 1,000. And of course, the mood here and the has changed quite a bit throughout the evening. It's been a roller coaster. There have been times during the night, and we've been here, we're 20 to 5, so we've been here since 10 o'clock, nearly 7 hours now. There have been times during that period when Reform have been confident. There have been times when Labour were more confident. Now, one other piece of news I can give you is that I'm assured by senior Reform UK sources that it's not true that Mr Farage is waiting outside in his car. I'm not quite sure where he is exactly, but I'm told he's not waiting outside this building, which was suggested earlier on this evening. Now, if indeed he is correct, and we, at the moment, certainly that is correct, that Reform are ahead by 4, we will perhaps see him come and congratulate his candidate, Sarah Pochin. And it will be, despite the closeness of the result, a very spectacular result. Bear in mind that Mike Amesbury had a result of 14,600, and I think I'm right in saying got something like 53% of the vote. Reform only had 7,000 or so at the general election, so a remarkable turnaround to win this seat. Let me just correct Richard Tice on one thing he said. He said if they win here, it's the equivalent of winning Hackney South, which is represented by Diane Abbott. Well, I have to point out that Hackney South is Dame Meg Hillier. Diane Abbott is Hackney North. But never mind, that's nitpicking. But if Reform have won, it's a spectacular result for them. If Labour have turned out to have squeaked home, my word, what a great escape. It's possible, of course, that following this recount, we may get a different result again. Labour might be slightly ahead. But I would have thought if Reform are ahead again, the returning officer, Stephen Young, will say, that's that. You can see all the activity behind me and a lot of very close attention being paid to what's going on by the scrutineers from all the political parties. There's a young man an earnest young man from the Labour Party there, staring at his his mobile phone, the very model of a modern Labour spin doctor, it's been tense here for a few hours now, and this result here, a veteran ex-MP texted me to say in the February 74 election, general election, there was a seat won by 3 votes, and I think it was Richmond in, was it 2017? There was a really close result, but this will be the closest result. I think I'm right in saying in a by-election, and my word. We've had some dramatic by-elections over the years, but this will be the most dramatic of all and the closest of all. 4 votes. If that turns out to be the result, it will be an astonishingly close result. But Mr Farage says he's confident he's won, and he's claiming victory publicly with a tweet or a message on X, as we now call them.
OK, John, what a night it is turning out to be where you are up in Widnes. Thank you very much for the moment. We will return to you a little later, I'm sure. Right now, we're going to head to Doncaster, where our political correspondent Liz Bates is. The Doncaster mayoral election underway there. Are we looking close to getting a result, Liz?
We certainly are. In fact, we're going to get the results. We've just heard from the returning officer within the next 10 minutes. I have to say, usually at this point in the evening, we have a pretty good idea of who's won, but this is a very, very difficult count to judge. I've been watching all the different faces of all the different candidates, how the parties are acting at this stage of the evening, trying to just get a hint as to who might have taken this mayoralty. One of the interesting aspects of this is that the Conservative candidate, who early on in the evening we were being told by lots of different activists from lots of different parties, this is a 2-horse race, it's just between Labour and Reform. It does look, when you look at the pile of votes, that the Conservative candidate, Nick Fletcher, has done much better than anybody expected at the beginning of the evening. I still think It seems like it is between Labour and Reform at this point. Both of the candidates have been walking around, looking at the piles. Neither of them look particularly confident. I have to say, Labour do look pretty down in the dumps at this stage of the evening. Because it is theirs to lose, they have the incumbent elected mayor, Ros Jones. She was elected in 2013. This would be her 4th term, so it would be a huge loss for them. Reform, very upbeat, very buoyant. Their candidate looks very positive, and that is because they've come from absolutely nothing, and they are now in a position where they could take this elected mayoral seat in a Labour heartland. It would be a huge, huge moment for them, and we are going to find out what this result is just in the next few minutes.
OK, Liz, thank you very much. Liz Bates there as we look at that empty podium and empty stage. We are expecting, as Liz was saying, the results in the Doncaster mayoral election in the next 10 minutes. Ros Jones has been the Labour mayor of Doncaster since 2013 and hopes to be re-elected. But as we've been hearing, Reform have done very well, and also the Conservative candidate, Nick Fletcher, done much better than expected. We should have a result for you very soon. Don't go away.
Our app gives you the very best of Sky News wherever you are. Breaking news, videos, analysis up at 6%. Podcasts, watching us live. Joins us live all in one place, and all at just the touch of a screen. The Sky News app. Get the full story first.
Mayhem in the Middle East, rippling in America's West.
Get back! Get back!
The resolve of these protesters is now being seriously tested. I saw police being forced or pushing young men and women to the ground as they made almost 100 arrests.
None of this is a peaceful protest.
I'm Martha Kellner, and I'm Sky's US correspondent based here in Los Angeles. How are you feeling?
I am angry. It is an anti-woman agenda.
Will the cold affect your voters?
Well, we have a lot of tremendous support, but it's nasty out there.
Anybody else?
Should the Defence Secretary and the Vice...
Wait, what country are you
from? The UK.
Okay, we don't give a crap about your opinion and your reporting. Why don't you go back to your country where you have a major migrant problem?
President Biden, do you trust President Xi? President Biden says that this meeting went well. He said real progress was made on a whole host of issues. Will your candidates win?
I hope so. I think they will. I think they're great candidates.
There's no doubt that Kamala Harris and her team are harnessing the power of social media. Do you think Kamala is brat?
Kamala's brat.
Are you scared?
Yeah, we were scared. It was terrible. Strong wind, building tearing down.
As them say, our God works, so we can't do nothing.
The people here know that worse storms may well be on their way. Sky News, get the full story first. Free wherever you get your news. Ghislaine Maxwell has pleaded not guilty to all 6 charges against her. Mum, how are you feeling today?
Jeffrey said, you answer to Ghislaine, you just don't cross her.
We arrive. A secret hospital hidden in the Myanmar jungle, treating the victims of this bloody war. This is Myanmar today. Its military rulers don't want the world to see, but we have.
I fight for my own future. I fight for my generation's future.
This is an actual crime.
They don't care for that.
Myanmar army is only a couple of kilometres away. So this is a major humanitarian disaster.
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story.
I'm ready. Are you?
Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
Well, we could be about to get our second result in the mayoral elections taking place this morning. There was some good news earlier for Labour as the party held on to the North Tyneside mayoralty, although with a majority of just 444 ahead of Reform. But as you can see, the empty stage and podium there in Doncaster, where we are awaiting the result of the Doncaster mayoral election. It was always thought to be a two-horse race between Labour and Reform, but we've also heard the Conservative candidate has done much better than expected. That result due in the next few moments. Our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, is here with us. Give us an overview, Sam, of where we are.
So we haven't had any of the big councils report, and we haven't had any moments where we've got a council changing control or being confirmed staying in the same hand. What instead we've had is a series of council by-elections dotted around the country. And we've been analysing those, and they're on the screen behind me. I'm just going to take you through some of the headlines. What we're seeing here, that of the 16 seats that Labour was defending, actually they've lost 10 of them. And quite a lot of those losses are to Reform. And that's actually one of the big stories of today. Labour also losing seats to the Greens in Lambeth, one of its strongholds. That suggests that Labour have a challenge to the right from Reform, but also a challenge to the left. That's quite a big story. You can even see, and this is surprising, a Liberal Democrat council ward in Blaby going to Reform as well. So really the story of Reform dominating this evening. The Tories, well, a seat in Thurrock has gone to Reform as well, and a Tory seat has gone to Liberal Democrats as well.
Sam, thank you very much. Let's take you to Bristol, the West of England mayoral race.
Godwin, Helen, Labour Party, 51,000. $51,197. Henman, Ollie, Liberal Democrats, 28,711. Page, Mary, Green Party, 41,094. Scott, Ian, Keith, Mark, Independent, 4,682. Smith, Steve, the Conservative Party candidate, 34,092. Total number of votes, 205,028. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows: want of an official mark, none. Voting for more candidates than voter was entitled to, 118. Writing or mark by which the voter could be identified, 8. Unmarked or void for uncertainty, 403. Total number of rejected ballots, 529. The total number of ballot papers counted in the combined authority voting area is 205,557. The turnout in this voting area is 30%. And I hereby declare that Helen Godwin is duly elected.
So Labour hold the West of England mayor.
Thank you so much. Gosh, it's so late, isn't it? It genuinely is the honour of my life to be your new West of England mayor. First, I want to thank every single person who placed their trust in me with their vote. This victory belongs to all of us who believe in the infinite potential of our region and our ability to make this a place where we can thrive and prosper. I can't easily express how grateful I am, and I may cry, to the incredible campaign team at Labour South West, and to my agent Alex, and of course the hundreds of volunteers who knocked on countless doors, the brilliant friends who spread our message far and wide, and to my entire family, almost all of whom are here today, who are the best team on the planet, and I am braver when I'm beside you. Thank you to all the other candidates for running, in the most part, a friendly and respectful campaign. This region
in the west of England for Labour. Let's go to Doncaster.
Jones, Alexander, Reform UK, 23,107. Jones, Ros, Labour Party, 23,805. Melanchek, Mihai, Liberal Democrats, 895. Valence, Ritchie, Independent, 245. Walmsley, Andrew Daniel, Yorkshire Party, 1,164. Wright, Doug, 157. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. Those for want of an official mark, 0. Voting for more than one candidate, 216. Writing or a mark by which the voter could be identified, 1. Unmarked or void for uncertainty, 181. The total therefore being 398. The electorate was 227,496. The total votes cast, 73,406. The turnout, 32.27%. And I do hereby declare that Ros Jones is duly elected as the Mayor for Doncaster.
First of all, I would like to thank my agent, Scott Hardy, and of course Chris Taylor, who was my agent for the previous 3 elections. I thank all of our Labour MPs, councillors, candidates and volunteers for their support over the course of the campaign. Once again, Doncaster has bucked the national trend, beaten the polls and returned a Labour Mayor. For Doncaster. Commiserations to the other candidates. The people of Doncaster have spoken. They saw through the division and misinformation, putting their faith in me once again. This is an historic day for Doncaster and for me, being re-elected for a 4th term. To continue delivering for Doncaster, I make this promise to the people of Doncaster. Whether you voted for me or not, I will work for you every single day. When I first became Mayor, 2013, I inherited a dysfunctional council that was in special measures and children's services taken out of local authority control. I've led Doncaster Council on a journey of recovery, out of intervention, early with children's services, back under council control, and now rated good. Despite austerity, I've protected frontline services and the vulnerable members of society, whilst also ensuring that Doncaster has the lowest council tax in Yorkshire. I will continue to lead a financially well-managed council, efficient in delivering quality, value for money services. Doncaster has incredible potential, but this has been held back due to austerity, sluggish economy, contracts with mates, all of this whilst leaving our public services at the point of collapse. Empty promises, any gimmicks such as levelling up, new hospitals, all of which have led to a huge loss of trust in politics. Across the country, this is the first year under my leadership that we have actually received additional government funding, enabling me to deliver investment in the priorities that matter
So
to our
that
residents.
is Ros Jones. She's been the Labour Mayor of Doncaster since 2013, and she has just been re-elected for what will be a fourth term in office. She says people saw through the division. It is a historic day for Doncaster and a historic day for me. She held on with a majority of 699. The turnout there just over 30%. Earlier this week, Nigel Farage, leader of Reform UK, told our political editor Beth Rigby he felt Reform could win Doncaster. We certainly have a chance, he told Beth. Well, he will be disappointed tonight as Labour hold on. They also hold on to the west of England. They hold on to North Tyneside as well. So Reform perhaps not having the success, certainly in the mayoral elections, that they may have wished for. Let's bring in our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. Interesting this, isn't it?
No two ways about it. I think Labour are going to be pretty happy with what's been happening in the last 20 minutes. And I can now bring you some of the detail around what's going on. Let's start with that West of England result. And before we look at the numbers that are about to appear before me, you've got to understand what was going on there. The Labour, the predecessor, has been arrested by police and stood down. There was a very big challenge in that seat from Reform, in that mayoralty from Reform, from Aaron Banks, who was a big Brexit donor, big figure in one of the Brexit campaigns back in 2017, 2016. And so I think there were some concerns that both the Brexit challenge, the Reform UK challenge, and from the left, the Green challenge, were going to eat into Labour's support. But no, Labour have won. So Helen Goodwin has been elected Mayor of the West of England. That's one of the combined authorities. Now, what's interesting about this is that she has been elected on 25% of the vote. That's not very much, a very small share of the vote. And that's because this seat effectively became a three-way split. It's coming in second, so Aaron Banks, actually a pretty well-known figure in Westminster for Reform UK. Nigel Farage down in the West of England, down in Bristol several times. He got about 6,000 votes short of the winning tally for Labour, so on 22%. And then you've got Mary Page for the Greens, again part of this three-way split. 20% of the voting going to the Greens. There could have been a scenario where the Greens ate into the Labour vote, challenging Labour from the left and allowed Reform to come up through the middle, but the numbers just about worked out in Labour's favour. So there will be big relief there. Now let's look at the Doncaster result, where, again, Ros Jones has been re-elected, and again, just holding off the challenge from Reform UK by just a tiny sub-margin, 698 votes. Labour 32.6%, Reform UK 31.6%. So just 1 percentage point in it, with the Tories on 26% as well. So again, this three-way split. Politics, I think we can confidently say tonight, is fragmenting. You can see all of the votes going in several different ways, making a lot of things much more unpredictable. I think tonight has been quite unpredictable. We're not where we thought we would be. But the bottom line is that while we can see this big advance in the Reform UK votes, they were saying they were quite like to win in some of the places where tonight, and in the early hours of this morning, it turns out that Labour have just been able to hang on, just been able to edge ahead. We're at the early stages. We've still got the big by-election with that recount still to come, and plenty of other mayoralties. But just there is a bit of positive news for Labour that they will be quite pleased with, because even though it's only by the smallest of margins, they have been winning some of the key races this morning.
Thanks, Sam. Yeah, let's get more on that then. Labour holding on to the Doncaster mayoralty. It's a fourth term as mayor for Ros Jones. And I believe Liz Bates, our correspondent up in Doncaster, has got her with her. So let's have a listen.
I certainly do. This is Ros Jones. She has just held on here in Doncaster, a fourth term for you, Ros. It was, in the end, a pretty slim majority there, 700 votes. Reform coming second here, coming from a standing start. What happened here?
Listen, it's about delivering for Doncaster. We all know a lot of people's voting what they perceive as happening nationally, but I'm here for Doncaster, making sure Doncaster goes forward and thrive. And I'm humbled and delighted that the people and businesses of Doncaster have showed that they really do trust me to drive our economy, our place forward, not only for me, our children, our children's children, and all our businesses, because we are on the potential crest of going forward with jobs and growth. Our beloved airport will be open.
OK. What is it about reform, though, that is appealing to voters? Because this is a huge, huge change here. You have been a Labour mayor here since 2013. There was no reform vote. And suddenly, this reform vote has come from nowhere. What is it that they are saying and offering voters that you are not?
Well, when I went out, when I've knocked on doors, people's actually said, Ros, we trust you, we'll back you. And therefore, I can only answer for what I'm being told. Reform will answer for themselves, I'm sure.
No lessons to learn from
I think
reform?
the lessons to learn is this. We need to ensure that we, as a government, listen to what our people are saying and make sure they feel that they are getting a fair deal.
And what about the national picture? Because it does feel like this is a Labour. You must have been so happy in 2024, just about 10 months ago, when a Labour government swept into power after so long, and then suddenly it feels like voters have become disillusioned so quickly.
But what we're
do you feel disappointed, or do you think it can
national
be turned
government.
around?
This really was local government, and what we collectively are delivering locally. And we've got some fantastic councillors out there that's working day in, day out for their localities. I'm working day in, day out for the whole of the borough, and we're the largest borough, as you know, in hectares in England.
Yeah. In the end, do you think, as you say, there are local issues that play into this? The airport and getting the airport back up and running here is a huge issue with voters. Lots and lots of people have said it to me over the past few weeks in this area. Is that what saved you, do you think? Because you've made that promise to get it going again.
I actually have been working to get that airport reopened since it closed. So it's not just overnight that I've suddenly said, oh, I want to support the airport. I really do believe that it will be the jewel in the crown economically, medium to long term, for Doncaster, South Yorkshire and often the rest of Yorkshire.
OK. And is that going to be delivered in the next few months?
Look, what we said was it'll be 2026. We will continue on. We've got to get air corridors. We've got to get the whole of the area with landing lights, the radar and everything else. We will deliver it as fast as we can, because this will bring the jobs and growth that we know our people want.
And what about because I'm sure you've heard this, the national issues that are damaging the party, things like the winter fuel payment being really scaled back. I mean, how do you feel about that? Do you regret those decisions that were made? Because they do affect you.
For the winter fuel payments, I actually put my head above the parapet and said, I think this is wrong. So what I did was ensured we used the Household Support Fund to pay our most vulnerable £150.
So you have a totally different policy here to your government?
No, what I've done is when a government's made a decision where I believe it's wrong for Doncaster, I've stepped in and ensured that we've kept people warm during the winter, and I've already signed the officer decision record for next year for them to get the heating allowance, those that qualify.
OK. Can I just say, it looked like a real moment of relief for you and your activists. Was it a really tense night for you?
Look, I walked around, you'll have seen me walking around.
I did, pacing a little bit.
I don't think I was pacing, I was walking and looking and seeing what was happening. Yeah. I've got a lot of my life invested in Doncaster. I was born here. I will drive this forward, and therefore, of course, I wanted to get over the line to actually take our borough forward.
Means a lot to you.
It does.
And I know you've got to go. It's actually morning now, and in a few hours you've got to go and take your granddaughter.
I have
to school. It's back to real life. Thank you for speaking to us, Ros Jones, and congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Got the handshake there of the elected mayor that I wasn't expecting. Unsolicited handshake, but welcome anyway. So there you go. It's all over here in Doncaster. It was in the end quite close, a 700 majority for Labour. Reform have come from nowhere here. Make no mistake about it, this is a big success for them, even though they didn't in the end take this mayoralty. Sighs of relief from the Labour Party. The Conservative vote really held up here as well. That is something interesting to take away from this count. And of course, there are the council elections that are still to come. That result will come in tomorrow. Still really difficult territory for Labour. Reform could take a lot of the council seats. They could even still lose control of the council. So they are not out of jeopardy here, but they are certainly pleased with this result.
OK, Liz, thank you very much. The breaking news, Labour hold on to Doncaster, fourth term as mayor for Ros Jones. Thanks for that. Breathing a sigh of relief there are Labour, but nobody's breathing a sigh of relief in Widnes, where a recount is underway in the Runcorn and Helsby by-election. Our chief political correspondent, as you can see, John Craig, is there. Yeah, far from relief, but I should have thought a lot of drama and quite a lot of stress.
All those things, yes. We've had a night of drama and mayhem here at times, and confusion. And what's happening now is they are counting the votes again. And the reason for that is because it's incredibly close. There's just a few votes in it. Now, I can tell you that we understand that first time round, Labour were ahead by 10 votes. Yes, 10. And then they counted again. Then Reform were ahead by 4. Obviously, Labour have challenged that, and so we're still counting. Nigel Farage is claiming victory. He has tweeted, Reform UK have won the Runcorn and Helsby by-election by 4 votes. Labour have demanded a recount. We are very confident we have won. We were expecting to see Mr Farage, along with the Reform UK candidate, Sarah Pochin. Earlier on this evening, there was talk of him arriving here and waiting outside. That he didn't come in. That was denied. He wasn't waiting outside. We were reassured. We haven't seen Mr Farage. Whether he will come in here if and when we have a declaration, let's wait and see. But there's not much. There's plenty of Labour Party people. There's tense expressions. There's a few. I can see a few Labour scrutineers there holding their chins like that. They're so tense at this recount. Meanwhile, can't see any Reform people at the moment. They clearly believe they've won, and that this will be the final recount. But it's been a roller coaster of a night because early on the Reform thought they'd won perhaps by a few hundred or under 1,000 certainly. Mr Farage did, in fairness, say it was going to be really, really close. Then there was confidence of Reform people for a few hours. Then there seemed to be a Labour gaining in confidence, and a bit of a wobble in morale amongst the Reform people. And clearly at the time we noticed the piles there, the Reform ones and the Labour ones were virtually identical, and that's why it's so close. And so we're going through it all again. You can see perhaps the people behind counting again. You can see piles of ballot papers there. Many of them have been counted 2 or 3 times. And here we are, nearly 5:15. We still don't have a result. Perhaps we'll get one by about 6 a.m. There is, if it stays at 4, the majority, well, that will be the closest, I believe, in any by-election. There was a majority of 3 in an election in Wales, in Carnarvon in 1974, February. That was the general election, but we've never had a by-election this close. People have been saying to me, what if there's a tie? Well, in local government, they draw lots. Will that happen here? There will surely come a point when the returning officer, Council Officer Stephen Young, will say, enough, no more recounts. If there is still dispute, it's possible we might adjourn and come back later today. But I would have thought most people here would hope this is the last recount and we will have a result, hopefully, before your programme finishes at 6, Jonathan, but I wouldn't bank on it. I mean, I mentioned earlier on, I remember Hartlepool, it was 7:10 in the morning. I don't know if it's light outside, because I've not been outside, but it could well be soon. And I remember Robert Jenrick's by-election in Newark in 2014. It was light when we emerged from that one as well. That was a late one. So I think whether or not the dawn has come up yet, Tony Blair famously said in 1997, a new dawn has broken, has it not? Well, it may have broken outside, but it certainly hasn't broken in here, because we're still counting and there's no sign of a result in the next, well, half hour. I mean, I think, to be honest, we're going to be lucky to get a result by 6 a.m. the way things are going.
Yeah, John, I'm keeping my fingers crossed as well, but I think a bit like you, I'm not particularly hopeful. But thank you very much for the moment. Let's bring in our panellists, Aisha Hazarika and Graham Brady. I mean, Graham, this is a real turn of events, isn't it? First of all, we have 3 Labour victories in those mayoral elections, and now this recount, a night of drama.
Yeah. Although those mayoral elections, Labour run very tight by reform, and their vote numbers massively reduced. Also in Doncaster, a really creditable result for Nick Fletcher, proving the Conservative vote holding up remarkably well in a place where we aren't traditionally strong, where we have a very good candidate who's got a proven record of public service. So he did very well. One other thing I was just going to say, because Sam neglected to mention it on the by-election, local government by-elections, was a Conservative gain from Labour in Banbury. So you've got Labour losing to Conservatives as well as to Reform, and I think there's one to the Liberal Dems.
Aisha, at this stage of the morning, where do you think things stand?
Well, look, I mean, I'm just sort of thinking about from when we first came on air. I mean, I was really nervous about these mayoralties, and I think it's really impressive that Labour has held on to North Tyneside, the west of England, and Doncaster, because Reform were absolutely throwing the kitchen sink at these seats. And, you know, Reform is generating so much interest from the media. They're winning the air war. And as we've said, you know, attracted to a lot of people as a protest vote against the mainstream parties and against the new Labour government. So I think it's really impressive that Labour has held onto these 3 seats. I think it's a testament to the ground operation of the Labour Party. Whatever you say about the Labour Party, and I'm not saying that the government's done everything right, particularly Morgan McSweeney is a brilliant political brain. He is somebody who knows how to get the party over the line. Yes, maybe not with a huge majority, but he knows how to win elections. So I think Labour is still showing that it's a formidable fighting machine. And I'd like to also pay testament to 3 women. You know, the mayors were always seen as men. It was something that lots of people were saying, where's the gender balance in these mayors? It's great to see 3 great Labour women. Ros, particularly at the end, you know, she is such a respected figure in Doncaster. She's somebody that's been around for a long time. She's dedicated her life there to sort of delivering. So I think with good candidates, with a good ground operation, Labour showing that it can still stay in control. And I know we'll talk about the share of the vote. I'm not saying that's not important. I'm not denying that Reform is coming after Labour. But a win is a win. If we were sitting here and Labour had lost these 3 seats, we'd be sitting here saying this has been a bloodbath for Labour. So I think we've got to be...
A win is a win, but holding on the west of England with 25% of the vote...
But still...
sure.
Listen, given that we're talking...
But that's the result that could have gone very easily.
But the other thing to take away from that, if you look at the figures, it does make sense, you know, if we're to look at these fingers being slim, it makes the talk of a pact between Reform and the Tories even greater, because if you combine those numbers, you're going to knock out
if you can,
Labour.
but I think in a number of those places you've seen Reform taking the votes from Labour. Maybe not enough for Labour to lose.
Yeah, but still, you could see why a chat of a... But listen, a win is a win. Given that we're talking about 4 votes in Runcorn, I'll take 4 votes.
I'm sure you will.
You know, I'll take 3 figures, you know what I mean?
Well, Ross Jones winning in, or holding on to that seat in Doncaster. There was almost only sort of 700 votes in it. Let's go back to Doncaster, join our political correspondent Liz Bates, who has got the Doncaster chairman of Reform UK with her, I believe.
We do, and look, there's no question this was a nail-biter. The man behind a lot of this campaign from Reform, which has been incredibly successful, whichever way you look at it. Erwin Martin, the chair of Reform in Doncaster, you have thrown together a campaign here and you almost unseated the Labour mayor who's been in here for over a decade. What do you make of this tonight?
I'm ecstatic because whichever way you look at it, we still send a strong message telling people politics is changing. The people of Doncaster have voted and they voted for what they want. The good thing about it is they're going to get their airport that they wanted. It's been promised, and as far as I understand, that's coming next year. So I look forward to catching a flight from Doncaster Airport because that's been the main crux of the campaign on behalf of the Labour Party. So yeah, but change is coming and it will come.
And what do you think? Generally, clearly people are very attracted to Reform. You've been attracted to Reform yourself. Voters are getting behind the party in big numbers. What is it that is attracting people? What are they saying to you on the doorstep?
We're simply normal people, and that's what's making Reform. That's what Reform is. They're normal people.
And people don't feel like Labour are normal people anymore, is that it?
I think they're detached. The Labour Conservative have been detached from politics for a long time. They don't listen to people. If they listened to people, we wouldn't be in the situation we are, where we have governments that really have gone out, have won on a minority rather than a majority. And people now are in the situation where they're looking around and they're saying, if we don't stand up, if we don't do something, nothing is ever going to change. Yes, that change is going to come, and it will come in the shape of Reform, because by nature, Reform will bring Reform. And I think now people are waking up. I've seen it over the course of this election. What I have noticed, the number of people that had actually said to me they had never voted and were now going out to vote for Reform. I had a call from a gentleman the other day who said to me, I haven't voted in 11 years, but guess what? I'm going out to vote. So we are achieving things and we are making a difference, and we will make a difference. Tomorrow is another day entirely.
Well, let's talk about tomorrow, because this is a Labour-dominated council. They have a big majority here. You've got 11 Conservative councillors as well. What are your expectations?
I'm hopeful, more than hopeful.
You can take the council?
I believe that we stand a very strong possibility of doing that. We've worked very hard, and what people kind of forget about Reform is we only started 7 months ago, and we started without a database, without any money. It's come from the grassroots up, and we are doing a fantastic job, and I believe that we're going to make a fantastic difference. If we take control tomorrow, then we are giving hope to the people of Doncaster. But the good thing is the mayor has promised the airport, so they're all going to be happy anyway.
You might end up facing tomorrow a bit of a decision, depending on the numbers in the council. Could you go into coalition with the Conservatives? You might be the man that has to make that decision on the ground. What's your thoughts on that?
The reality is that if you want to do things, you have to work with everybody. It doesn't really matter who they are, you have to work with them. And the whole idea of the people that are stood up to be councillors is they all want the same thing: a better Doncaster, a safer Doncaster, a cleaner Doncaster, and a more prosperous Doncaster.
And if it means getting that, then you'll work with the Tories?
I will work with anybody, because the reality is that's what you have to do to give the people of Doncaster what they want. And they want something that hasn't been given to them. We've had the same government for way, way too long. They came very close.
Okay. And Nigel Farage, your leader, he gets a lot of attention, good and bad. He's been travelling over to the States a lot, having fights with people like Elon Musk, fighting with people in his own party, Rupert Lowe. Is he a help or a hindrance?
To me, he is a help, obviously. He's a very charismatic person.
Do you know him?
I've met him 4 times, so I don't know him, so I can't really tell you more than what I see. But I see a gentleman that's honest, he says what he thinks, and even that is something new in British politics. People don't say what they think anymore, and maybe that's what we should start doing.
Is this a moment in Doncaster that is just the beginning of a big change in British politics?
Oh, most definitely. most people that spoke to me earlier on will know that I hoped so much that we were going to get the mayoral and a majority tomorrow, because I would have sent a tsunami across British politics, in the sense that it will wake people up. So many people don't go and vote. Can you believe how many people don't go and vote, and we end up with governments with very, very small majorities? And it's a shame, because all that happens now is we need youngsters. We need the youngsters to step forward, and the only way they'll do that is working with the older generation, the younger generation, and they will perform minor miracles.
Owen Martin, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Go and get some sleep, you deserve it.
You take
It's
care,
been a
most
very
of
long
all,
night.
have fun.
That was Owen Martin. He is the chair of Reform in Doncaster. Quite an extraordinary campaign that has been run here, really thrown together in just a matter of months. They almost unseated a Labour mayor that has been in office since 2013, but they didn't. Signs of relief all round for the Labour Party. They are now bracing themselves for the local council election results, which again could be very bad for Labour. 55 seats, they have 42. The Conservatives have 11. Again, Reform starting from 0, but potential expectations that they could take the council. Owen Martin playing that down. He might be thinking in the wake of this result that might have been potentially too ambitious, but we will get those results later today, and it will be really interesting to see. But everyone's going home from here. This result is a bit of good news on potentially a difficult night for Labour.
Yeah, very interesting hearing the chair of Doncaster Reform saying that people who've never voted before coming out and voting for Reform. Liz in Doncaster, thank you very much for the moment. So Labour holding on then to Doncaster, also holding on to North Tyneside and holding on to the west of England mayoralty. We've had a response from the Conservatives to that, saying it's a disappointing result. Steve Smith fought a great campaign. However, Labour's result in this contest is also telling, with the party seeing a significant fall in its share of the vote, despite winning a historic majority at the general election just 10 months ago. We're going to hear a lot more, aren't we, over the next few hours and the rest of the day about vote share. Let's bring in our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. Sam, talk us through these mayoral results.
Well, it's a little bit before 5:30, so I'll give you an overview of everything. And the good news for Labour is that, contrary to some expectations, they've actually ended up holding on to some of the key results in this election. There's been a big surge in votes from Reform UK. In many ways, they're the greatest talking point from today's election. But look at this. Here are the 6 mayoral contests going on. 3 of them have declared, and 3 of them have gone to Labour. So I think inside Dynasty they'll be pretty happy at that. Look at this. The Doncaster mayor, big challenge from Reform there, just a tight 698 votes in it, just the smallest of margins. A win's a win, they will say. But look, you can see that the Reform UK challenge was real, and the 2 parties from the right of British politics together and of course, you can't add up those 2 numbers. The parties don't attract exactly the same people, but there will be some in the Tory party doing the addition nevertheless, pointing out that if those 2 parties had in some way done some kind of non-aggression pact, they would have got far more than the Labour Party. But Labour also facing a challenge from the Greens. That's a consistent theme. There we go. In the west of England, Labour, I think, will be pretty delighted to hang on because they had a challenge from the left, from the Green Party. Got 41,000 votes, the Green Party. Incredible result there. And from Aaron Banks, it got 45,000. Now, Aaron Banks, big figure from the Brexit days. And you have, he is now a Reform UK candidate. He just missed out. And the new Labour mayor got a majority of just under 6,000. So 3 wins for the Labour Party, allowing them to claim that their election machine, I think, is in pretty good shape, despite the challenge from Reform. Look at this. This is what's going on in Greater Lincolnshire. Now, I think this is one of the places where almost certainly at the end of the evening, we are going to have the first Reform UK mayor who actually can execute power anywhere in the country. This is Andrea Jenkins, and you can see here around 50% of the vote in 3 of the different wards, and I think that means almost certainly Andrea Jenkins is going to be the next mayor in Greater Lincolnshire. But the nail-biter of tonight is in the northwest. That's in Runcorn. There is just tiny number of votes in it. There is a full recount going on. At the start of the evening, it felt like Reform UK thought they were on course to win it. Then it felt like the Labour Party in Downing Street were saying, we think we've just edged it. Now, I think it's the Reform UK think that they're just 4 votes ahead, having challenged quite a lot of Labour ballots, and now there's a full recount underway. It'll be several hours before we get a full result there. That'll mean it's one of the closest elections that there's been in ages. Look, the next closest by-election was won in 1973 by just 57 votes. If we've got down to about 4 votes, then that will break all records. And we've only got a smattering of council by-elections. We haven't got any big results, really, from councils yet. And what you can see there, Labour. Here, in this bit, you can see them losing to Reform. You can see them losing, actually, in one case, to the Greens down there, so a challenge, again, from the left. You can see Labour there in Cherwell losing to the Conservatives. And so you can see the challenge from Reform pretty clearly. I think there's a lot to digest in this set of results. However, there's undoubtedly the big picture is that Reform UK have got votes in areas that they didn't get at the general election, challenging Labour, but not in quite sufficient numbers for them to actually take some of the mayoralties and the big results that they wanted. But a lot hinges on the Runcorn by-election. It'll be some time before we get that result, but that's the nail-biter of the morning.
Yeah, nail-biter is the right phrase for it. I think we can take you now to Widnes, where that recount is taking place. Reform UK could be on the brink of inflicting defeat on Labour in that first by-election test for Sir Keir Starmer. A full recount, though, is taking place with just 4 votes in it between Reform in first place and Labour. Nigel Farage saying Reform UK have won the by-election. Labour have demanded a recount. And we'll be joining John Craig next.
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story.
I'm ready. Are you?
Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
Hello there, a very good morning. You're watching Vote 2025. It's our local elections special. If you're just joining us, well, it's been a busy few hours, particularly in Widnes, where a recount is underway in the Runcorn and Helsby by-election. Our chief political correspondent, John Craig, is there. And John, it's a real nail-biter, isn't it? Bring us up to speed.
Well, I was just turning round because Karen Shaw, the Labour candidate, I don't know if you can see her, she's the lady in the white jacket, surrounded by a lot of gentlemen in dark suits. She's just arrived. Now, just a few minutes ago, the returning officer has called for, well, you might say yet more VAR, because we're not there yet. The returning officer has said that I'm just looking at the message. Here we are. The returning officer, that's Stephen Young, has said that they're completing the final bits of the recount, but it has thrown up some doubtful ballots. So they are checking them now. We're not sure if they are new or old ballots. Now, from a source at Reform UK headquarters in London, I've been told that they're very confident about victory, and indeed Nigel Farage tweeted that he was confident of victory. I've heard the numbers have moved slightly. Now, the latest before that was that Reform were ahead by 4. Previously, Labour were ahead by 10. The consensus is that they have won by a very tight margin. So, Reform believe they've won. There were some, I have to say, the Labour candidate didn't look too happy, and there were some glum faces on her Labour colleagues. But right at the far end of the hall right now, the returning officer is explaining to the candidates and no doubt their agents what's going on. Remember, there are 15 candidates here. One of the reasons it's all taken a long time is because there's quite a large number of candidates, quite a few what you might call fringe candidates. What we believe has happened here, I mean, on the basis of Reform claiming they've won, looks like they've won by a really, really, really slender majority from Labour. We believe that the Green Party may have come third, pushing the Tories into 4th place, but we're not sure about that. Either way, it's going to be very close. It's been a tense night. It is now it's just gone 5:35. We've been here since 10 o'clock, and we may get a result before 6. We may not. It depends. It depends if what the returning officer has just told the candidates and their agents is accepted, or it's being challenged again. So there are a few walking back towards us now. I haven't seen, correct me if I'm wrong, Sarah Pochin yet. We don't believe that Sarah Pochin, the Reform UK candidate, has arrived here yet. So if she has indeed won, there won't be a declaration until she's here. She may be about to make a triumphant entry, possibly with Mr. Nigel Farage. We're not sure about that. I was reassured that it was not true that he was hanging around in the car park outside waiting for the result. But either way, we were expecting Mr. Farage. That was around about, I think about 3 o'clock. But he hasn't been seen here, although he has been keeping a very close eye on what's going on, and indeed has tweeted that they've won. There are still talks going on right at the far end of the room. It's at that stage where the returning officer and, yes, I think I can see the returning officer talking to, I believe it's the Reform UK team, I'm not sure. think one of the candidates actually has just come, one of the smaller party candidates has just come to brief some of us here on what's going on. Our colleague Josh Gaffson is listening in there. I don't know if you can see the gentleman with the very tall, grey-haired gentleman. As soon as I got some news from that little huddle, I shall bring it to you. But there's a lot of talking going on. Counting looks as though it's finished. I don't know if my colleague Josh is going to come and tell me what's happening. Josh, where is he? Josh, as we say, you're live on Sky News. What have you just been told?
Apparently the Reform team are more anxious than they previously were before, according to one of the candidates, but they're not sure.
So we think that Reform, that suggests that what I was told, that perhaps the numbers are slightly different from Reform 4 ahead. So we may be into a further recount here. Josh has been briefed by one of the other candidates. So we're not there yet. As Margaret Thatcher once says, we fight on, we fight to win. Both the Labour Party and Reform UK are obviously not giving up yet. So we're, never mind VAR, we're into extra time, possibly penalties.
Penalties as the sun begins to come up. John, for the moment, thank you very much. Just got a bit of an update on the Greater Lincolnshire mayoralty race. 7 out of 9 areas have now reported. Andrea Jenkins is standing there for Reform. It's a new mayoralty, of course. She's currently ahead with 71,265 votes. Conservative second on 41,185. Labour third on 22,260. Just East Lindsey and North Lincolnshire are left in that race for the Greater Lincolnshire Mayor. Andrea Jenkins, of course, used to be a Conservative MP, now defected to Reform. And Reform saying earlier they are very confident that they will win there. Well, let's return to our panel and also the Conservative MP, Richard Fuller. Nice to see you. Looking very fresh-faced. You've had a bit of a sleep, I hear.
I did get some sleep, but well done, all of you, for your long haul. I guess the Runcorn by-election is what goes for excitement in politics. This way, that way, it was going to go. It's very exciting.
Yes, well, while you've been asleep, quite a lot has happened. Labour clinging on in the mayoralties, West of England, North Tyneside, Doncaster as well. And then that recount in Runcorn. What do you make of that?
Well, clinging on is probably the right phrase. And we're, of course, repeating elections that were held in 2021. That was 2 years into the Conservative administration, and the Conservatives are making substantial gains. Now we have very substantial rollback in the Labour vote, so they're just clinging on, but that shouldn't mislead us to the fact that Labour is losing a lot of ground, losing votes, and certainly not picking up any votes very early in its administration. And there are reasons for that. And the reasons are they've made bad choices on the economy, and that's why the Doncaster mayor, when she was elected, pointed the finger very much at Keir Starmer for the decisions he's made.
But snapping at Labour's heels are Reform, aren't they? They're obviously doing something which the Conservatives aren't doing.
Well, they are, of course, the party that hasn't been in government. The Conservative Party from 2019 to 2024 made mistakes. We're clear we made mistakes. That's why we got such a heavy defeat at the last election. We're in the process of rebuilding, and it's early to come forward with policies. You don't want to rush those out. And as people see the current government failing to deliver on what it promised to do, not providing that change, people want to express a protest, and right now that's going to Reform.
But Reform is much more now than just a protest party, isn't it? We're seeing that all over the country.
Well, we'll see it when they get a chance actually to govern. We haven't had any Reform councillors in the country before. We haven't had any Reform mayoralties before, and we really only just got 5 Reform MPs at the last election. So Reform haven't yet been tested. It's very easy, and people do have problems. Let's not forget, there are real issues that people have, and they look at politicians and say, you are not delivering. Now, politicians can either just sort of scratch that itch and say, I agree with you, it's terrible, isn't it? Or you can have a programme for getting solutions to it. And that's what Labour tried to do. Doesn't seem like that's working, and that's now what we're trying to do, using our time as the official opposition, yes, to hold Labour to account for its decisions on things like the winter fuel payments, jobs tax, but also taking the time to develop policies for governance. Reform now, and if they go ahead and win any of these mayoral elections, will have the opportunity to do that in those areas.
Ideologically, what are the differences, do you think, between the Conservative Party and Reform UK, because clearly many people are wanting a choice that's on the right, but they're not going to you, they're going to Reform.
Well, it's an interesting question. What is the political complexion of Reform? We're just about to look at the results in Runcorn. That hasn't been a Conservative seat. That's a solid Labour seat. And so clearly Reform are appealing to a type of ideology which has nothing to do with the Conservative Party. And I think
what is it then? What's the difference?
I've been thinking about this. So I think for a long time Reform did pick up Conservatives. A lot of Conservatives in the last election, they voted Conservative, or they stayed at home, or they voted Liberal Democrat, or they voted Reform because they were fed up. They didn't think the Conservative Party was doing a good job. So it's clear there are Conservative voters in Reform. But I think there's another strand that's gaining strength in Reform, this popular nationalism, which has got nothing to do with the Conservative Party whatsoever. It's all about nationalising industries. It's about having a foreign policy that isn't really associated with our traditional allies. So it will be interesting over the next year, few years, how Mr Farage manages his party. Now he's got all these new representatives around the country. Where will they stand on issues? Are they on the left? Are they on the right? I don't think we know.
Was Kemi Badenoch right to say that there should, under no circumstances, be any deal with Reform in the future, apart from perhaps the old conversation on a local level?
Yes, she's absolutely right. I mean, the Conservative Party stands for...
Really? You believe that too?
Of course I do. Absolutely, thoroughly, actually. It is important. The Conservative Party stands for a very broad coalition of opinions which are focused around making sure that we manage the economy effectively on behalf of working people who go in and put their effort in, making sure that we stand up for the family as the core of society, and making sure that we have a secure national defence. But above all those principles, it's then the responsibility to develop policies that can govern the country effectively. And she's absolutely right to say that our focus should be on that, not on any sorts of reforms in any party.
Robert Jenrick feels differently, doesn't he?
No, he doesn't. He was very clear that he didn't think so. Robert was very clear. He said, he's spending every day trying to defeat Reform. That's exactly what I'm doing. That's what every other member of the Shadow Cabinet are doing.
Is Kemi Badenoch the right leader, do you think, at the moment?
Kemi Badenoch is absolutely the right leader because she speaks the truth. She speaks from the heart. We saw that just the last couple of weeks on the issues to do with the definition of a woman. Kemi Badenoch didn't have to apologise for changing her point of view. She was always very, very clear. She took a lot of abuse for it, but she was right. But also she was principled. And I think politicians should be principled. So Kemi Badenoch, leading the Conservative Party through this period of change, will be doing that on the basis of very clear principles.
We're just looking at live pictures. You can see the camera waving around a bit as it tries to get a decent shot. Potentially, Nigel Farage about to walk into the room. We'll bring that to you if it happens. Just on that last point, a recent poll on the Conservative Home website found 55% of Tory members think Badenoch is moving too slowly on developing policies.
Well, I don't know what that one poll will say. What we have today is polls across...
There's a general feeling, isn't there, amongst the party that perhaps she's not being forceful enough, making enough progress?
No, I don't think that's right at all. I mean, as we just talked about, I think on the issues when it comes to getting a new policy on energy and undoing the consensus behind the net zero target, the arbitrary net zero target, she's been very clear on that, on holding the Labour government to account, on the rape gangs and then having an inquiry on that, making sure that we have nuance and change on our immigration policy. I think she's honest about that. But she's also honest about pointing to mistakes the Conservative Party made in the past and making sure that we're principled for the future. The big message from today's elections isn't about Kemi Badenoch, it's about the rebuke that's coming to Sir Keir Starmer. He's been making mistakes, the people feel let down. He's going to have to find some changes.
OK, I'll get your thoughts on what we heard in a moment. Just want to go back to Widnes. Our chief political correspondent, John Craig, is there. John, I know the camera has been honed on that door. What are we hearing at the moment? What's the latest? Seems to be a bit of a gathering. Is that a gathering around the podium?
There's... not around the podium just yet. There's a few reporters here, but we think that at the far end of the room, the candidates are being told what the result is, and we are expecting a declaration, yes, really, quite soon. So you might get it before 6 o'clock, Jonathan, by not the acting returning officer, that's Stephen Young, but the High Sheriff of Cheshire, whose name is Not sure. I'll find out. But I have seen a lady in rather splendid regalia, I suppose you'd call it, who I guess is the High Sheriff. I remember when we were at Joelle Warren, I believe she is. Anyway, she is going to make the announcement. At the moment, we still think that Reform have won by a whisker. One source has told me it's now a majority of 5, not 4. So if they have won, of course, that is the same number of MPs they'll have compared with what they had until today. Because they won 5 seats at the general election. Rupert Lowe has gone, following a feud with Mr Farage and the party chairman, Zia Yousaf. But if what Reform are claiming is correct, they have won by the narrowest of margins, possibly 4, possibly 5 votes. Well, what a night of drama we've had here. Just to recap, when we do get the candidates, the names to look out for are Sarah Pochin, that's P-O-C-H-I-N. She's the Reform UK candidate, former Tory, a magistrate. Karen Shaw, Shaw spelt as in Sea Shaw, same name as the former Labour Cabinet Minister Peter Shaw, no relation, I don't think. I've just been told Mr Farage is on his way. We are going to, all being well, turn our camera around and I will attempt to ask a question. Where is Mr Farage? Some photographers are coming. I assume he's with Sarah Pochin. Can't see him yet, but I imagine there'll be a cheer from activists. There aren't actually, because it's so late, there's not that many activists in the hall now. You can see we're pointing the camera at that door, as we have done a few times. And there is Sarah Pochin, and there is Nigel Farage. Nigel Farage, who has claimed victory here. It's either by 4 or 5 votes. They've won by a whisker. No big grin from Mr Farage yet. Have you won, Mr Farage? He's thrown his hand. Oh, thumbs up from Mr Farage there. So, the trademark smile from Mr Farage. And Mr Farage, he's pointing at Lord Such, who's the candidate here. There's Sarah Pochin. We believe she's the winner. Mr Farage is smiling. We haven't had the declaration yet, of course, but he has claimed victory. And he's saying a few words down there. We, all being well, will talk to Mr Farage after the declaration. I thought the returning officer might have something to say about Mr Farage giving an impromptu news conference even before the results been declared. But, well, he has always been one for challenging orthodoxy. Can't hear what he's saying, I'm afraid, but I think he really ought to let Sarah Pochin get up on the platform and make her acceptance speech, assuming she's won. I mean, the other candidates I can't see. I can see some of the minor candidates, but Mr Farage is giving an impromptu news conference there, and he's clearly he's waited a while for this moment, because it was around about 3 a.m. that we thought we were going to get a result, and we thought, there's the beaming Farage smile. There he is, smiling for the cameras. It's been a tense night for Reform UK, but he and his party have triumphed, albeit by a tiny margin, single figures. And the returning officer and the High Sheriff are just letting this impromptu news conference go ahead. A big smile from Sarah Pochin there. She's on course to be Reform UK's 5th MP. Of course, they had 5 at the general election, down to 4, with Rupert Lowe no longer amongst their number. I've been mentioned by Mr Farage just then. Mr Farage, perhaps you should let them declare the result. We still don't know officially what the result is, but here we go. I think So, applause for Sarah Pochin. Beaming, smiling Mr Farage. And Sarah Pochin is now on her way to meet the returning officer, I believe. So we are minutes from a declaration, I believe. Mr Farage didn't wait for that. He came in. He's now shaking the hand of Lord Such. Lord Hope, I beg your pardon. Howling Lord Hope in the hat. He was telling me earlier, I think this is something like his 8th by-election, his 38th attempt to get elected to Parliament, something like that. A number of general elections and a number of by-elections. They're having a very friendly chat there. Mr Farage is obviously in a very good mood, having, I guess, sweated a bit over the closeness of this result. But we believe that any minute now. There's Zia Youssef there, the party chairman, with Mr Farage. And not quite sure where Mr Farage is heading to now. Once we get the result, all being well, we'll speak to Mr Farage. But he's standing there. He's chatting to Zia Youssef and one or two. He's talking to another broadcaster now. I'm not sure if we can get a bit closer. Mr Farage, while you're waiting for the BBC, talk to Sky News.
This is phenomenal. We've got swings going on towards reform, massive swings from the Conservatives in Staffordshire, massive swings from Labour happening in Doncaster, happening right here in one of their safest seats in the country. The North Tyneside result was totally extraordinary in a real Labour heartland. So it's a big, exciting night for us.
OK, but Runcorn, you've won here?
Well, I'm confident, yes. We won first time round, from what I'm told. Yeah, it's looking good.
And for you, what message would that send?
Well, what it sends is a message, not just from here, but across much of the country, that we are now the opposition to the Labour Party, who are in government. And actually, in most parts of the country now, if you vote Conservative, you risk getting Labour.
Now, you were somewhere nearby.
No.
You nearly came earlier.
This is all absolute nonsense.
Well, it's not.
No, it's utter nonsense.
It's not. I mean, we got the nod that you were going to turn up, and then you didn't because
sometimes
so
when you get the nod, it's not true. I haven't been near the place until right now.
But you've been nearby waiting.
Well, I spent 8 hours canvassing today. Spent 8 hours going out knocking on doors in Runcorn today. I was a few miles away, back at the chateau, if you like, waiting to see. But no, the idea that I was circling around is absolute nonsense.
And for you, I mean, this is the first by-election of the former government.
Well, we're about to get the results. We'll leave Nigel Farage for a moment. That is Stephen Young, the acting returning officer, who is about to announce the result. Where's Josh? Can you get Nigel to come to us after the result?
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Before we do the formal declaration, I know it's been a long evening. Can I take this opportunity to thank all of the staff who have worked tirelessly on today's election, on the count this evening and into the early hours, and also with regard to those staff who manned the polling stations during the last day. The election wouldn't have been possible without their hard work, so can I send my thanks to them. And can I also pass on my thanks to all of the partners who've worked with the council, particularly the police, to ensure this has been a free and fair election. OK, ladies and gentlemen, I will now hand over to Joelle Warren, the High Secretary of Cheshire, to formally declare the result.
Declaration of result of poll for the election of a Member of Parliament for Runcorn and Helsby, held on the Thursday, the 1st of May 2025. I, Joelle Warren, High Sheriff of Cheshire, being the returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Catherine Ann Blakelock, English Democrats, deport all illegal immigrants, 95. Dan Clark, the Liberal Party, 454. Chris Copeman, the Green Party, 2,314. Paul Michael Duffy, Liberal Democrats, 942. Peter Ford, Workers' Party of Britain, 164. Howling Lord Hope, the official monster raving lunatic party, 128. Hey! Sean Holston, the Conservative Party candidate, 2,341. Jason Philip Hughes, Volt UK, the UK in Europe, 54. Alan Mackay, Independent, 269. Graham Harry Moore, English Constitution Party, Freedom, 50. Paul Andrew Murphy, Social Democratic Party, 68. Sarah Joanne Pochin, Reform UK, 12,645. Karen Louise Shaw, Labour Party, 12,639. John Stevens, Rejoin EU, 129. Michael Williams, Independent, 363. The number of ballot papers rejected was total of 85. And I do hereby declare that Sarah Joanne Pochin is duly elected as a Member of Parliament for the Runcorn and Helsby constituency.
OK, we've won by 6 votes. 6 votes. Sarah Pochin is the new MP.
OK, I'd now like to ask the successful candidate just to say a few words.
So this is Sarah Pochin, who's won by just 6 votes. 6 votes.
Thank you, everybody. It's been a very long night, but we've got here. Firstly, I would also like to add my thanks to the returning officer and the team from the Halton Borough Council and the Cheshire West and Cheshire Borough Council for the efficient and professional way that this election has been conducted. My thanks go to Cheshire Police for ensuring that this has been a safe campaign for the candidates. And I would like to pay tribute to all the candidates for the way that we have all conducted ourselves through what has been a very intense and highly pressurised few weeks. I would like to thank my election agent, Jason Moorcroft, for being by my side throughout the whole election, and we'll continue to work together going forward. I've had a team of very talented, dedicated and professional individuals behind me every step of the way. And I would like to thank them all from the bottom of my heart. Firstly, to our great leader, Nigel Farage, who has so inspired me to stand up for this country. To our party chairman, Sir Youssef, who has given me invaluable support and counsel throughout this campaign. And to the exceptional team led by John Burns, my campaign manager. You are all such very impressive individuals. It's been a privilege to work with you, and I'm so proud to be part of that team. And finally, my thanks go to all the volunteers who have diligently canvassed and delivered leaflets, been on the polling stations. I was going to say today, but I think it was yesterday. We couldn't have done it without you. The people of Runcorn and Helsby have spoken. Enough is enough. Enough Tory failure, enough Labour lies. And I want to thank every one of you who were brave enough to put a cross against my name on the ballot paper. Every one of you who voted for change. Every one of you who have put their faith in me as your next Member of Parliament for this constituency, which has such potential, and who have put their faith in Nigel Farage as the next Prime Minister of this great country. It will be an honour and a privilege to serve this community, a community of hard-working people who just want fairness. Going forward, I will do my very best for all of you in Runcorn and Helsby and Frodsham. I think it should have been included in the name, regardless of how you voted. And I will be accessible to you all. I am in politics to serve. I'm in politics because I care. And I'm in politics to be a voice for those who need representation. I will serve you. I will care for you, and I will speak for you. I know our victory here in Runcorn and Helsby will inspire the rest of the country to believe that they too can stand up for fairness, for what is right, and for our British values, and their voices can be heard. We have made history here tonight in Runcorn and Helsby. Now, together, let's build a better future. Thank you.
So that is the new MP for Runcorn and Helsby, Sarah Pochin from Reform UK, a former businesswoman, magistrate, mayor and former Conservative. She has a huge grin on her face. She thanked her team and said enough is enough. Enough Tory failure, enough Labour lies. We have made history. Let's get a quick thought with each member of our team, starting off with Richard Fuller, MP. What did you make of that? It is a seismic shift, isn't it, in British politics?
It's a big rebuke 12 months in to Sir Keir Starmer and his government. The people of Runcorn saying, you have not provided change, you're not providing solutions. And you're right, there's a deeper question here for all politicians. People's concerns need to be met, need to be addressed. That's why my party, having had a very significant defeat last year, are now doing the hard work, not just to say, yes, we understand there are problems, but really to work out programmes of change that can work to affect the answers that people want. The question for tomorrow is Sir Keir Starmer going to take the message from this by-election result?
Isha Jarika?
Well, of course, it's disappointing for Labour to lose that by-election. I'm not entirely surprised, though, because of the circumstances in which this by-election came about. And, you know, it's very much a protest vote. But I think when we look across the results, it is very impressive that Labour's managed to hold on to 3 of those mayoral seats. And I think when we get to the end of this weekend and the results are all in, the Tory brand has really continued to be trashed after the general election. And I think what's really interesting about the Runcorn by-election is that the Tories weren't even on the pitch on that. And I feel like the Tories are really going to fight for relevance with the rise of reform. But Labour has to also be very, very alive to the threats from reform going forward.
Graham Brady?
Well, I come back to Aisha's last point there. What we've seen throughout the night is actually reform breathing down the neck of the Labour Party. And even where Labour's held on, it's been by its fingernails. But what we have seen in many places, not in Runcorn, but many of the places around the country, including Doncaster, is a really solid Conservative vote being maintained, especially where we've got a really good, hard-working candidate who's proven his worth in public service to local people.
OK, well, many thanks to both of you for being with us throughout the night. It's been a fascinating experience. And also thank you, Richard Fuller, MP, Shadow Chief Secretary to the Treasury, for joining us for the final result there in the by-election. Much appreciated. So it has been a very tense night in Runcorn. There was a recount and Reform have won by just a handful of votes. Thank you very much for joining us for this special programme. I'll hand you over now to Anna Jones for breakfast.